Chapter 26. The next day. In the morning, in the mall. The clothes are obviously ill-fitting, wearing too many black short sleeves. Cover up the thighs. Jiang Bai's height is 1.83 meters. Jiang Xiaoyi is just 1.63 meters tall. His short sleeves were obviously too big for him. But there is no way. Her clothes are dirty, so she can only wear clothes that Jiang Bai hasn't worn. Jiang Xiaoyi, who has a personality like a kitten, is actually quite obedient. There is absolutely no objection to this. And it seems I am also quite curious about the novelty boy's loose clothes. In other words, Jiang Xiaoyi with another personality. It's like the puppet cat raised by Jiang Bai in his previous life, it feels like it exploded in the bath. It's like saying that. A mere shit shoveler, how dare you touch this princess's body? Thinking of this, he suddenly smiled. What's wrong? Wear hats, masks, glasses. Jiang Xiaoyi, who wrapped herself so tightly that she couldn't recognize her at all, raised her head. The long eyelashes blinked, looking very cute. I really don't know how it came out that she is the flower of jailing. Obviously like a cute cat. Jiang Bai shook his head, it's nothing, I just thought of something interesting. Oh. Jiang Xiaoyi didn't think much about it. Okay, go pick what you need. Bringing the other party here is of course for shopping. After all, he is a boy who lives alone, how can he have girls' clothes and toiletries? Of course, it is simpler and more direct to bring Jiang Xiaoyi over to buy. There are many people in the mall. After all, Linjiang is considered a second-tier city anyway, and its development is still very good. People came and went, there were boyfriends and girlfriends, mothers with children, and young girls walking on the road in short skirts with their white legs exposed. With so many people, Jiang Xiaoyi subconsciously wrapped herself up tighter. Jiang Bai, I shouldn't be recognized like this. Actually, I think it's easier to expose you like this. Advertisement. Jiang Bai glanced around. Obviously, Jiang Xiaoyi's strange dress. On the contrary, it looks out of place at this moment, so it is extremely conspicuous. Many people looked at her with strange eyes. Mom! Why does this big sister hide her face? Maybe it was because of some accident that your face was hurt. Don't point at others, it's impolite. The innocent little girl even asked directly. Jiang Xiaoyi was at a loss for a moment. But if you don't cover it, you will be discovered. People from Sifan group should be looking for me. Jiang Bai nodded, indeed, but... In the mall, under the sun. A handsome young man with red lips and white teeth, full of sunshine. But confidently, he said the presumptuous words freely and freely, don't worry, it doesn't matter if you are exposed. Because I am the strongest. The arrogance of youth is fully revealed at this moment. Jiang Xiaoyi stared at him blankly. At this moment, inexplicably, I felt very at ease, very at ease. Maybe the thought at that moment was not wrong. She met him in that dangerous situation. It is a gift from God. God's gift to save her. But soon, the so-called strongest Jiang Bai. I found myself ignoring a problem. Even if it is because of the living environment, there is a little social fear. The well-behaved cat like Jiang Xiaoyi. She also has a talent for shopping for women. I walked around the mall and bought one after another. He felt tired at full level. Jiang Xiaoyi was still full of energy. Who is the full number? Perhaps because of his strongest declaration, Jiang Xiaoyi was not as cautious as before. Advertisement pushing the cart, humming a pleasant rhythm in a happy mood. Buying necessities one after another. But some things that involve girls' privacy. Jiang Bai is not suitable to go in. Just wait for her at the door. By the way. He took out the ARC system. Since the upgrade of the ARC system, there has been no movement for a long time. The value of this special mobile phone seems to be only for communication and contact with weird people. It seems that this upgrade is a big deal. Probably the artificial intelligence named Yahina stimulated the system. Put away the still unresponsive phone. At this time, Jiang Xiaoyi, who had wrapped herself tightly, ran out suddenly. In a hurry, it seemed that he had discovered something. She moved closer, and whispered in his ear, suppressing her voice, Jiang Bai, I saw our housekeeper. Housekeeper? Jiang Bai expressed doubts. He's also Orfino, and he tried to catch me before. Zhang Xiaoyi turned her head sideways, while protecting herself, while staring at a figure from the past. It's him. Following the direction the girl pointed, Jiang Bai saw a middle-aged man with a big belly, round glasses, and a strange mustache. His hair is slightly grey, and he looks quite old. Wear a special suit and watch it look like. It looks like a gentleman at the gate. Looking at his appearance, he doesn't seem to be chasing you. Jiang Bai frowned slightly. Watching the butler walk through the mall, as if he was going somewhere. Could it be the person who quarreled with Zhang Xiaoyi's father in the study before? Or Finuo's base? Suddenly, the bright eyes flickered with a little light. If it's the latter, that's good news. Let's go, follow, and have a look. Jiang Bai clapped his hands and stood up. Dragon Boat Festival reading big discount. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, June 22 to June 24, advertisement. Chapter 27. Not far through the mall, it is a residential area. The house is relatively old. According to the regulations, it will be demolished and replanned. But now on that hot day, the butler was still dressed so tightly. I don't know why, I came to this kind of rags. For their class, it was considered a slum. Sudden. The butler paused slightly, then turned around to look around. Make sure no one is following you, then enter the building on the far left. After it enters. Jiang Bai just appeared. He looked around suspiciously. It's so quiet. When Zhang Xiaoyi heard it, she immediately realized that something was wrong. Indeed, since it's only one street away from the shopping mall, it shouldn't be so quiet. Houses overhead. Irrespective of the rules, there are clothes to dry on the rails built privately. Because it was not wrung out, water droplets kept falling down, the neck of the half-killed fish was still bleeding, and it twitched and jumped from time to time. The smell of burning smoke came from the residential buildings from time to time. This feeling is like everything here seems to be transferred away suddenly. Jiang Bai has a familiar feeling. Could it be? He suddenly took Zhang Xiaoyi's hand. Come on, let's go upstairs and have a look. After going up to the residential building where the butler entered, Jiang Bai came to the third floor. Stand at the window and look around. Then raised his brows and eyes slightly. Tisk, it is as expected. Zhang Xiaoyi, who was being held by him, looked puzzled. Jiang Bai, what did you find? Remember the night security I told you about last night? Jiang Bai's eyes fell on the black vehicle not far away. Last night. He talked to Zhang Xiaoyi who woke up about the Cavaliers' security department. Whether the other party wants to go there, he gave the other party the right to choose. But advertisement Zhang Xiaoyi is more dependent on him and doesn't want to go to strange places. So Jiang Bai arranged him in the spare room. So, now Zhang Xiaoyi has a general understanding of the night's security department. She recalled it carefully. I remember. You said it was an organization made up of many Kamen Riders. Well, when they are on a mission to eliminate weirdos. Jiang Bai nodded and continued, we will arrange for innocent people to retreat first to prevent unnecessary casualties. Zhang Xiaoyi is very smart, she can understand everything, so you mean, the Cavalier Security Department is here? Yes, Jiang Bai shrugged. I can't help but think of what Xiao Zhang said in my mind. If I intervene in the battle between knights and monsters at will, is it considered an enemy? It's a pity, I also have a purpose that must be achieved. He withdrew his gaze and stopped paying attention. Silently raised the camera hanging around his neck, and took a picture of this extremely quiet residential building. The light is distorted, and it seems that there are countless demons dancing wildly in the dark. Let's go and see the housekeeper. What is the purpose of coming here? Oh. Zhang Xiaoyi always felt that Jiang Bai seemed to have made some kind of decision. But she didn't think much of it. Jiang Bai, who took care of him, is her direction. No matter what happens, just follow him. The well-behaved girl who looked like a kitten followed Jiang Bai and headed upstairs. Roof. The housekeeper with a big belly wiped his sweat with a handkerchief. The place where you hide is so tight that no vehicle can get through. It's really hard for me. He was cheerful, with a benevolent look. Just opposite. But they are all ferocious Zergs. This makes the picture very strange. Facing the hideous and ugly Zerg, the butler showed no sign of fear, and walked to the window instead. It seems that you have also discovered it. The group of knights found you. There were about 40 Zerg on the roof. Among them was an adult termite. While neighing, the body suddenly shrank. Then he turned into a young man. What are you Orfieno doing here? Advertisement. This sentence should be asked by us Orfienoch. Wiping the sweat dripping from his head, the butler asked with a smile, even wild animals know that the territory cannot be intruded at will. You Zerg, what have you found? They are constantly coming to Linjiang. If there is no reasonable explanation, we, Orfino, will regard it as a provocation against us. On the opposite side, the Zerg heard the words. He lowered his head and fell into silence. The housekeeper smiled and looked kindly. He wasn't worried that the Zerg would continue to hide. Even an ugly monster would not want to fight Orfinoch. But... hiss. Sudden. The body of the human in front suddenly swelled up. Turned into the posture of Zerg again. On the face, a strange white phantom face appeared. I have no right to tell you. I just followed the order to come to Lijiang. But I can take you to meet our leader here. The housekeeper wiped the sweat from his head, nodded after thinking about it, yes. Then come with me. The Zerg took 2 steps forward, ready to use the boost time to bring the opponent back quickly. After all here. A battle is about to begin. But just as the ferocious claws were on the butler's body. Sudden. Leader? Can you take me with you? I'm also very curious about your purpose of coming to the river. Jiang Bai appeared, his eyes fell on the housekeeper and the adult termites, and he said jokingly. It was unexpected. Zerg and Orfino are still in touch. But when the ARC system chat group. It also exposed this situation. Orfino didn't understand the details of the Zerg's big move at all. Apparently, the Zerg haven't explained anything until now. But that's okay. Grab this Zerg and find the so-called person in charge, then everything will be clear. Dragon Boat Festival reading big discount. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, June 22nd to June 24th, advertisement. Chapter 28. Who? Jiang Bai, with the sudden appearance of Zhang Xiaoyi. Immediately, Zerg and Orfino turned around in surprise, and looked at him in astonishment. This guy, when did it come up? Is it yours? The imaginary human face that manifested on the face of the termite adult stared at the housekeeper. But at this moment, the housekeeper's small eyes fell directly on Zhang Xiaoyi's body. Miss. How will you be here? Who is he? Zhang Xiaoyi's expression was very complicated. The housekeeper watched her grow up. But that family is actually full of strange people named Orfino. She pursed her red lips and couldn't help but ask, Housekeeper. Where's mother? What did you do to mother? Lady. The housekeeper hesitated for a moment. Madam has been imprisoned by the master since she helped Miss you escape. However, as long as the eldest Miss comes back with me, you will go back to the past, and everything will be safe and sound. Saying that, the pot-bellied housekeeper. Suddenly, white lines appeared on his face. Immediately afterwards, his body suddenly swelled up, turning into the posture of Orfi-Enoch. Crocodile Orfi-Enoch. A special Orfino with multiple lives. The projection of the butler appeared on the wall, and he said to the adult termites, This is our Orfenic man. I'll solve it, please wait a moment. The Zerg didn't speak, just took a step back. Give him the battlefield. Zergs are not mindless monsters and beasts. They are very smart. IQ is not inferior to normal human beings. After all, this is the home field of Orfi-Enoch. Although they were suppressed and couldn't hold their heads up. But before destroying that thing, there is no need to conflict with Orfino. Miss, come back with me. After the butler finished speaking, he stepped forward slowly. Jiang Bai is just about to transform. But at this moment, Zhang Xiaoyi grabbed his hand. Let me do it. The battle. I will do it. She doesn't want to be a drag on the other side. Advertisement. Although it is not clear why the mother let herself escape. But there must be a reason. Father and the others wantonly killed others. This kind of thing. Zhang Xiaoyi didn't want to be like them, a monster with blood on her hands. Since that was the sin that started in their home. Then let her handle it. Jiang Bai looked at her in surprise, although she looked very cute. But in fact, it is not a doll without its own consciousness and ideas. It's a real person. And very interesting girl. Jiang Bai laughed. Really, let me take the Zerg. Just so, there is still a card that hasn't been tested yet. He smiled. Then his deep eyes fell on the adult termite. The Magenta Driver is placed on the waist. Card extraction, insertion. Come on, Zerg. I will be your opponent. Hiss. Adult termites make a sharp sound. Glanced at Orphe Enoch. The meaning is obvious, can I kill it? If provoked, Zerg also has a temper. The butler nodded. Even if he could see his face. The butler, who watched the little princess grow up, might wish to kill this yellow hair right now. Damn it. Missy. Pure and touching, their princess. He was actually abducted by this yellow hair who didn't know where it came from. The housekeeper is old and has no children. She has long regarded Zhang Xiaoyi, who was raised since childhood, as her own granddaughter. Although I didn't know what the master was going to do, it caused the madam to run away suddenly. But no matter what, the eldest lady must be brought back. Can't let her be with this boy. All right. Even the housekeeper felt that Jiang Bai's face. For girls, especially the age of first love. Met this kind of guy who looks handsome and glib. I can't think about it anymore, or I can't help tearing him up with my own hands. Jiang Bai always felt that something was weird. Advertisement. Why does this Orphe Enoch look so resentful? But forget it. Now Zhang Xiaoyi has put on the Delta Driver and completed her transformation. When the silver light bloomed, the housekeeper's gaze was immediately attracted to it. Miss. Stop it. Don't keep transforming. Your body won't be able to bear it. He hurried forward, trying to stop Zhang Xiaoyi. The body won't be able to take it. Hearing this description, Jiang Bai raised his eyebrows slightly. But at this moment, the adult termites in front have been directly killed. Put aside your thoughts for a while, and turn to drive Magenta's Imperial Riding Driver. Transform. Kamen Ride Decade. The flakes that pop out of the drive repel the adult termites. Immediately, the illusory light curtains intersected. There was a sound like breaking a mirror. Kamen Rider Takei will appear soon. The invulnerability time ends. But to deal with you, use this. Jiang Bai draws out the Fuzzy's control card. Kamen Ride Fuzz. It's not over yet. A second card is inserted before the Zerg strikes. Form Ride Fuzzy's Axle, Form Ride, Fuzzy's Acceleration Form, immediately. The Emperor's body turned into that Fuzzy's posture. Just as the crimson light dissipated, the armor on his chest opened. Expose the core. The photon blood flowing on the surface of the body was compressed, turning from deep red to silvery white. Jiang Bai shook his hand. Let me play with you, but only 10 seconds. In other words, end the battle within 10 seconds. Final attack. Ride FFF Fuzz. Final attack control. Fuzz. Shift your weight down into a rogue squat. An invincible man with a smile on his lips. Hiss. A crowd of Zerg. Suddenly, at this moment, they all felt a sense of danger. Make that sharp neighing sound. And the next second, the airflow surged up, and the body of the Kamen Rider named Fuzz disappeared from the spot. Dragon Boat Festival reading big discount. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, June 22nd to June 24th, advertisement. Chapter 29. Black Car Interior. There are various high-tech and cutting-edge equipment used to investigate the current situation. The crowd has been evacuated, right? Zhang Yu asked in the uniform of the executive department. Kamen Rider Odin, who had fought side by side with Jiang Bai before, came from the Zero series of mass-produced knights. Its transfigured person is a very mature man. He came to help Zhang Yu and clean up the Zerg here. The logistics department has evacuated the crowd. For safety reasons, they are currently grouped in one place. In addition, according to information from the intelligence department, there are about 20 Zerg bugs here, which is not too many. But there is one adult bug. Do you need to call for support? Zhang Yu shook his head. No need, the two of us are enough. They all have their own tasks. Let's clean up a group of Zerg before they gather into an unrivaled force. Abaddon's shapeshifter nodded. Indeed, as long as the adults are contained, he can deal with the remaining larvae. Although the number of knights in the executive department has always been very small. But each one is a carefully selected fighter, and the drive performance is not necessarily very strong. But the fighting power must be very reliable. It is commonplace for them to fight more with fewer enemies. Okay, get ready to act. Clean up this batch of Zerg as soon as possible, there are still many waiting for us. Jiang Yu clapped her hands and got up, ready to get out of the car and start the task. But at this moment, through the thermal imaging camera, the member of the data analysis department who detected the situation of the Zerg suddenly shouted. Strangeness! The Zerg seem to be moving. Moving? Isn't that normal? Abaddon's shapeshifter froze for a moment. No, it's... The people in the intelligence analysis department suddenly didn't know the description. On the other hand, Jiang Yu was keenly aware that something was wrong, so he hurried over and stared at the thermal imaging camera. Shown above, the Zerg's position suddenly shifted. Then disappear. That means, the Zerg are down. Open the door. An accident happened. Someone attacked the Zerg in advance. Jiang Yu hurriedly turned around and shouted. The two of them got out of the car quickly. Then raised his head and looked in the direction of the sky. This moment. Advertisement very amazing picture. Suddenly, it was reflected in the sight of the two. A Zerg, hit by force. At this moment, it fell from the sky. And immediately after that, the second, third, and fourth. Just like that, it fell from the top of the building like a meteor. Just when Jiang Yu and Abaddon's transfigured all showed expressions of astonishment and surprise. Immediately afterwards. Suddenly. A series of crimson spirals appeared suddenly without warning. Out of thin air, locked the body of the Zerg that descended from the sky. The 13 spirals appeared in an instant. Like God's punishment, it suddenly appeared and locked on the body of the Zerg. Then. Boom. 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 That's it, so sudden and horrifying. Then one exploded. The cyan flame instantly filled the sky. Such an amazing and shocking picture. It is completely reflected in the eyes of everyone in the night security department. They were stunned and looked at in shock. The scene at this moment is truly astonishing, but also, handsome. And at this very moment. Boom. A heavy voice suddenly sounded. Time out. Time out ends. Reformation. Status released. At that moment when the ground shook suddenly, a puff of smoke was shaken up. There was such a low voice. This is... Jiang Yu waved his hand and blew away the dense smoke. Then. It is to see the looming body in it. Faiza's accelerated form can only last for 10 seconds. If it grows longer, it will be unable to withstand the outbreak of this force and self-destruct. This is also the biggest flaw compared to Clock Up. But... Advertisement really handsome. After the thick fog dissipated, Faiz, who exited from the accelerated form, stepped on the adult termite at this moment. It's so handsome to appear on stage like a god. However, the characteristics of the belt directly exposed his identity. Jiang Yu was stunned. This is, what kind of Kamen Rider? It's Decade, Imperial Knight. Abaddon's shapeshifter grinned. Hey? Decade? I remember it wasn't pink. Jiang Yu froze for a moment. That, why don't you say magenta, or he will be angry. Abaddon scratched his head and smiled sarcastically. Magenta? Is there any difference? Jiang Yu was puzzled. You may think it's nothing, but the Imperial Cavalry is very concerned, haha. Abaddon smiled. In short, judging from that drive, this is the Emperor's cavalry. But I don't know the knight he transformed into now. But the boss always has his own mystery. Jiang Yu frowned and said nothing. Only his eyes fell on the body in front of him. Kamen Rider, Decade. So it was him. At this time, Jiang Bai was just a big villain, trampling the Zerg under him. You should be able to understand. Take me to meet your leader. Hiss. The monsters on the ground just kept screaming ferociously. It doesn't take a second to think that it means rejection. Don't you want to say it? It's okay, I can ask slowly but now. He raised his head and looked ahead. Step up to the figure. Buzz. Jiang Yu stepped forward, and at the same time, a sharp voice suddenly came from beside him. Suddenly there was a burst of ripples in the sky, followed by the appearance of the transformed insect named Queen Bee. While holding the queen bee insect instrument, Zhang Yu asked with a calm face, Kamen Rider Decade. Miss Zhang Shiyu should have told you. Don't meddle in the war between knights and monsters during this time, otherwise we will treat you as an enemy and arrest you. Now, lay down your arms. Come with us, let's go. Dragon Boat Festival reading big discount. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, June 22nd to June 24th, advertisement. Chapter 30. Hot weather. The sound of cicadas can be heard everywhere. Dilapidated residence downstairs. Jiang Bai, who stepped on an adult termite, was questioned like this. He squinted slightly. Queen bee insect instrument? It seems that Kyoto came to support. That sounds really arrogant. Face this arrogant tone. He turned around without hearing anything, and grabbed the adult insect by the neck. Come on, take me to meet your leader. Turning around, he was about to leave grandly. As for what Zhang Yu said behind him, it seemed to be ignored as if it were air. Even with its people, it is directly regarded as air. Zhang Yu froze for a moment, and raised his eyebrows. It seems that you chose to resist arrest. Then don't blame me for using violence. Transform. Unlike other knights, the transformation of Kamen Rider Queen Bee relies on the bracelet on the insect instrument instead of the belt. Although after the transformation is completed, there will be a belt that acts as a symbol and activates the time up. And at this time, put the Queen Bee insect meter on the transformation bracelet. Then there was the sound of heavy armor coming from the roar of the engine. The bloated and bulky armor kept covering Zhang Yu's body. Finally, the Kamen Rider named Queen Bee appears. Kamen Rider Queen Bee, affiliated to the Night Security Department, Kyoto headquarters. Let me reveal your true face, Decade. He raised his fists in a fighting stance. Kamen Rider Queen Bee is the same as Jiadu, Gangdu, and Thunderfly. Both have a masked form with bulky armor, and a night form that is agile and convenient for fighting. The newly transformed Wasp is in the form of a mask. While bulky and bloated, both strength and defense have been significantly improved. Now, without waiting for Jiang Bai to respond, he stepped out directly. He raised his right fist and shouted angrily. Drink! Seeing this, Abaddon's transfigured subconsciously shouted, advertisement hey! Wait! Emperor Cavalry, be careful behind you! That punch struck like a queen bee sting. And it hit Jiang Bai directly on the back of the head. Prepare to knock him down with one blow. But at the moment when the fist blows, Jiang Bai, who is still in Fui's form, suddenly turns his head sideways to avoid it. Zhang Yu was taken aback for a moment, and at that moment, Jiang Bai's free hand grabbed his arm. However, as an experienced knight who has fought countless times with Zerg, he reacted very quickly, the moment his arm was grabbed. He lifted his right leg decisively and kicked out with the whip. Oh, Jiang Bai's eyes light up slightly. Interesting, quick response. But, the strength is a little short. He suddenly withdrew the queen bee's arm and pushed it out with force. Tread. Zhang Yu stabilized his body, frowned and glanced at the Zerg. I approve of your act of killing the Zerg and protecting others. But, the orders of the Night Security Department are above all else. Since you want to resist, then I will defeat you. Deek, let me see your true face. Zhang Yu turned the queen bee insect instrument. Cast off. Change Wasp. Explosive armor. The queen bee transforms. Immediately, the thick armor on the body showed a surge of air. Immediately afterwards, it was suddenly ejected. Explode all the bloated battle armor all over the body, revealing that slender body. Kamen Rider Queen Bee, Night Form. Call. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Yu raised his fist. Then he suddenly stepped out. Drink. With one punch, he gathered his strength and blasted out while drinking in anger. Facing Kamen Rider Queen Bee's full blow, Jiang Bai just raised his arm slowly. Spread 5 fingers, palms facing each other. Boom. Advertisement. Suddenly, a heavy voice came. What? Zhang Yu's voice suddenly became surprised. His full blow. It was actually blocked by the other party as if it was a joke. Get out of the way. I have more interesting things to do. Jiang Bai's casual yet contemptuous remark. It made his face darken immediately. Although he has a good temper, he is like a big brother. But whether it is background or record, they are all resounding. The pride in my heart is just not revealed, not without it. Being treated with such contempt, his face turned livid. Be serious with me, BD. Right fist, raised again at this moment. Blast out. Standing by the side, people from the Linjiang branch. There was also a Odin's shapeshifter, suddenly at a loss. Although I didn't get along with Emperor Qi for a long time. But the other party has helped a lot during this time. There is always a feeling of killing a donkey when you take a shot against it. Just watching Zhang Yu get serious. Abaddon shouted for a long time, wait a minute, Captain Zhang Yu. Decade. Don't fight anymore. There are still Zergs here, why don't we get rid of the Zergs first? Have to. There was absolutely no response to his words. No one listened, and no one cared. Zhang Yu turned a blind eye and attacked frantically. But the opponent's ease made him look like a clown even more. UBD. The angry voice reached the ears of Abaddon's shapeshifter. He couldn't help it, and felt that it would be very bad if it continued like this. Get in touch with others right away. Sister Zhang, where are you? Something is wrong, Captain Zhang Yu and Emperor Qi are fighting. Brother Lin, where are you now? No, Captain Zhang Yu and Emperor Qi are fighting, and I can't stop them. Dragon Boat Festival reading big discount. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, June 22nd to June 24th, advertisement. Chapter 31. Lin Zongmai, Wang Yuanming and Lin Dongguyu quickly helped Zhang Yu who was lying on the ground in a panic. Zhang Yu, are you okay? What's going on, why are you in such a mess? Wang Yuanming couldn't help asking. Zhang Yu just raised his head gloomily and looked at the body. Lin Zongmai looked along. Hey! Why haven't you seen this night before? Emperor Cavalry. Lin Dongguyu subconsciously glanced at the belt, and immediately locked his identity. Zhang Yu nodded slightly, that's right, he is the Emperor's cavalry. Hey? Isn't the Emperor's horse pink? Wang Yuanming was stunned for a moment, with doubts on his face. Sudden. His body trembled subconsciously. Strange, why do I suddenly have a feeling of heart palpitations? Wang Yuanming was puzzled. And at this time, Zhang Yu just broke free from their support. He meddled in the battle between knights and monsters. According to the order of the headquarters, we must arrest him to prevent accidents. Arresting the Imperial Cavalry? This. Lin Dongguyu hesitated. His younger brother was killed by the Zerg. The hatred for Zerg is greater than anyone else. And during this period of time, the Imperial Cavalry who helped them kill the Zerg, it is unacceptable to regard him as an enemy, and just use the opponent's meddling in the battle between knights and monsters as an excuse. Wang Yuanming subconsciously glanced at Zhang Shiyu's direction. When he found the other party's eyes, he put them on Emperor Qi body the whole time. Immediately made up his mind, the order from the higher UPS must be fulfilled no matter what. Lin Zongmai showed an expectant expression on his face. I heard that I haven't seen the Emperor Qi, so I will reveal his true colors. Lin Dongguyu took a step back. Sorry, I can't do it. Zhang Yu frowned, but didn't say much. Lin Dongguyu is very strong, and civil strife cannot be caused now. As for Zhang Shiyu, thinking that the other party could even quarrel with Bai Chugzhu at the meeting because of Emperor Qi, let alone expect it. In that case, let us do it. It just so happens that the upper echelon of the headquarters gave us an order to bring Decade back to the headquarters. Zhang Yu said no more, and motioned to the two people next to him. Then, ripples appeared in the sky. Then the steel bucket insect meter, the thunderfly insect meter, appeared from the sky. Like the queen bee, Thunderfly does not rely on the belt for transformation, but the grip. The grip of the gun. Transform. A blue dragonfly flying from the sky landed on the handle. Then the heavy armor began to spread on Wang Yuanming's body. Kamen Rider Thunderfly appears. Immediately after, Lin Zongmai held the flying steel bucket insect instrument. The transformation method is similar to that of Jiadu, and the insect instrument is inserted into the belt to transform. Moment. Two knights appear. Then, with a tacit understanding, they started to explode at the same time. Cast off. Change. Dragonfly. Explosive armor. Dragonfly transformation. Cast off. Change. Stag beetle. Exploding armor. Catalpa worm transforms. Immediately, the armor on the surface of the body loosened amidst waves of gas surges. Immediately afterwards, there was a muffled sound. It is ejected directly, towards all directions. It's also lethal. It is only effective against extremely weak larvae. Facing the real strong, it seems useless. It just looks gorgeous. Jiang Bai just stood there, watching them quietly. You go and deal with him, I'll deal with the Zerg. Wang Yuanming glanced at the adult termites and said. Queen Bee and Gang Do nodded. Immediately attacked together, extremely fast. Steel buckets are the same as Jiadu and Jindu. Advertisement: they all have their own titles. God of War Steel Fight. All values are at the top. But in comparison, the Queen Bee was obviously faster, rushing to the front of Jiang Bai first. Immediately, he punched out violently. Jiang Bai frowned and blocked it casually. But next to it, the steel bucket holding a jagged blade has already crossed the sharp weapons together and cut them out in an instant. Jiang Bai backhanded, directly grabbed Queen Bee's hand, and then pulled it violently. That amazing power! Immediately, the Queen Bee leaned to the side. Careful! Turning around, he found the steel bucket next to him, and Zhang Yu shouted hastily. But in this fleeting moment, it was obviously too late. Pang! The bodies of the two collided directly. The attack was instantly cracked. But at this time, they were behind them. Kamen Rider Thunderfly raised the blue pistol in his hand. The gun was locked on the adult termites carried by Jiang Bai. That's right, from now on. Jiang Bai has always been fighting with a burden. This is true, hang them with one hand. Therefore, Zhang Yu broke the defense for a reason. Jiang Bai contemptuously treated him like air. It has been fully demonstrated in action. Only strong enough to express your emotions and ideas without any scruples. No matter how messy it is, it seems reasonable. With one hand, he cracked the Imperial cavalry that the Queen Bee and Gangda jointly attacked. It is to fully display his incomparable strength. But at this moment, Thunderfly fired continuously. Shooting light bullets, pouring down. Boom! 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 Suddenly, a burst of flames shot out from Jiang Bai's body. The unscrupulous Thunderfly, at this moment, showed the powerful attack he gave up defense in exchange for. River. Yan Xiaosu in the car saw this scene, his expression changed slightly. It's just that the word white at the back was held back the moment it was about to be spoken. It cannot be said that Jiang Bai's understanding will bring him trouble. Aware of the current attitude of the Cavalier Security Department towards him, Yan Xiaosu pursed her red lips. There was a worried look on Qiao's face. Zhang Shiyu frowned slightly. Not worried about Jiang Bai, but thinking about why he kept holding on to that Zerg. That unscrupulous guy never does meaningless things. That is to say, is there anything special about this Zerg? Zhang Shiyu just wanted to speak. But at this time, the flames were mixed with smoke, which was slowly blown away by the wind. The Emperor's body appeared unharmed. But around at the moment, 3 knights surrounded him. Emperor Qi, let me reveal your true face. Lin Zhongmai had a simple smile on his face, and seemed quite interested in this. The people who hide their heads and show their tails, don't you give up. Wang Yuanming snorted coldly. Zhang Yu put on a fighting posture, and snorted vigilantly, this is all our people. Decade, you are indeed very strong. But, you come out to talk about your power and background. It's just that you are alone, what can you do? Remove the transformation, I can help you intercede, you can join our night security department. If not, failure is your only fate, this moment. Advertisement: Jiang Bai is indeed alone and helpless. Only him. And at this moment, it was 3 knights who besieged him. Lin Dongyu, although he didn't make a move. But its position is the Cavalier's Security Department, which is undoubtedly more inclined to Zhang Yu and the others. Besides, there is also Abadan, and some other knights who came with Zhang Shiyu and Lin Dongyu. Almost, the main force of Linjiang Knight's Security Department and Executive Department is here. It was originally to clean up the Zerg lurking in Linjiang. But I didn't expect. At this moment, a siege of the former companion Emperor Qi was formed. Inexplicable. Kind of pathetic. That magenta body, at this moment. Look lonely. No one can be at this moment. Give him a helping hand. But at this moment, the lonely body suddenly raised its head slightly. Oh, is it over? Then I have to finish it too. It's better to deal with you. Sudden. He pulls the drive. Then, the Fuzzy's card pops out. Immediately afterwards, an illusory light curtain emerged from the body. It was the special effect of the Emperor's own horse. So when the light goes away, the Magenta Knight reappears. Are you still refusing to give up? Decade. Jiang Yu became vigilant. Only by fighting the opponent personally can one understand how terrifying this guy is. So casual and reckless, he will be defeated directly. But he is not fighting alone. He was born in the upper echelons of the Cavaliers' security department. Behind him is the entire huge organization. An Emperor Cavalry. No matter how powerful it is impossible to fight against an entire organization. Give up resistance. Decade. His voice suddenly raised at this moment. It seems that this method is used to make Jiang Bai give up resistance. But the latter suddenly laughed. Slowly, take out the magenta camera. To him, this is quite an interesting scene. Click. He took out the photo and carefully looked at the distorted crowd. Then a faint voice sounded, "What did you just say?" No matter how powerful a person is, he can't fight against an entire organization. Jiang Yu raised his head slightly, answering as if the outcome was decided. Seemingly certain, Emperor Qi is already a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Only. Oh, what responded to him was a voice that suddenly chuckled. Jiang Bai raised his head, his faint compound eyes flashed with a dangerous light. Then you got it wrong. Me. It's Kamen Rider Decade, Emperor Rider. At the same time, World Destroyer. The card case is flipped into a sword pose. The palm of your hand leisurely slid across the sharp sword body. If so, shocking speech. It is rumored. Dragon Boat Festival reading big discount. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, June 22nd to June 24th, advertisement. Chapter 32. Under the dilapidated building. The faint howling wind caused by the explosion. At this moment, it seemed that everyone was shocked. Emperor Ride. World Breaker. What an astonishing speech. This guy. Know what you're talking about. Lin Dongyu originally just couldn't bear to continue watching, and turned his back. At this moment, I couldn't help but turn around. He looked at that magenta's body full of astonishment and shock. Abaddon, Sombra, and other knights. They were all in shock. Only Zhang Xiu. Suddenly I couldn't help laughing. That idiot. It really seemed like something he could say. Only. It's not like you're joking. Smiling and laughing, she couldn't help showing a worried expression. At this time, the three knights closest to the Imperial Cavalry. Jiang Yu was stunned and looked at him in disbelief. Wang Yuanming was even more stunned. The two of them couldn't speak a word for a while. Just stood there blankly. As for Lin Zongmai, his mouth couldn't help growing, and he murmured with a look of astonishment on his face, "Good. So handsome." Jiang Yu, Wang Yuanming. He suddenly said that he was so handsome, he couldn't fix it directly for the two of them. But he also recovered from the surprise. "I think you are crazy." Jiang Yu couldn't help but snorted coldly. Wang Yuanming didn't speak, but he had the same thought. Jiang Bai didn't continue talking with them. They don't understand Imperial Cavalry at all. It's okay, wait for yourself to let them understand. What a world breaker. They will understand the gold content of that sentence. I'm in a hurry, let's go together. He put down the adult termites, and his faint eyes swept over the three knights. Super handsome speech. But because of this, I, who defeated you, am even more handsome. Drink. Lin Zongmai, this looks like a naive boy in middle school. Holding two swords at this moment, attack first. Jiang Bai strokes the card box sword lightly. Bang. Suddenly, the long sword and the double sword collided together. The sharp sound echoed as the blades collided. With a low groan of clang, sparks burst out. God of War steel? Jiang Bai raised his head slightly, and just glanced at it. It was a freehand sword, swung out in an extremely domineering manner. Stab it. Absolute power, crush it. Lin Zongmai couldn't resist it at all. Immediately, he was pressed against his chest with two knives. Suddenly, it was directly crossed. The tiger's mouth in the palm trembled constantly, and the two sabers couldn't hold it, and he was directly thrown out by him. Immediately afterwards, a heavy sword was struck in the chest. Ah! While shouting, his body flew upside down. Followed by... Looking at the flying steel bucket, Jiang Yu's eyes froze, and he turned the insect instrument very decisively. Advertisement Rider Sting. Night Thorn, the sharp needles of the queen bee insect instrument on the arm immediately released a burst of lightning. Keep moving towards it, gather strength. Then, towards Jiang Bai in front of you. With an angry shout, blast out. Fall down, decade. Bang. Clang. The sharp collision sound suddenly seemed to penetrate the sound barrier. The roaring vibrations started. The moment when the night thorns that gathered astonishing power exploded. Jiang Bai actually set up the card box sword directly. With that sword body, against the night stab. And the effect. Also pretty amazing. It's really, blocked. When the power continues to vent. The other party didn't move at all. Jiang Yu realized something was wrong, and his face suddenly changed. What? And at this moment, suddenly, there was a dangerous sound in his ears. Attack ride slash. Attack control. Slash. Violent single push, suddenly a cold light appeared on the card box sword. Dangerous breath is coming. Jiang Yu couldn't help it, and stepped back slightly. But at this moment, I want to retreat. But it's too late. The card box sword that reaches the sky is very casually cut out at this moment. But that power is quite terrifying. Stab la la. Ah. From the chest, the slashing cold light shot out, impacting on the body. Kamen Rider Queen Bee couldn't stop shooting dozens of meters away at this moment. The two knights were instantly killed like this. Left over. Only Kamen Rider Thunderfly. Linjiang, a group of knights. I can't help but understand now. The gold content of the so-called World Destroyer. Personal power, strong to a certain extent. It really makes people, can't even lift up the heart of resistance. Abaddon, Sombra, and others stood where they were. I don't even have the courage to intervene at this moment. What the Emperor showed at this moment, the aura of gods blocking and killing gods, and Buddhas blocking and killing Buddhas, deeply shocked their hearts. On the forehead, there was even cold sweat quietly flowing. In the palm of the hand, it has already become wet. But face this situation. Transformer of Kamen Rider Thunderfly. That Wang Yuanming gritted his teeth and rushed over directly. UBD. How dare you hurt Jiang Yu and the others like this? I really don't know why Miss Jiang protects such a dangerous person as you. Every shooter has a melee heart. He shot and rushed over. The light bullet fell in front of him, and was cut open by the Kahei sword. Jiang Bai looked at him indifferently. Miss Jiang? Xiao Jiang? By the way, this guy also said pink. The last one who said pink was just blown away by a strengthened slashing sword. And now this moment. Of course you have to choose. Attack ride blast. Attack control. Burst. Advertisement. Jiang Bai took a step forward. Boom. Turn your head sideways to avoid the attack of Thunderfly's light bullets. Immediately afterwards, very smoothly and naturally, he kept dodging the attack. Unbelievable picture. At such a close distance, dodging bullets is as easy as eating and drinking. What? Wang Yuanming was stunned. Frozen in disbelief. This. With the Emperor riding like this, it seems that he is very dull and useless. And at this time, the cartridge gun was already on his chest. Jiang Bai admitted that it was somewhat due to Xiao Zhang. So, even if it is a long-range attack control card, it can also be used for melee combat. When Wang Yuanming suddenly realized something was wrong. Boom. 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 Gunshots rang out continuously. An attack from such a distance can directly deal full damage. And Jiang Bai said it before. Thunderfly is a very crispy knight. Especially after the armor is exploded, it can be killed by special bullets. So, now. Suddenly, a puff of smoke emerged from Thunderfly's belly. The opponent's transformed state is immediately released. The Snap Doctor fell to the ground. Life and death are unknown. Wang Yuanming. Brother Wang. Jiang Yu, who fell on the ground, and Lin Zongmai saw this. Immediately, they all showed unbelievable expressions. You killed him. You actually killed the knight. Do you want to be hunted down by our organization to the end? Zhang Yu yelled almost like a roar. He was a little broken at this time. Born in the founder's family of the Night Security Department, as the heir, he was raised as a knight since he was a child. When you become an adult, you will get the Queen Bee Drive inherited from the family. Become the heart of the Night Security Department. But now, as a knight, even, will be killed by fellow knights. This guy really don't want to live. Previously, the so-called theory, no matter how powerful a person is, it is impossible to contend with an entire organization theory was overturned in an instant. Because of this lunatic in front of him, he really intends to confront the entire organization. No. He can't die here yet. If you die here, what honor, what inheritance? Everything seems worthless. For rice in the forest, turn it into time. He suddenly roared. Clock up. Clock up. Gangdu, who got up from the ground, was also roaring at this moment. In the next second, the two started clock up at the same time. Only. This can't change anything. Come and experience it for yourself. This desperate power. The power beyond time scaling. Cayman Ride Caucasus. Mask Control. Jindu. Dragon Boat Festival Reading Big Discount. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, June 22nd to June 24th, advertisement. Chapter 33. Cayman Ride Caucasus. Mask Control. Jindu. Jindu controls the card. Since that time, Jiang Bai has never used the full-scale power. When the figure of the Golden Knight appears, Jiang Bai drew out a control card. Feel the power of another dimension that is above you and cannot be crossed no matter what. Attack Ride, Hyper Clock Up. Attack Control. Hyper is time-shifted. Compared with uptimed, Hyper uptimed speed. It is indeed far away in another dimension. When the Steel Bucket and the Queen Bee use the power of upgrading at the same time, they disappear from the spot. Jiang Bai took a step slowly. But the moment the right foot was still in the air. Bang! A piercing sound pierced through the sound barrier and roared out. Then the body of the Queen Bee suddenly appeared. He stood upright on the ground and stopped all movements. Suddenly, a burst of sparks shot out from his chest. Then, the Queen Bee insect instrument on the arm automatically disengaged. The transformation state is cancelled. Zhang Yu's mature face appeared, and blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth. His pupils widened and turned white, and his consciousness quietly faded away. Then, with a snap, he fell to the ground like Wang Yuanming. I don't know if I live or die. What? The body of Gangdu appeared. Lin Zhongmai watched in disbelief. What happened? Why did brother Zhang Yu suddenly? The words are not finished yet. Bang! Suddenly, that clear and deep voice came again. Lin Zhongmai's voice stopped abruptly. The pupils suddenly dilated. The steel bucket insect instrument automatically detached from the body. Turning back into a human form, he looked pained. His legs went limp and he fell to the ground. Tread. Behind. The Golden Knight slowly appeared. I do not know when, suddenly flashed. Even if they are in the uptime. Even failed to capture. As expected of God of War Gangdu. Resisting the blow of Hypa's ascension, I can still barely stay awake. It seems like a compliment. Advertisement, but combined with that contemptuous tone, no matter how you listen to it, it feels more like mocking. Lin Zhongmai's youthful blood was aroused. But no matter how hard I gritted my teeth, my body couldn't get up again. What kind of knight are you? He hadn't seen it, but in terms of its shape. Seems a lot like theirs. Golden Knight, Golden Doe. The calm voice revealed the knight's real name. Then Jiang Bai turned around calmly and walked towards the adult termites. The adult insect, which was beaten half to death, resisted a blow from the crimson electric drill. Not dying is already Jiang Bai's intention to preserve his strength. But if you want to escape, that is a fantasy. Jiang Bai came and stood beside the adult termites. Tell me, where is your leader? Hiss. What responded to him was still the neighing voice. The answer is clear. Then. Boom. Jiang Bai stepped on it and exploded it. When the firelight diffuses in the whole body, the Golden Knight's proud body appeared. And the sky, a beautiful blue rose just right at this moment. That is. Wang Mingyuan bought it. arranged on open car. With the wind, slowly floating. It happened to fall on Jiang Bai's hands. Gold bucket and rose are the best fate. He lightly lifted the rose and looked at the Sunday. The words of a rose are love. It's a pity that the meaning of imperial cavalry is destruction. The all-destroying, world breaker. With a light glance, the knights who were shocked by him. Jiang Bai raised the blue rose lightly, and headed towards the sky with the wind. And his body also instantly disappeared from everyone's eyes. Come to the top of the building. Zhang Xiaoyi was about to go down to help. As a result, Jiang Bai suddenly appeared behind him. He popped out Jindo's card and released the transformation. Where's Orfino? Escaped. After the group of people appeared, the butler left. Obviously, the steward felt that facing so many knights staying is a dead end, so I just ran away. Zhang Xiaoyi lifted the transformation, and said apologetically, I'm sorry, I wanted to help you, so I didn't go after it. Help me. A smile suddenly appeared on Jiang Bai's calm face. Advertisement, never mind. You, who are not good at fighting, are good enough to be able to do this. Okay, let's go. He suddenly waved his hand. Then, the grey-white curtain appeared in front of him at this moment. Its name is dimensional wall. The basic function is the most perfect means of transportation. Jiang Bai naturally also has it, but it is rarely used. He stepped into it first. Zhang Xiaoyi didn't think much about it. A simple girl who only feels that the person in front of her doesn't need to harm her. So without any hesitation, step into it. Jiang Bai left. About a minute passed. The people from the Linjiang Knights Security Department suddenly came to their senses. Quick! Call the doctor. Where is the doctor? Saved someone. Captain Zhang Yu, cheer up. Send them to the hospital, this moment. Everyone gets busy. It seems like this, so there is no need to think about the terrible imperial cavalry. In the just brought. Absolute oppression. Enough to instantly kill them, their sense of oppression. Jiang Bai is amazing. Yan Xiaosui breathed a sigh of relief, and whispered in Zhang Shuyu's ear. Yes. A slight smile flashed across Xiao Jiang's face. Really? The person that day was Jiang Bai. That's great. A power that can't even keep up with the time scaling. That way, you don't have to worry about him. But let's worry about Lao Yan now. The knights who came to support were all severely injured before doing anything. Lao Yan was afraid that he was going to go numb. Think of that picture. Zhang Shuyu couldn't help but want to laugh. Let's go back and take you to eat barbecue. She blinked at Yan Xiaosu. Seeing this, the girl was taken aback. Suddenly came back to his senses. Okay. Dragon Boat Festival reading big discount. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, June 22nd to June 24th, advertisement. Chapter 34, The High Status Jiadu. Sifan Technology Information. Magic Capital. On the high-speed train to Linjiang. In a dedicated compartment. Holding a cup of coffee, she was an extremely beautiful woman with a cold demeanor, exuding a feeling that strangers should not enter her body. Next to it, a beautiful maid in a maid outfit came over. Miss, something happened. Bai Chugxiu calmly sips her coffee, her long eyelashes twitching. What's wrong? Mr. Zhang Yu and the others were defeated. The maid whispered in her ear. Really? Bai Chugxiu was unmoved, and looked at the night forum with her mobile phone. That is the exclusive forum for national knights. Free to speak and discuss all kinds of outrageous, funny stuff. It is also an important source of information. Sipping the coffee carefully, his attractive red lips parted slightly. Is it a Zerg? It seems that I tried my best to destroy that thing. Is it a scorpion? Or a fiddler crab? These two are the most famous leaders among the Zerg, leading one side. They were the two that the Cavaliers' security department tried their best to kill. But their strength is very strong, and it is extremely troublesome to deal with them. Even Bai Chugxiu faced it alone. Also completely at a disadvantage. If one of them arrives in Linjiang, then it is understandable that Zhang Yu and the others were hit hard. But the maid had a weird expression. Miss, it's Kamen Rider Decade Rare. Bai Chugxiu, who has always been calm, like an ancient well without waves. At this moment, the hand holding the coffee shook. Beep beep. The sound of the high-speed rail, at this moment. It looked very noisy. Silence became the main theme in the car. Clang refined, idiosyncratic coffee mugs sit on the table. Oh, it seems that the group of corrupt and stubborn old men miscalculated their opponents. I want detailed information. Yes, please wait a moment, miss. The maid nodded. Turn around respectfully and go to contact the Linjiang branch. Jiang Bai sighed. Go home. He is thinking about two things. The leader of the Zerg, and the situation of Zhang Xiaoyi. What does your housekeeper mean when your body continues to transform and cannot bear it? I made twice the summer refreshing drink myself, and put Jiang Bai in front of the well-behaved girl. Thank you. Zhang Xiaoyi picked up the drink. Feeling the sudden chill, the whole person seemed to wake up in an instant. She lowered her eyes and thought. Obviously, Zhang Xiaoyi herself was very concerned about the butler's words. Steward them. What should know? Do you have any secrets about yourself that you don't even know? Of course there are. Her other personality. I can't think of a better explanation for the time being, so whether it's her or Jiang Bai. They temporarily regard her with another personality as the second personality. So. Does her second personality hide any secrets? Zhang Xiaoyi expressed her thoughts. Maybe, it has something to do with my second personality. Jiang Bai stared at her and thought. Transformation consumes the second personality? That's why you say you can't continue to transform? But there is another possibility. Most directly, Zhang Xiaoyi. It's orphanic. Do this first to make sure. Come and do an experiment with me. Let's check your body. Jiang Bai narrowed his eyes and said suddenly. Ah. Zhang Xiaoyi froze for a moment. Advertisement then subconsciously grabbed the corners of the clothes with both hands. Check your body, do you want to take off your clothes? Should I take it all off? Jiang Bai. Why? It feels like you are looking forward to it. What are you expecting? With raised eyebrows, he coughed lightly twice, showing the appearance of a gentleman. You don't need to take off your clothes. It's a very simple experiment. Try to see if you can stimulate the hidden power of your body. Hidden power. Zhang Xiaoyi raised her head in doubt. The well-behaved little face was full of confusion. Then I'll give it a try. Out of trust in Jiang Bai, she didn't think much about it. Close your eyes and start experimenting. Orphino, perhaps can be considered as the evolution of human beings. This hidden power is awakened at the moment of death of some lucky people. Will Zhang Xiaoyi be Orphino? If it is, then white lines should appear on the face later. But if it was Orphino, she would be in trouble. Orphenic is flawed. The human body cannot withstand the power of Orphi-Enoch, and will accelerate the demise of life, and eventually disappear into the world in the form of gravel. Jiang Bai hoped she wasn't. And luckily. For 5 full minutes, there was no change in Zhang Xiaoyi's body. Okay, let's go here. It seems that Jiang Bai didn't stop, so she is still trying. It wasn't until he spoke that the girl opened her eyes. Has anything changed? Jiang Bai shook his head, but nodded again. No, but I probably understand your situation. It's just a little suspicious. By the way, do you still have any memories of the past? Zhang Xiaoyi recalled it carefully, then shook her head. My childhood memories are very blurred. Just remember, I was alone at that time, only my mother was with me. But it seems that I am often very busy. I have to go out to participate in some kind of piano art competition and so on. Jiang Bai nodded slightly. Is that so? Then you rest. I went out and made a phone call. As he walked to the door, he stopped suddenly. Turning back to Zhang Xiaoyi, she said, by the way, if you are free, you can try to communicate with another personality. If it can be done, I'll give it a try. The well-behaved girl who looked like a pet cat nodded her head and responded. Go into your room. Jiang Bai dialed the phone. It belongs to Yan Xiaosu. At this time, Yan Xiaosu's eyes are full of clear and stupid, beautiful eyes narrowed like crescent moons. I am happily in the lounge, blowing on the air conditioner, drinking a cold drink. Thinking about getting off work later, I took Jiang Bai to a barbecue restaurant to have a good meal. Thinking of the fragrant barbecue, the girl couldn't help narrowing her eyes happily. But at this moment, the private phone rang suddenly. It turned out that the caller was Jiang Bai. Hastily looked around. There is no one in the lounge. After all, Zhang Yu and the others were severely injured, and their life and death are unknown. The Linjiang branch is extremely busy right now. Dumbly Su carefully connected the phone. Jiang Bai, did you call me to eat barbecue? Sister Shiyu is still in the meeting now, why don't you wait for Sister Shiyu? Jiang Bai was stunned for a moment. Barbecue. That's right, Sister Shiyu said that we will eat barbecue together after get off work in the evening. Yan Xiaosu nodded and replied. Yeah, don't even think about it. These two idiots who don't know how to grill meat at all must drag themselves over. But it just so happened that Jiang Bai also wanted to meet them. We'll talk about the barbecue later. Xiaosu, have you heard of Sifan technology? This is the main purpose of his call. The direction of the investigation regarding the matter of Orfinuo undoubtedly started with Sifan technology. Advertisement: as long as you find out about this company, you'll be fine. Sifan technology? Let me imagine. I seem to have a little impression. Yan Xiaosu is from the data analysis department. Data analysis is not separate from intelligence. She knows a lot about night circles. At this point, turn on the laptop next to you and plug in the network cable next to it. Use the authority to enter the night database. Search Sifan technology. After a while, several messages appeared. I found it, but you need A-level permission to see it. A-level authority. Jiang Bai wondered. Well, although the content of the night database is shared, the real core information can only be accessed to a certain extent. Yan Xiaosu roughly explained the night database. This is the database jointly created by the earliest Data Analysis Department and Intelligence Department. With the development and evolution of generations, the collection of weirdo data has become more and more detailed. The content of the database is also increasing. However, some information involves the confidentiality of the organization. Without sufficient authority, it cannot be viewed. Obviously, Yan Xiaosu, who is only a data analyst, does not have that kind of authority. Can't you see it? Jiang Bai frowned. Yan Xiaosu raised his glasses. It's just that I can't see it, but Sister Jiang can see it. Sister Shu Yu has A-level authority. By the way, she seems to be the only A-level authority in our Linjiang branch. The only one. Jiang Bai was a little surprised. That violent Xiao Zhang still has this kind of authority? Obviously not because of power. Although Xiao Zhang is very strong, he can't say that he can get the only authority of this branch. So, for other reasons? It seems that Xiao Zhang still has secrets to keep from himself. But Jiang Bai didn't care. Everyone has their secrets. That's fine, goodbye useless college students. Remember to ask Xiao Zhang to help me find out the information on Sifan technology and bring it to me at night. Just like that, the phone hung up. Beep, in the ear, there was such a voice. But Yan Xiaosu. I just feel the phrase goodbye, useless college students. It repeats like a lingering sound. Her face suddenly lost its highlight. Whispering as if being played badly, useless college students. I'm a useless college student. At this time, the phone rang again. Or Jiang Bai. He answered the phone very mechanically. Yan Xiaosu's voice lost emotion. Hi, I'm a useless college student. Pfft. Jiang Bai was almost amused by her. Ahem. Dumb Su, I almost forgot. Help me investigate a person, Miss Zhang Xiaoyi from Sifan Technology. Check her, whether there was any accident in the early years. I heard that I needed her help. Dataju's eyes gradually regained their brightness visible to the naked eye. There was a hint of unhappiness in the beautiful eyes hidden under the round glasses that gave people a kind of naivety. A college student who is dumb when he has something to do, and who is useless if he has nothing to do. Snort. The pouting Yan Xiaosu replied directly, sorry, I'm a useless college student. Jiang Bai was happy, and said with a smile, okay, don't be angry. Just give you a few more skewers tonight. Then I want 10 strings, no, 20 strings. Yan Xiaosu called out what he thought was a very large number. No problem, you are not afraid of being strangled to death, 30 strings are fine. Jiang Bai smiled and continued, remember my things, if you forget, just watch us eat tonight. Hearing this, Yan Xiaosu panicked. Don't worry, I will definitely help you find out. Jiang Bai nodded in satisfaction, bye-bye, Dataju. See you tonight. Jiang Bai hung up the phone. In order to prevent herself from forgetting, Yan Xiaosu deliberately made a record. Then wait for Zhang Shiyu to finish the meeting. Dragon Boat Festival reading big discount. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, June 22nd to June 24th, advertisement. Chapter 35. Night. A familiar kebab shop. Zhang Shiyu's face was dark the whole time. Yan Xiaosu held the document contentedly and looked around. Obviously looking for Jiang Bai. Chef tonight. It's all up to him to cook. Sister Shuyu, come here. Jiang Bai is here. The eyes glanced around, and finally saw a figure walking slowly from a distance. Zhang Shuyu forced a smile. But soon, the smile froze. Should. This is Zhang Xiaoyi. Because of some relationship, she is staying with me temporarily. These two Zhang Shuyu and Yan Xiaosu. They believe it. I ask them to investigate your situation. Jiang Bai sat down while introducing. And beside him. Naturally, it was the innocent girl who gave people the feeling of white moonlight at first glance. Xiao Jiang's expression changed immediately. Slightly squinting, sometimes looking at Jiang Bai, sometimes looking at Zhang Xiaoyi. About the same age, looks like a match made in heaven and. Ah! Dog man! It turns out that the Golden House has hidden its beauty. Zhang Shiyu felt indescribably uncomfortable at this moment. Holding his chin, he suddenly snorted and stared at him fiercely. Yo! You guys are quite self-conscious this time. Everything to eat has been chosen. Jiang Bai glanced at the pork belly, beef cubes, chicken breasts, etc. that were placed on the table. Then began to show proficient operation. Arrange the meat. Drizzle with oil for better results. The moment you put it on, the fragrance permeates the air. During this busy time, Xiao Zhang glared at him inexplicably. Still a little confused. But he is quite emotionally intelligent. Without the slightest hesitation. Choose. Stare back directly. Die laughing. You are more persistent than anyone else, right? Who do you think I am? I'm a full-scale world destroyer. That's all. Barbecue table. Two people face to face. The needle pointed at the wheat on, staring. For a full 5 minutes. Yan Xiaosu was dumbfounded. Keep licking your lips. No. She wants to eat meat. If you don't eat it, the meat will burn. Although burnt, it is crunchy, but it is easy to feel full. I wanted to reach out to grab the meat, but I didn't dare at all. Their invisible war, the pressure on, so big. Looking at the gradually scorching flesh, Dada's heartbroken tears almost came out. Zhang Xiaoyi looked at Jiang Bai in a daze, and then at the pretty sister with sharp eyes. Then, looking at Yan Xiaosu, who was just staring at the meat and was about to cry out of distress, he was even more stupid. This table. Why is it so strange? It seems that I am the only normal person. I feel like I'm not on the same page with them at all. Zhang Xiaoyi wanted to open her mouth several times, but was forcibly interrupted by an invisible sense of depression. At this moment, it seems that keeping silent is the best. But at this time, Jiang Bai, Sister Shiyu, if the meat keeps doing this, it will burn. Finally, Dada couldn't bear it any longer, his heart ached so badly that his voice began to hum. Advertisement burnt? Jiang Bai and Zhang Shiyu. At the same time, he lowered his head in doubt, only to see when they were staring at each other. The meat has not been turned over yet. Yet after being interrupted by Dadashu, they didn't continue to confront each other. Xiao Zhang gave the useless college student an angry look. Yan Xiaosu, you are such a snack. Someday when someone uses a skewer of meat, they will be kidnapped by you. Yan Xiaosu was not convinced, and said righteously, that must be Jiang Bai's meat. Pfft. Jiang Bai, who had just taken a sip of water, almost spit it out. I'm not a Tang monk, you can't live forever if you eat my flesh. Sure enough, boys are hanging around outside, so they have to protect themselves. Not only female hooligans, but also female monsters. I'm not talking about the meat. Yan Xiaosu blushed. He quickly stretched out his chopsticks and quickly picked up the almost burnt meat. I'm going to start. I buried my head and started cooking, pretending nothing happened. Such a cute look. It's really like a cute animal, like a group pet. Jiang Bai and Jiang Shiyu couldn't help looking at each other and smiling. He picked up a piece of meat that was just right and put it in Xiao Jiang's bowl. Xiao Jiang, Daidazhu, what happened to the things I asked you to check? The first piece of meat, I gave myself. Jiang Shiyu's bitter mood just now improved a lot. As if holding meat in a demonstration, he deliberately glanced at Zhang Xiaoyi. I just happily ate it. This is the taste. No matter how many times you eat it, it feels delicious. The pleasant eyes can't help but hook into the shape of a crescent moon. Just this provocative look. For Zhang Xiaoyi, who is not deeply involved in the world, it is a bit difficult. She just finds it strange. This pretty big sister, why did she take a special look at herself? Do you like meat? Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaoyi held a piece of meat. That, for you. The fragrant meat is now placed in the bowl of Jiang Shiyu's prepared sauce. The appetite suddenly gushed out uncontrollably. But what is she doing? Xiao Zhang won't be able to do it all at once. Stared at her blankly. Zhang Xiaoyi saw Jiang Shiyu's dumbfounded expression, and thought that the other party still wanted it. So I picked up a few more dollars. Here, Sister Jiang. And this Sister Yan. Jiang Bai, you eat too. Jiang Shiyu. Yan Xiaosu. Daidazhu looked at the meat in his bowl, his eyes lit up immediately. Looking at Zhang Xiaoyi with eyes full of wisdom. Confirmed the eyes, this is a good man. Xiao Zhang was silent, not knowing what to say for a moment. I had no choice but to learn the method of changing the topic of Daisu. Ahem. About your siphon technology. I have investigated with authority. Jiang Bai, how could you get involved with that kind of thing? Xiao Jiang's face was serious. It made Jiang Bai even more curious. How do you say? He asked slowly, holding the meat between his hands. Jiang Shiyu took out the document on the side and handed it to Jiang Bai. See for yourself, anyway. It's a huge thing, giant. Jiang Bai took the file, opened it and looked at it seriously. When he noticed a certain word, his pupils shrank slightly. Siphon technology. It is a super consortium that spans the world, with influence all over the world. Master the epoch-making artificial intelligence technology, as well as cutting-edge technologies in various fields. Advertisement 20 years ago, Siphon Technology established a branch in Linjiang. The chairman of the company is Zhang Zhendong, behind it is a series of introductions about Siphon Technology. But Jiang Bai cares about 2 points. The first is artificial intelligence technology. He couldn't help but think of Yahina, the maker of the ARC system. Will Siphon Technology have anything to do with Yahina? Besides, was it only a branch office in Lijiang? What is the relationship between Orfinuo and Siphon Technology? Zhang Zhendong, judging from his surname, is probably Zhang Xiaoyi's father. In other words, is it possible for Orfinuo to reach a cooperation with Magic Machine Puppet? There is only so much that can be learned from the current data. The Cavalier Safety Department evaluated it as very dangerous. People from the Intelligence Department tried to investigate in depth, but there was no news at all. It shows the horror of Siphon Technology. The Data Analysis Department believes that there is an 80% possibility that it has something to do with the weirdo. But because it involves the world domain, even if you doubt it, you can't take any useful measures. Siphon Technology. Jiang Bai pondered for a moment, then put down the file. Daidazhu, don't eat it yet. What about the things I asked you to check? Oh. Yan Xiaosu, the favorite of the group, is happily eating barbecue now. Maybe it's because she thinks her smile is contagious and cheerful. Zhang Xiaoyi, who was tense during this time, suddenly felt better. So take the initiative to feed the other party. Dumbly Su, really turned into a group favorite. Jiang Bai is like an old father. Xiao Zhang is like a mother. Zhang Xiaoyi was the obedient and sensible elder sister who suffered all kinds of losses, which made people feel distressed. Ginger, hey. Jiang Bai, is she the one you asked me to check? Daidazhu took out the document, just about to talk about the situation. Suddenly realized that the names overlapped, and then reacted. Me? Zhang Xiaoyi expressed doubts. I asked them to investigate the situation of your home, let's take a look. Jiang Bai nodded, and took the file over. Daidazhu explained the situation while eating. Because of time constraints, I can only investigate according to the ideas provided by Jiang Bai. I really found news that was almost buried. 10 years ago, Zhang Xiaoyi's mother took Zhang Xiaoyi to participate in the Linjiang Junior Art Competition. But on the way, I was attacked by kidnappers. Although I tried my best to escape, the result was, the car crashed and people died. The news shocked Linjiang at the time. After all, the chairman of Safan Technologies branch was also an upstart in the business world at that time. Countless people are flattering Zhang Xiaoyi's father, Zhang Zhendong. But I didn't expect that such an accident would happen. The response to the news at the time was this. Zhang Zhendong's wife, Fu Wenjun, is confirmed dead, while her daughter is seriously injured in the hospital. The subsequent situation is unknown. It should be that the people from Safan Technology bought the people from the news agency. Anyway, the shocking kidnapping case at that time just went away. Saying that, Yan Xiaosol looked into Zhang Xiaoyi's eyes. Immediately filled with pity. Poor sister. Obviously so kind, so well behaved. But at such a young age, he lost his mother. And he almost died. But at this time, Zhang Xiaoyi. But suddenly his face turned pale, and he raised his head stiffly. Yan, sister Yan Xiaosu, you just said. My mother, 12 years ago. It's dead. That. Who is the mother who has accompanied me to grow up and protected me all the time? Who is the mother who gave herself the drive and helped her escape? Dragon Boat Festival reading big discount. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, June 22nd to June 24th, advertisement. Chapter 36 Xiaozhang, damn me. Why? Why do I have no memory at all? When I was a child. When did that happen? Did I ever, almost die? Zhang Xiaoyi sat on the chair with a pale face. This moment. The atmosphere seemed extremely strange. Yan Xiaosu hesitated to speak. She didn't expect that. The other party actually lost his memory. But it's right to think about it carefully. If he hadn't lost his memory, Jiang Bai wouldn't have asked her to investigate related matters. Wouldn't it be easier to just ask yourself? Zhang Shiyu picked up a piece of meat, thought about it, and put it down again. Then, he suddenly pulled Jiang Bai to the side. Jiang Bai, are you coming with me? What are you doing? He took the documents and Jiang Bai followed. Wait until you walk outside the barbecue shop. It was dark. But the lights are brightly lit, and there are people coming and going from outside the barbecue shop. Nearby is the snack street. People who come and go include residents living nearby, men and women on dates, and foodies who come to satisfy their appetites. Find a place with as few people as possible. Zhang Shiyu couldn't help asking, what's the matter with her? Her? You mean Zhang Xiaoyi? Jiang Bai put down the file. Showing such an expression. As you can see, a poor homeless man for the time being. But her status is quite special. The matter has to start from the last time at the barbecue restaurant. Jiang Bai slowly told Xiaozhang what happened at that time. From meeting, to fighting, and the opponent becomes Delta. Zhang Shiyu's expression gradually became serious. You mean? Is she a Kamen Rider? A Kamen Rider born specifically for Orfinuo. Kamen Rider Delta. And was hunted down by my former family members, and now I can only live with you alone. The mother in memory actually died 12 years ago. The more Zhang Shiyu said, the weirder her expression became. What a miserable script. Do you want to be so miserable? With such an experience, his personality can still be so good. Thinking of the way the other party is obediently pinching his meat. Thinking of how he still provoked the other party. Xiaozhang immediately couldn't hold back and covered his face. Why didn't you say it earlier? Ah! Damn me! I can't wait to find a staircase and jump down now. Looking at Xiaozhang who was so embarrassed that he was numb. Jiang Bai couldn't help laughing. Okay, you don't know, and those who don't know are innocent. But I like your expression just now. Come on, do it again. I'll commemorate it. Looking at Jiang Bai who raised the camera indecently and took a picture of her. Zhang Shiyu's face suddenly darkened. Jiang Bai. Back to the kebab shop. Dadaju is still useful once in a while. Maybe it's the age difference. Under her comfort. Zhang Xiaoyi looked a little more energetic. Then Zhang Shiyu also joined in. Maybe it's getting old. Looking at the poor Zhang Xiaoyi. There is quite a feeling of overflowing maternal love. Feed her and touch her hand. As for Jiang Bai, he was thinking about Zhang Xiaoyi's information. As expected, the other party had an accident when he was a child. In this way, you can understand why you can transform. But Mother Zhang would have died 12 years ago. Advertisement that, who helped Zhang Xiaoyi escape? There are many doubts about Zhang Xiaoyi's body. But right now, it's obviously inappropriate to continue talking about Zhang Xiaoyi. Xiao Zhang also realized this, so he changed the subject and asked suddenly. Jiang Bai, the Zerg in the unfinished building in Donghui City, were you the one who killed it? Using the power of that golden knight, Jindo. That's right. Jiang Bai nodded, cooperating with her to change the subject. It really is you. But Jindo, why haven't I heard of this knight? Xiao Zhang showed a puzzled expression. Jiang Bai shrugged, you don't know a lot. By the way, you haven't told me what happened to that thunderfly. Why did that guy talk about messing with you as soon as he saw me? Pfft. Speaking of this, Zhang Shiyu's face suddenly turned dark. Yan Xiaoso couldn't hold back a chuckle. Ha ha ha. Jiang Bai, you don't know. That Wang Yuanming is Lei Ting's transformation person, he turned out to be a funny man. After he came to Zhang, he gave Sister Zhang various gifts every day. I pursued Sister Shu Yu crazily, but we didn't know until Sister Shu Yu rejected me. It turns out that Kamen Rider Thunderfly and Queen Bee have a very special night system. The host needs to be approved by the insect meter to use it. And Thunderfly's requirement is that the host must pursue freedom. But Wang Yuanming is a love brain. When he meets a beautiful girl, he will like it from the bottom of his heart. So in order to avoid losing the night system, he has already developed the ability to choose the most difficult girl to pursue. Then, he saw Sister Jiang's small breasts and a feeling of violence, so he decided to pursue Sister Jiang. If he was severely rejected, he could continue to pursue freedom. I really didn't expect it to be like this, I laughed so hard. Ha ha ha. Yan Xiaoso couldn't help herself from laughing, clutching her belly, she couldn't be happier. So Zhang Shiyu felt that she would show kindness and help her control herself. Snapped. A punch full of real injuries, almost sent away by the group pet. Yan Xiaoso couldn't laugh for a moment. Tears were coming out of pain, and she lay on the table with her head covered. I'm sorry, Sister Shiyu. Zhang Shiyu ignored her, but continued to eat the meat in Dada's bowl with great kindness. Then he glanced at Jiang Bai and showed a deliberate smile. Do you think, funny? Maybe, it should be, not very funny. Jiang Bai turned his head sideways, opened the drink and drank it, in order to suppress the smile that was about to get out of control at the corner of his mouth. That Thunderfly's shapeshifter has quite a keen eye. At a glance, Xiao Zhang was the most difficult to chase. Small breasts and violent. Ha ha ha. Jiang Bai struggled to hold back his desire to laugh at Xiao Zhang. Ahem. Xiao Zhang, don't be angry. Look, I put that guy in the ICU for you. When Zhang Shiyu heard this, she became a little happier. You did a good deed. But... She paused, are you okay? Face them. Jiang Bai interrupted her, I told you so. He raised his eyes, and the deep eyes flashed with a dangerous cold light. You have your demands. But again, I have my purpose. Jiang Bai raised his hand, slowly. It's like holding the world in your hands, with a light grasp. I am the destroyer of the world. If it is really impossible, I will destroy the world. Immediately. There was silence at the dinner table. Zhang Shiyu looked at him. The beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and a look of worry could not help but emerge. Yan Xiaoso covered her head, feeling that she couldn't hear the words, so she pretended she didn't hear anything. Zhang Xiaoyi hesitated to speak, and finally fell silent. Once again, fell into silence. It made the atmosphere inexplicably awkward. Jiang Bai waved his hand, I'm just kidding, let's eat first, I'm very hungry. That's right, Jiang Bai, I want to eat this. Xiao Zhang came back to his senses, pointed to all kinds of delicacies, and waited to be fed. And my 20 skewers. Dazhu also realized, and the pain in his head stopped instantly. Zhang Xiaoyi looked at the lively atmosphere again. Pursing her red lips, she couldn't help laughing. She has no friends since she was a child. Advertisement, but now. Perhaps, she will gain friends soon. Late at night. Around 3 o'clock in the morning. After emergency rescue. Zhang Yu and Wang Yuanming are in the most dangerous situation. Was successfully rescued. Then placed in the ward. Lin Zhongmai, because it is the relationship between God of War Gangdu. The ability to resist punching is quite good. You know, the steel bucket transformed by Gagamai in Speedy Love. However, he resisted the full-strength night kick of Jindu in Hypa form. Just like this, he blocked the opponent abruptly, and then let the director of Tiandao successfully grab the Hypa insect instrument, rewriting everything. Lin Zhongmai is obviously still not meaty enough. After taking a blow from Ping A, he passed out. Certainly. His situation is still relatively good. The other two have just been rescued now. In the silent ward. 2 adjacent beds. Zhang Yu slowly opened his eyes. Looking at the environment of the ward, he was aware of his situation. Barely take off the ventilator. Ahem, I almost died. Amin, are you okay? He tilted his head and called out with difficulty. On the opposite side, Wang Yuanming also took off the ventilator. Ahem. Still alive. Yet. Zhang Yu breathed a sigh of relief, it's good to be alive. He turned his head and looked at the ceiling. For the first time, I felt lucky to be alive. Brother Zhang, although we are still alive, but, ahem. The order from the upper echelon, ahem, we haven't finished it yet. Zhang Yu was silent when he heard the words. Command from above. First, help the Linjiang branch to protect that thing and escort it to Kyoto. Second, capture the Emperor Qi and bring him to Kyoto. Or taking the drive back is fine too. In other words, the subtext is: if you can't control your power, you can kill the Emperor Cavalry Transformer. The key is the drive. But Emperor Ride. When the name comes to mind. Moment. Zhang Yu couldn't help trembling. Subconsciously clenched. How is it possible, that kind of power exists? A speed that even our time scaling can't keep up with. Although unwilling to accept. But that's the reality in front of you. Brother Zhang? Brother Zhang? Seeing that he didn't reply for a long time, Wang Yuanming yelled twice in doubt. Don't worry about it. The upper level pressure, I will solve it. Zhang Yu shook his head, finish our established mission, as for the Emperor's cavalry. Whoever likes to come. Hurry up and rest, before Miss Bai arrives, we have to protect the things from accidents. We must restore our combat power as soon as possible. Wang Yuanming nodded, oh, then. The ward returned to silence at this moment. There is no sound at all. Until the second day. The nurse lady came to observe their vital symptoms. Boom. The somewhat cute nurse knocked on the door. Haven't you woke up yet? It seems that the injury is really serious. She cautiously opened the door. Walk to the bed and take out a special record sheet. Just getting ready to make sure. But suddenly. Ah! The screaming sound echoed in the ward at this moment. Dragon Boat Festival reading big discount. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, June 22nd to June 24th, advertisement. Chapter 37. The next day. Jiang Bai just finished exercising, took a shower, and changed his clothes. I saw it on my phone. Dozens of phone calls from Zhang Shiyu and Yan Xiaosu. Why are these two in such a hurry? The last one to come was Xia Jiang's. He connects. What's the matter, Xiao Zhang? What's the matter, so anxious, at this time? Zhang Shiyu, who was far away in the Linjiang branch building. At this moment, I saw busy people walking around. I quickly found a room that was empty. Jiang Bai. You finally accepted. What happened? In such a hurry? The situation is very bad, please calm down and listen to me. Zhang Shiyu looked around to make sure there was no one around. Just now he covered the phone with his hand. Yesterday. Zhang Yu, and Wang Yuanming. It's Kamen Rider Queen Bee and Kamen Rider Thunderfly, the two of them, are dead. Yet. Jiang Bai paused slightly as he wiped his hair. Are you sure you're dead? Of course. Zhang Shiyu pursed her red lips. The two of them were severely injured by you at the time, but they should have come back to life after rescue. I don't know why. When the nurse went to check their health the next day, they found them dead. The time of death was about 5 o'clock in the morning. 5 o'clock in the morning. Jiang Bai silently wrote down the number. I said, "You don't suspect that I did it, do you?" Jiang Shui raised her voice, "Of course not. Of course I know it's impossible for you to do it. But now the problem is the people at the top. I just learned from the Minister of Intelligence that Zhang Yu's identity is not simple. He is a direct descendant of the founder of the Night Security Department, and has a high status. So I may face surveillance in the next period of time, and I won't be able to help you much. Be careful yourself." Jiang Bai nodded, "Be careful too. Don't forget, there are undercover agents in your organization. And the status may not be low." Jiang Shui responded, "I know." Advertisement before hanging up the phone. Xiao Zhang couldn't hold back and said, "Jiang Bai, be careful." "Don't worry, I'm invincible." Jiang Bai smiled. Then, hang up the phone. His eyes shone with a deep light. It's stupid to frame someone. It almost doesn't make sense. If it is hoped that he will conflict with the Cavalier's security department, the odds are slim by any measure. After all, everyone can see the problem inside. If Jiang Bai really wanted to kill him, it is impossible for them to be rescued. But if so, then why deliberately kill them? There are so many doubts. But Jiang Bai said, "Conspiracy is pointless. If you can't beat him, no matter how good your calculations are, also just futile. And Tongzi, where is my reward?" Jiang Bai asked suddenly. "System, host, what are you talking about?" A dazed voice came from the usually emotionless mechanical sound. "I killed the knight, isn't there an achievement reward?" Jiang Bai asked in confusion. "System? Host, do you want to listen carefully to what you are saying?" Jiang Bai shrugged, "I ask you, Queen Bee and Thunderfly, are they dead?" System, yes. But they were not killed by the host, but by... Jiang Bai interrupted him, "Are you saying that they were severely injured by me and then killed by other people? They shouldn't have transformed at the time, so in theory, I was the one who killed them, right?" System, sudden. The system sound that came from time to time in my mind became intermittent. It seems that the machine is stuck, and the program crashes. It was directly broken by Jiang Bai. Accommodation, advertisement this, Jiang Bai laughed. That's it. Mechanical program, play with my brain. Card machine you. After a while, it appears that the system has been repaired. A special situation has been detected, and it has been confirmed that the host has completed the achievement of killing the first knight. Start drawing rewards, drawing is successful. The host gets the Kamen Rider Saga, Emperor of Heaven. When the control card named Emperor of Heaven appeared in the palm of his hand. Rider card from Paradise theatrical version of Kamen Rider Fui's disappearance. Possesses the ability to fly and accelerate. As one of Delta's dismantled and upgraded belts. It is not easy to be named the Emperor. In addition, this is one of the knights that the final rider likes to call. Possesses strong vitality and cooperates with several knights. It can form a firepower network covering a certain area in an instant. Blast out the opponent in accelerated form directly. Jiang Bai laughed. The system was successfully broken by him. Tongzi, you are still too young. Follow me, sooner or later you will mature enough not to be deceived. Jiang Bai. At this time, hold the mobile phone. Zhang Xiaoyi ran in. Sister So called you. She says. Jiang Bai put away the card and waved his hand, I already know. Although I don't know what the group of Zergs are thinking. But as long as I'm the strongest, they can't do anything. Let's go to the hospital that cured you and ask about the situation. Zhang Xiaoyi's situation. There are many doubts. Especially the secret about her mother. Obviously declared dead. But in Zhang Xiaoyi's memory, she has always been with her. So the two decided to go to the hospital where their mother and daughter were treated at the time to inquire about the situation. Dragon Boat Festival reading big discount. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, June 22nd to June 24th, advertisement. Chapter 38. Night Security. In the building of Linjiang branch. At the top meeting. There was silence. No one spoke, or didn't know where to start. Finally. As the minister, Yan Daosheng coughed twice, the situation, you all know it. The Queen Bee and Thunderfly are dead. It's in the hospital under the Ministry of Logistics. His face was full of solemnity. Immediately after turned into anger. Boom. Yan Daosheng slammed the table hard and stood up straight away. A shame. Our face in Linjiang is all lost. What the hell is your intelligence department doing? The undercover agents lurking in the organization have even started to assassinate the knights. Are you going to find out the identity of the undercover agent after I've been killed and my body is hung on the building? Xia Yiming was sprayed with saliva all over his face, but he couldn't refute. There are undercover agents in the organization. This incident started from the unfinished building in Donghui City. It's already a well-known thing. Whether Zhang Xiu in the back was attacked, or the current support knight was assassinated. All point to undercover. Identity is not simple. It is even very possible that it is among them. After all, the latter is okay, but Zhang Xiu was attacked. That definitely has something to do with that thing. As for Linjiang, he knew about that. Only one of them. Executive Department, Intelligence Department, Data Analysis Department, Logistics Department. 4 ministers. As well as the most powerful Lin Dongguo, Zhang Xiu with a special identity. Yan Daosheng looked forward to everyone. Who is it? Xia Yiming. Check it out for me. I only give you 3 days, if you can't find out, I'm going to check you out. Touching the few remaining hairs on his head, Xia Yiming sighed helplessly. I know, I will try my best. It's not trying hard, but affirming. Yan Daosheng said in a deep voice. Yes. Within 3 days, I will definitely find out the identity of an undercover agent. Xia Yiming gritted his teeth and shouted firmly. Then. The atmosphere fell into silence again. Just when the atmosphere is depressing and people are very uncomfortable. Snapped. Suddenly, the door was opened. Lin Zongmai, who was still bandaged, ran in. Lin Zongmai? Why are you here? You haven't recovered yet, the most urgent thing now is to rest. Go back quickly. Yan Daosheng frowned when he saw it, and got up to arrange for someone to take him back. I do not want. Who the hell? Who killed brother Zhang Yu and brother Yuan Ming? I can't find the murderer, so I don't want to go back. Lin Zongmai broke free from the shackles of others. There was a ruckus in the conference room. Unfortunately, no one can do anything about him. After all, it is wrong. They came to the river to support, but he was killed by an undercover agent hiding in the Linjiang branch. As Yan Daosheng said, the Linjiang branch lost all face. The reputation is also bad. In the future, walking on the road may be full of ridicule. Look. That's the head of the Linjiang branch. Their branch is really interesting. There are undercover agents hidden inside, and they don't even know it. It also caused the supporting knight to be killed. Hey? Can this kind of person be a minister? Hey! Who is this? Isn't this from the Linjiang branch? Thinking of that scene, Yan Daosheng had a cerebral hemorrhage. The situation must be checked quickly. Only. Lin Zongmai looks like this now. It really makes them helpless. Just when Lin Zhendong was about to arrest him. Sudden. Lin Zongmai, be quiet. The door to the conference room was left open. Beside the door, stood a graceful figure wearing a windbreaker from the executive department. Tall, about the same age as Zhang Xiu, just the most beautiful age. The face is slightly cold, and the eyelashes are white, which is the biggest feature. And the whole body exudes an invisible sense of oppression. It's like a high-level executive with great power in his hand. I don't listen, I don't listen. It's useless to find the murderer who killed Zhang Yu and the others. Lin Zongmai didn't turn his head back, he covered his ears, his eyes were red. Kamen Rider Queen Bee. Its insect instrument, the requirements for the shape changer. Advertisement. It is necessary to have a sense of teamwork. Zhang Yu was trained from an early age and is the oldest in the team. Lin Zongmai, who is the youngest, is naturally very caring. Under deliberate win-win, Lin Zongmai, who is not very smart, regards the other party as a good big brother. Now the good big brother is killed. Naturally, I lost control of my emotions. Only. It's useless for me to come. Bai Chugxiu stood beside him and spoke coldly. It's useless. Let me tell you, I'm not even afraid of Sister Chugxiu today. It doesn't matter who comes. Anyway, today we must find the murderer who killed brother Zhang Yu. Lin Zhongmai looked fearless. Only. But the maid stepped forward and pulled the stool away. Bai Chugzhu sat down. Then the indifferent voice sounded slowly, really? You're not even afraid of me anymore. It seems that you have grown up and have begun to rebel. Familiar, cold, voice. This moment came to my ears. Lin Zhongmai, who was fearless just now, suddenly trembled. That. He raised his head very stiffly, and then suddenly turned his face away. Shoo. Sister Chugzhu. When did you come here? Squat aside. Bai Chugzhu said coldly. Oh, all of a sudden, Lin Zhongmai lost his temper. Carefully squatting in the corner of the door. Hide yourself, as if afraid of being discovered. This. Seeing this scene, several people present showed strange expressions. It's really one thing and one thing. But this Kamen Rider Kato from Kyoto. It's really not a simple person. Bai Chugzhu raised her head slightly, her eyes paused slightly on Xiaozhang, and then she looked at Yan Daosheng. Minister Yan, I'm sorry. I came here uninvited. I'm Bai Chugzhu. I talked to you earlier. Hello, Miss Bai. Yan Daosheng greeted. Bai Chugzhu continued politely, Lin Zhongmai is my distant relative, but he has been spoiled since he was a child. His personality is just like a child's. It's our family's lack of discipline that caused you trouble. How dare Yan Daosheng accept the apology? No. It's me who should apologize. You obviously came to support us, but, this kind of thing happened. Bai Chugzhu was silent for a while. I probably understand the situation of Zhang Yu and the others. I'll take over next. As she spoke, she looked at Zhang Shiyu. Miss Zhang, are you interested in helping me? Me? Zhang Shiyu was taken aback for a moment. She didn't have a good look at it. After all, this guy said at the time that he wanted to arrest Emperor Qi. But since the other party said so, there is no reason to refuse. Can. Intelligence Analysis Department, Data Room. The maid stepped forward and turned on the screen. Then. At that time. Kamen Rider Teki, the battle with Queen Bee, Thunderfly, and Gangdu is presented. Pull forward, I want to see all the combat data of the Imperial Cavalry. Bai Chugzhu sat on a chair with a cup of warm coffee in front of her. Zhang Shiyu sat beside, and the maid gave her a glass of juice. As for Lin Zhongmai, still squatting in the corner, poor and helpless. From time to time, she secretly glanced at Bai Chugzhu, and deliberately pulled the bandage on her body. It seems to say I'm still a patient, can you spare me once? Unfortunately. Bai Chugzhu ignored him. Just looking at the screen lightly. Instrument records from the Data Analysis Department. Initial. It is the battle where Jiang Bai transforms into a Jiadu. That crushing power, and the handsome roundabout kick with one hand behind the body, and the proud posture of pointing to the sky with one hand. Followed by the battle not long ago. Falling freely from high altitude, the Crimson Electric Drill emerged. Then you. Crimson 13 companies. What a handsome scene. So handsome. You can still operate like this. He knows boys too well. Wait, how did you make that movement? Advertisement Lin Zhongmai, who was ignored, said in surprise with his eyes shining at this moment. Then I learned a little how to point to the sky with one finger, which is the most natural and handsome. Bai Chugzhu said that she was used to this distant relative's dumbfounded behavior. Ignore it directly, just pointing to the fuzzies transformed by Jiang Bai in the video at this moment and asked, what is this night? Emperor riding. Lin Zhongmai replied subconsciously. I mean the night he transformed for the second time. Holding the coffee, Bai Chugzhu asked again slowly. I think about it. I don't seem to have said it. I only know the golden one, called the golden doe, the golden night. Lin Zhongmai scratched his head and replied. Bai Chugzhu nodded, come on, go straight to the scene of Jindo. Yes. The maid nodded. The screen starts. It showed the picture of the three knights being instantly killed. Miss Maid tries to slow down to capture a frame of Jindu. But in the end the attempt failed. Miss, the opponent's strength is slowed down and you can't see it. However, initially, it can be considered that the essence should still be upgraded, but for some reason, the speed returns so quickly. Bai Chugzhu put down the coffee cup. Okay, that's fine. Yes. The maid closed the screening. Then Lin Zhongmai looked at Bai Chugzhu, who was lost in thought. After thinking about it suspiciously, I suddenly realized, Sister Chugzhu, why do you want to watch the video of Emperor Qi? Don't tell me, you think he killed brother Zhang Yu? Yes, he must be holding a grudge. It's just that he was not satisfied with the injury, so he deliberately sneaked in and killed brother Zhang Yu and brother Yuan Ming. Before Lin Zhongmai finished speaking, Bai Chugzhu could no longer listen, and pointed to the door, get out. Find a place to squat. Don't come in, don't talk, without my order. Get rid of the less than bright fools. Bai Chugzhu sighed helplessly. Then, the eyes under the white eyelashes looked at Zhang Shiyu. The latter also looked at her. The four eyes are facing each other. Where is the emperor's horse? Bai Chugzhu asked. I don't know. Of course Xiao Zhang would not betray his friend. Actually, even if you don't tell me, I will find him. Bai Chugzhu said lightly. Xiao Jiang's pretty face froze. What are you going to do? He didn't do what happened this time. Why are you chasing him? I know. Bai Chugzhu spoke suddenly. Anyone can, well, everyone except idiots can see that this time it's a case of framing. Stupid inconspicuous means. Glancing at Hanin, who was squatting by the door, Bai Chugzhu changed her words. In this case, why do you still? Zhang Shiyu didn't understand. The people who made the layout this time know our organization well. Bai Chugzhu suddenly said something of unknown meaning. The doubts on Zhang Shiyu's face became more intense. What, mean? Where there are people, there are rivers and lakes. Bai Chugzhu was holding the coffee, added a piece of sugar, and turned it gently with a spoon. Even if the original intention of the Kamen Rider system was to protect others. But everything changes over time. You should know Zhang Yu's identity. He is a direct descendant of one of the original founders of the Knight's Security Department. Although that person has passed away, their family has a high authority in the organization. So, killing Zhang Yu is targeting me. Bai Chugzhu. Zhang Shiyu could understand every word he said. But mixed together, she was instantly at a loss. In the end, what is targeting her? What does it have to do with the authority of their family? What kind of messy relationship can a knight and a family have? Shouldn't the top priority now be to find an undercover agent? Then solve the undercover agents, as well as the Zerg that keep coming to the river. Finally protect that thing and send it to Kyoto? Zhang Shiyu's face was blank. Bai Chugzhu saw it. She hinted that since the other party couldn't understand, then there is no need to say more. Sure enough, as the rumors say, she is a straightforward woman. The complete opposite of her sister's personality. Slightly shaking her head, Bai Chugzhu got up. I will find the Emperor Qi and bring him back. When the time comes, I hope you understand your position. Even if the relationship is good. But you are from the Night Security Department. And he is an outsider. After speaking, she was ready to leave. Zhang Shiyu sat behind her, her pretty brows slightly frowned, and she suddenly said, is it Jiadu? He also possesses the power of Jiadu, don't talk as if he will definitely win. He is the strongest. Bai Chugzhu paused slightly, then continued to move forward without looking back. The reason why I was chosen by Jiadu. It's because I'm strong. As a fighter, I will not lose to anyone. Dragon Boat Festival reading big discount. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, June 22nd to June 24th, advertisement. Chapter 39. Linjiang Hospital. People come and go, as the most famous hospital in Linjiang. Naturally it is overcrowded. The account of an expert is quite difficult to hang up. And some unscrupulous scalpers even grabbed tickets and sold them at 10 times the price. But that's it, it was still snapped up. There is a constant flow of traffic and people coming and going. Jiang Bai and Jiang Xiaoyi came here 12 years ago. Jiang Xiaoyi and her mother Fu Wen were treated here, according to subsequent disclosures. Indeed, Fu Wen, Jiang's mother, failed to rescue her and was declared dead. And it was definitely buried. So, the problem now is that someone lied. Either someone in the hospital. Either Jiang Xiaoyi? No, the girl's reaction didn't look like she lied. In fact, her mother is dead. And she couldn't accept the reality, so she had mental problems. She thought her mother was still alive? This is a possibility, but Jiang Bai is not biased. After all, this is the association that will only arise after watching too many dog-blooded TV series. Let's be realistic. What happened to the mother that Zhang Xiaoyi had always remembered? For this question, the character of Jiang Bai Leziran was inspired. But here in the hospital, not to mention that 12 years have passed. Even if it has not passed, the patient's condition will not be disclosed at will. Unless Xiao Zhang and Dadeja came over. Use the special authority obtained by the Night Security Bureau to retrieve the information. But now the Linjiang branch is in a state of fright. Xiao Zhang might not have a chance to come out. Besides, it's hard to say the Linjiang branch's attitude towards him. What if he was sure that he killed Zhang Yu himself? Jiang Bai has never wanted to put the initiative in the hands of others. So here at the hospital, if he didn't want to reveal it, he wasn't too entangled. But just when the two were about to leave. Please wait. Excuse me, are you Miss Zhang Xiaoyi? Suddenly, a young nurse came over. She stared at Zhang Xiaoyi, who was so tightly packaged that she could barely see it, and said so suddenly. You are. Zhang Xiaoyi froze for a moment. She recalled it carefully and determined that she did not know the other party. And at this time, the young nurse showed such an expression as expected. It's really you. Miss Zhang Xiaoyi, so you are still alive. Very good. The well-behaved girl looked blank, and was puzzled by her words, still, alive. Do you know Xiaoyi? Jiang Bai narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing a clue. The nurse nodded, I don't think I know each other. If I really want to say, my mother knows me. Oh, by the way, my mother was the head nurse who took care of Miss Zhang Xiaoyi back then. It's just that now because of a little problem, I'm retiring early. As she spoke, the enthusiastic little nurse showed worried eyes. What happened to her? Jiang Bai asked. The little nurse glanced at Zhang Xiaoyi, hesitated and replied, I don't know if it has something to do with Miss Zhang Xiaoyi. Anyway, after the illness that day, my mother's spirit has not been normal. Why is it abnormal? Jiang Bai observed the surrounding area. There are a lot of idlers waiting here, so it is inconvenient to go deeper. Then he said, come here, please, we want to know some details. Okay, no problem. I just want to ask Miss Zhang something related to my mother. The nurse nodded enthusiastically. With that said, they entered the elevator corridor next to them. Advertisement in the corridor on the 7th floor, people occasionally come and go. But most of them will choose to be an elevator. So it is suitable to say some whispers. What's wrong with what you said just now? When he came to the elevator room, Jiang Bai asked directly. It's just. Mom sometimes says that Miss Zhang Xiaoyi is dead or something. That's why I was surprised just now. The nurse looked at Zhang Xiaoyi with a strange expression. Dead, me. Zhang Xiaoyi widened her beautiful eyes and pointed at herself in disbelief. Didn't the news say she was alive at the time? Only Ms. Fu Wen died after rescue efforts failed. Jiang Bai also showed doubts and asked inexplicably. Ah? That's not the case. The news at that time was a misunderstanding. The nurse quickly waved her hand. Actually, it should be said that the news misunderstood. The hospital said at the time that Ms. Fu Wen's rescue was ineffective, and Ms. Zhang Xiaoyi was not out of danger. But they seem to understand that Ms. Zhang Xiaoyi has been saved. Later, the related news suddenly disappeared, and it was never reported again, and it disappeared over time. If I hadn't been attracted by my mother's words, I would have misunderstood it if I took the initiative to investigate the events of the past 12 years. The nurse said this. Zhang Xiaoyi. Already the body trembled slightly. Can't understand. I can't understand it at all. 12 years ago, what happened? She. Is it dead or alive? Jiang Bai sighed slightly. Sure enough, that's the case. Then just make sure. But. Can this girl take it? Jiang Bai glanced at it and asked at the same time, where is Auntie now? We want to know more details. The nurse lady was very enthusiastic, and she took the initiative to say, Mom? It's in the community near the hospital, where our family lives. Let me take you there. I happened to be on the night shift yesterday, and now I'm off work. It's time to go back and rest. Good. Bracing themselves, the three of them came to the community near the hospital. The environment here is good, after all, it is near the hospital. Whether it's layout, vegetation, or atmosphere, it's all first class. The little nurse is very popular for her cheerful and enthusiastic personality. The nearby residents will greet her when they see her. That's all. With ease and laughter all the way. They took the elevator and went upstairs. The little nurse took out the key and was just about to open the door. But I was surprised to find that the door of the house. It's half open. She pushed the door open easily. Dad, Mom. Why is the door open? That's not okay. Although there are very few thieves now, you still have to be careful. With that said, she entered the room. Moment. Slap. The key fell to the ground. At this moment, a frightened expression appeared on the little nurse's face. She covered her mouth in surprise. The father who was strangled by the neck was reflected in the eyes. Dad. In the living room. The man who assigned his identity grabbed his father's neck at this moment. Quick, run away. He looks very ordinary, but he is also a middle-aged father who looks like most people. At the last moment of his life, his eyes were bloodshot, his face flushed, and he waved his hands with difficulty. Then, it is penetrated by something like a tentacle. Suddenly turned into gravel, everywhere. And on the ground next to it, there was a pile of gravel. Obviously. Another person in this family, Jiang Bai, their goal has been silenced. It came just in time. Advertisement. Although your father is very ordinary, he is just a man. No matter how much I press and torture, I am unwilling to tell where yours are. I didn't expect you to send it to your door on your own initiative. Wearing a black vest, the whole body is full of muscles. From the looks of it, the man put down the photo in his hand like a fitness trainer. In the photo, it is naturally a family photo. I'm kind-hearted. I don't want you to be alone. I'll send you to accompany your family. As he spoke, he raised his finger. Then a tentacle shoots out, heading straight for the nurse. At this time. Swish. One card, quick shot. The thin card cut the tentacles sharply. Ah! The tip of the tentacle that was split in two fell to the ground and turned into gravel. The strong man, on the other hand, clutched his fingers in pain. Who? His eyes widened, full of ferocity, and he roared angrily. Jiang Bai frowned, took the whirling card, and walked in with Zhang Xiaoyi. Do you know him? He asked. No. I don't know you. Zhang Xiaoyi thought about it carefully, then shook her head. So, is it Orfino outside of Sifan Technology? It's still in the company, but Zhang Xiaoyi hasn't seen it before? Jiang Bai nodded slightly, then glanced at the lost nurse. Take her out of here, let me solve it here. Without Jiang Bai saying it, the kind-hearted Zhang Xiaoyi has already supported the nurse. Follow me, please. Wait for the two of you to get far away. The man who came back to his senses stared at Jiang Bai sharply. Miss. I didn't expect there to be a surprise. It seems that the butler is right, some bastards really abducted the eldest lady. But I have to thank you for sending the eldest lady back. He flicked his fingers, and it seemed that the pain was not so great. With a cold snort, he looked at Jiang Bai and said. Did you only think of silence after 12 years? Uafianyo seemed to be a bit slow in responding. Jiang Bai smiled contemptuously, looking at the gravel on the ground with regret. Are you a little late? It has been silenced. It's not because the eldest lady escaped. In order to prevent accidents, we can only kill all the people involved in that year. The muscular man sneered, they didn't have to die originally, it was all the eldest lady's fault. They insisted on running away and killed these innocent people. I don't accept your statement. Jiang Bai shook his head, and slowly put the Emperor Qi driver on his waist. Their death is only because of your evil. Stop blaming the guilt on girls who are also victims. This will only make you look pitiful. To hear such contemptuous words. The man in a vest with an arrogant posture couldn't help but twitch his mouth for a moment. Ha ha ha. You really dare to say it. Just like the butler said, a man like a madman. But it doesn't matter, just kill you and bring the eldest lady back. Hurry up and end you, or the eldest lady will go far away. It's a hot day, and I want to get off work early. Talking room. That's called. Caesar driver's belt, put it on your waist at this moment. The second drive in the Fuzzies series. Caesar belt. Kryptonite belt. Even if it is used by people injected with the Ophelia factor, it is very easy to cause their own death. Only Orphenuo can really use it normally. Apart from the 2 imperial belts, it is the belt with the highest requirements for shapeshifters. If it doesn't work out, it's just an experience card. When you run out, you will die suddenly. Of course, the power is strong. In terms of basic strength, it is far stronger than Kamen Rider Fai's. But what will you do if I pull out the Imperial Belt? Dragon Boat Festival reading big discount. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, June 22nd to June 24th, advertisement. Chapter 40. 913. Transform. Complete. Kamen Ride Decade, immediately. The light of yellow photon blood blooms. The mirror shattered, and the magenta light flickered. Standing together. Kamen Rider Caesar, Kamen Rider Imperial Rider. Suddenly, there was a gust of wind in the room. Next second. The two start at the same time. Boom. Simple and straightforward punching. But... Caesar suddenly heard a surprised voice. Next second. That force, like a broken bamboo, was the force that defeated him. Then, right in the chest. Boom. Kamen Rider Caesar's body. At this moment, the glass shattered directly. Flying down from the balcony, free fall from high altitude. Jiang Bai stood on the railing. Use this to deal with you. Emperor of the Sky, control the card and take it out. Kamen Ride Saga. Mask control. Heavenly Emperor. Immediately, a dark blue light burst out from his whole body. Then, Jiang Bai jumped. Jumped directly from the sky. But... God, can fly. Comes with jetpack. At this moment, it unfolded, and a gust of air gushed out. The body is flying. Then, the swooping white body. The blue lines on the surface, under the high-speed falling body. It's like being dragged out of a stream of light. Suddenly. Get close. What? Not Caesar. Looking at this scene, his expression was slightly taken aback. How did this guy become another knight? And the appearance of this knight, how does it match? The systems developed by their organizations are so similar. In the midst of horror, the Emperor of Heaven has already blasted his feet out. Hit Caesar in the chest. Boom. Suddenly, there was a low voice in the sky. Ugh. Advertisement. The heavy force hit the abdomen. The madness poured out, and the severe pain rushed straight to the nerves. Kamen Rider Caesar suddenly let out a low growl of pain. Then the body, falling faster. Boom. When the deafening sound sounded, a burst of dust was shaken up. The ground instantly cracked. Caesar's body was directly sunken inside. What kind of power is this? Ah! With all the strength in his body surging, he tried his best to break free. As a well-known fitness trainer in Linjiang, his tendons are not show nature. At any rate, he was the executioner of Orphenuc. On the surface, he is a celebrity coach, but in fact he is a devil who specializes in dealing with unreal things. He was the one who finished what happened 12 years ago. Precisely because of the great cause of Orphenuc, he gave everything he can get. This is the power of Caesar. For the power of the continuation of the race, how could it be possible to lose to such immature? It seems that they have not yet entered the big divat of society. Fundamental. A hot-blooded boy who doesn't understand anything. So he got up. It is to take off the Caesar blade gun at the waist and insert the chip on the driver. Accompanied by yellow blood turned into a sharp blade. Caesar, holding a long sword, is in a fighting pose. The battle has just begun. Jiang Bai glanced at him indifferently. Then untie the jetpack and pull out the sharp blade from it. The blue light blade appeared immediately. One yellow, one blue blade. The moment of confrontation. Caesar attacked first. With a vigorous stride, the body is heading straight for Jiang Bai. Drink. While drinking angrily, the sharp blade slashed straight down. Jiang Bai held the blue sharp blade horizontally, and lightly slid his palm across the gap, blocking Caesar's attack. Hey hey hey! What's the matter with your form? It's almost like my Caesar. Get close to your body and observe carefully. Caesar felt even more, the guy in front of him. The flowing blue light on the body is visible to the naked eye. And the shape and style of the weapon. All over the body, everything. Except for that belt. It's all in the style of the Kamen Rider system they made. It seems that you haven't made the Emperor's belt yet? That's right, after all, Delta is not here. Jiang Bai said something that he couldn't understand at all. It is the long sword waving. An understatement of the sword, swung out. Bang! His eyes froze, he didn't care to think about anything else. Advertisement. Caesar quickly raised his sharp blade to block the attack. The two lightsabers kept colliding at this moment. Emperor's belt? It's really all you can say, words that others can't understand at all. But forget it, as long as we get rid of you. Your belt, maybe you can research something interesting. But that's for professionals. It's not my job as an executioner. While speaking, Caesar roared angrily, trying to push back the pressed blue light blade. But he increases strength, so does Jiang Bai. Holding the sword in one hand suppressed him so that he was powerless to fight back. So you know you're an executioner. Bang! Bang! Jiang Bai said indifferently while attacking. He thinks that this person is quite interesting. Resisting the attack of the light blade with difficulty, Caesar, who was retreating steadily, couldn't help laughing when he heard this. Brat! Although I'm not good at using my brain, don't take me for a fool. In this chaotic world, I'm just doing what I can to survive. No one wants to die. In order to survive, even if your hands are covered with blood. From the moment I met that person, I knew it. This world is destined to be cruel. Jiang Bai was thoughtful and caught a key word, that person. While speaking, the movements of his hands did not stop. The long sword cut out continuously. The overwhelming power instantly defeated Caesar. Their power itself is not on a level. What's more, the performance of the Emperor of Heaven is absolutely crushing Caesar. Boom! Caesar, who was continuously hit hard, flew upside down at this moment. He slammed into the lawn of the community and was entangled in those messy plants. Ahem! Even Caesar's power is no match for him. The Caesar system is only inferior to Delta's power. It was their Orfino, with the help of Safon Technologies' artificial intelligence technology, that created their exclusive Orfino belt. Its performance and strength are even stronger than the body of Orphe Enoch. But now myself. He was completely suppressed and had no strength to fight back. And at this moment, the blue light blade cut out. The compound eyes reflected a dangerous cold light, and Caesar dodged away almost immediately. Hastily kept rolling, opening the distance. At the same time, pick up the light blade that fell next to it. Very thrilling, quickly raise your weapon to parry. Bang! His body was crushed in the grass, and the branches of the grass behind him began to be crushed. The body is constantly tilting. Sunken. In the ears, there was a flat voice. Who was that person you were talking about? Does it have anything to do with Zhang Xiaoyi? What's the secret about Zhang Xiaoyi? Is it worth you to silence it? Dragon Boat Festival reading big discount. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, June 22 to June 24, advertisement. Chapter 41. Next to the grass in the community. What's the secret about Zhang Xiaoyi? Is it worth you to silence it? Jiang Bai suppressed Afienyo with one hand, and asked very curiously. Caesar's face darkened. Something is wrong. Go on like this, in case you get caught. The situation is troublesome. They cannot be allowed to continue their investigation. Ah! Did you think I'd tell you? The reason why the secret is that I am dead, and I must not reveal it. Decade. You who are known as the Emperor's cavalry, let me see what strength you have. Caesar tried his best to push the long sword away a little, creating a chance to escape. But the moment he tried his best to push the light blade away a little, suddenly, a cold blue light flashed across. Cut through Caesar's wrist. Stab it. Immediately, sparks shot out, followed by severe stinging pain. Ah! Caesar couldn't grasp the sharp blade in pain, and the light bullet came out of his hand immediately. Fall to the ground. He staggered to his feet. But as soon as he got up, he was kicked in the chest. A heavy blow landed on his body, and immediately flew out again. Not an opponent. Not an opponent at all. The housekeeper, it turned out that he wasn't exaggerating. Even. He also said less. This emperor rides. Such a young man, How can he have such terrifying power? No. Can't be caught. Must escape. After falling heavily to the ground, Caesar immediately tried his best to get up, trying to escape outside. There. Hearing the sound of chaotic fighting, many people were approaching. Just rush into the crowd and cause chaos. There is a chance to escape. He walked towards the crowd at the door like rolling and crawling. Just less than 100 meters away. Suddenly, someone grabbed her neck from behind. Let go, let me go. Caesar growled. It's a pity that he responded yes. The body suddenly loses control. Boom. Jiang Bai grabbed his head violently and pressed it against the wall of the nearby house. Another heavy blow. Suddenly, Caesar was dizzy for a while, and his eyes were like stars. But at this moment, a voice that suddenly made his body tremble uncontrollably came. I ask you. Advertisement Zhang Xiaoyi, has she ever died? There is one place for this remark. Caesar's body suddenly felt a strange tremor. The answer is obvious. Is that really the case? Jiang Bai showed a surefire expression. From this point of view, he died 12 years ago. Not just Zhang Xiaoyi's mother, but also, herself. In the end, he was not out of the danger of his life, and he died in a fragrant way. But it seems that Orfinuo researched it 12 years ago. The power to resurrect the dead. Orfinuo itself is the power awakened by human beings after death. It itself represents resurrection from the dead. If the power of Orphi Enoch is injected into the dead humans, it will revive the dead and gain the ability to use drives. That is the mark of Orphienoch. It seems that Zhang Xiaoyi's opportunity has been imprinted. Dead and revived. But what about the second personality? There are still doubts. But at this moment, while he was thinking, Caesar suddenly gritted his teeth, and tried his best to take off the Caesar hanging from his waist to punch. Then blindly press the phone on the drive. Ready. Exceed charge. Charging. Brat. During the battle, do you dare to be distracted? That sudden blow came. But Jiang Bai let go of his hand suddenly. The opponent lost his balance, and the attack was suddenly interrupted. Of course, Orphi Enoch's executioner, of course, is not so simple. Almost fell to the ground. Caesar suddenly pressed his hands to the ground and braced himself up. At the same time, he bent down and punched out. The punch after charging is not weak in destructive power. One hit was enough to kill Orphi Enoch. But the moment the punch came out, Jiang Bai just swung his long sword suddenly. The light blade shot from the side hit the opponent's glove, deflecting it from the direction. Boom beside. Immediately afterwards, the streamer's lightsaber swung forward along the glove. Bang! Sparks shot from Caesar's chest. His body couldn't stop backing back again and again, and finally fell to the ground, sliding for a while. But it was also this moment. He found the Caesar blade gun that had fallen not far away. With the last of his strength, Zhou Ye seemed to run to the side of the blade gun. Pick it up while the chip is inserted. Ready. Exceed charge. Charging. Blade gun, divided into sword and gun functions. Pull out the shooting mode, and then release a golden quadrangular cone beam. Advertisement gold electric drill, in the form of a photon spiral. Moment. Spread out Jiang Bai in front of him and spin it at a high speed. Die. Little devil. Remember, in your next life, don't be distracted when fighting. Relying on experience, he obtained the priority right to kill. But at the moment when the spiral unfolded, Jiang Bai pushed the drive with a single push. What if I'm distracted when dealing with you? After all, you are super weak. Final attack ride PP Saga. Final attack control. Heavenly Emperor. The light blade, recharge immediately. The azure blue brilliance blooms as wide and boundless as the sky. You, super weak. This contemptuous, naked sarcasm directly filled the air. Caesar's hand holding the blade gun suddenly trembled. Then his face darkened. Raise the sharp long sword, point it forward, and give it a go. Blade storm. One's own power will pass through the opponent through the way of photons and blood, directly killing the opponent. This is what Caesar must kill. But the moment it initiates the kill, Jiang Bai raised the blue lightsaber. Gently, cut off. Bang! Chi chi! The lightsaber blasted above the spiral. When the blue light draws out a crescent-like scenery, The spiral is cut like this. And the body of Caesar appeared. In an instant, they were swept across by the blue light blade at the same time. What? The horrified voice suddenly came at this moment. Tread. The two bodies are staggered at this moment. With their backs to each other, stand behind each other. Caesar, suddenly the logo of the Emperor of Heaven appeared on his body. The whole body began to burst into flames. Death, come. Oh, it's really amazing, it's not an opponent at all. Am I finally going to die? After saying these words, his body suddenly turned into gravel and scattered all over the ground. On the ground, at this moment, there is a card. Caesar's card. After the Imperial Knight defeats the Knight, it will become a control card with the driver. At the same time, the sound of the system slowly came from Jiang Bai's ear. The host kills Kamen Rider Caesar and begins to draw cards. The draw is successful, congratulations on getting the Kamen Rider Orga, Emperor of Earth, control card. Dragon Boat Festival reading big discount. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, June 22nd to June 24th, advertisement. Chapter 42. The battle is over. A few cards popped out from the card box pinned to Jiang Bai's waist. It is the control card of Kamen Rider Diddy, and the final attack control card. Put away the cards of the Emperor and Caesar. Jiang Bai glanced at the surrounding crowd. Well, it seems that the movement is a bit loud. Call Zhang Xiaoyi. He just jumped up, left here quickly, and went to find Zhang Xiaoyi. Leave here. The other side. People from Night Security. Not long after the battle between Emperor Cavalry and Caesar started. He found the trace and quickly reported it to the headquarters. It's a pity, when people arrive. Jiang Bai has already gone far. There is no way, the people from the logistics department can only come out to deal with the mess. Confiscate all mobile phones of everyone at the scene, and delete the recorded video. At the same time, all videos on the internet were deleted before they were disseminated. Another announcement: a gas leak occurred in Linjiang, resulting in an explosion. One set down, smooth and smooth. Obviously, it's not the first time this has been done. After all, the group of knights in the executive department is only responsible for fighting. They will deal with the mess behind them. In short, an important target for the Knights Security Department at the moment. It is absolutely impossible to let the war between the monsters and the knights come to the fore. Do not cause social panic. Certainly. Jiang Bai doesn't know these things for the time being. He found Zhang Xiaoyi. The other party took the nurse and hid not far outside the community. The nurse had a nervous breakdown because she saw her family members die with her own eyes. Crouching on the spot in despair. Seeing her like this, Jiang Bai didn't know how to deal with it best. So he called Zhang Xiu. Xiao Zhang was in a car at this time. The maid is driving Bai Chugxiu's luxury car. And Bai Chugxiu sat in the back, watching the video on the night forum indifferently. It is the video of the Emperor of Heaven hanging and beating Caesar. I'm so stupid, what kind of knight is this? I haven't seen it before. Not in the database, it may be the newly developed knight. FK me, this belt, isn't it TM Emperor Kikai? Isn't this my brother Emperor Qi? This place is Linjiang, right next to my house, damn it, I missed a great opportunity to watch idols. Emperor Cavalry? As for the so-called World Breaker? It's very arrogant to be able to take this name. Leaving aside the arrogance, if I'm not mistaken, the weapon should be a lightsaber, right? Hand rub, won't it hurt? It's hard to say whether it hurts or not, but it's really handsome. Damn it, that guy Daiki really knows how to pretend. Hateful. Lin Zongmai, speak on the tuba. Just finished posting the video of the Crimson 13th Company in free fall, and the trumpet is here again? Lin Zongmai, why are you TM like Emperor Kikayu? I heard you were almost killed by him. Fart. I am the god of war Gangdu, who can kill me? Even if Sister Chugxiu comes, she won't be able to kill me. Also, I just think this operation is cool. Finally, I am not Lin Zongmai. Hee at. Hee at. At, Bai Chugxiu's pretty brows twitched slightly. Lin Zongmai is a tough guy. Sure enough, it is better to let him squat in the corner and play in the mud by himself. What a shame. He opened the video silently and watched Caesar appear after the glass of the window shattered. And the Emperor of Heaven who appeared immediately after. Miss Zhang Xiu, what kind of knights are these two? Caesar and the Emperor of Heaven, she has never seen this knight before. As the trump card against Zerg, one of the core of the organization. With A-level authority, she is sure that this knight is definitely not in the database. Jiang Shiyu took a serious look. Although I don't like the inexplicable reason why the other party targeted Jiang Bai, and the character of the riddle man. However, he took a closer look and shook his head, I haven't seen it. Advertisement by Chugsu nodded slightly, Lin Jiang, who are the forces that have made the unknown knight system? This is not a question, but a question and answer. Lin Jiang has been hiding AFEINYO for a long time, and they seem to regard this place as their territory. According to the guesswork of the Kyoto Intelligence Department on the overall situation, Siphon technology should be related to Orfino. They are the forces most likely to create the unknown knight system. Oh, it seems that when the Zerg attracted our attention, Orfino was not idle. Although Jiang Shiyu didn't speak. But the slight change in expression revealed everything. Last night, Jiang Bai had already told her about Zhang Xiaoei and Ao Feienyo. And the thing that Orphic might create the drive. So it seems that the Yellow Kamen Rider is the knight system made by Orphi Enoch? Her pensive look fell into Bai Chugsu's eyes. The latter's white eyelashes flickered slightly, and then he picked up the coffee and tasted it. While speaking, he suddenly asked, Miss Zhang, what do you think? Zerg, when will the general attack be launched? How do I know? Xiao Zhang rolled his eyes and answered angrily. The undercover agents hidden in the organization don't know yet. Bai Chugsu pondered for a while, what if they are waiting for me to do it? Hey! Jiang Shiyu showed a puzzled expression. Wait for you to do it? You mean? Bai Chugsu didn't continue to say more, but said calmly, get ready, Ma Shan is about to finish that thing. The Zerg is desperate. Xiao Zhang didn't refute these words, and his eyes became serious. Now that you know, there's no need to fight the Imperial Cavalry now. You are not his opponent, you will only make things more troublesome. Bai Chugsu raised her eyes slightly, isn't he his opponent? Is that right? If you say that, I'll be even more curious. You. Jiang Shiyu felt really tired talking to her. Why is this woman so attached to Jiang Bai? What she wanted to say was not to make trouble at this time. The Zerg is the real enemy, isn't it? But at this moment. Beep, suddenly her personal cell phone rang. When I took it out, it turned out to be Jiang Bai. What is that idiot thinking? They all told him not to contact him during this time, he would be monitored. She pretended to be calm and put the phone back. Pretend like nothing happened. Only. It looks more like cheating. Why do not you answer? Is it because it's the phone number from Emperor Qi? Pick it up, he shouldn't call you unnecessary at this time. Jiang Shiyu hesitated for a moment, and thought so too. She was also curious about what she met, and suddenly called herself. After a moment of contemplation, it was still connected. Hello. Hey, Xiao Zhang. Come and do me a favor, I'm at here. Jiang Bai had already joined Zhang Xiaoyi at this time. Miss Nurse, because she witnessed the scene of her family members dying in front of her eyes. Kind of like a nervous breakdown. Now she leans on Zhang Xiaoyi's shoulders in despair. Jiang Bai informed Xiao Zhang of today's situation. When the latter heard this, the corners of his mouth gradually twitched. You called, just to let me arrange the victims. I don't worry about other people. If I leave it to you, don't worry. After all, no one knows if she will be silenced. Jiang Bai looked at each other with pity. What happened 12 years ago once again involved their family. Although it was not what Zhang Xiaoyi wanted, but in a sense. It is true that there is a cause and effect with the little girl. Of course, Jiang Bai has never advocated the theory of victim guilt. Zhang Xiaoyi was also a victim. Died 12 years ago, resurrected by infusing the power of Orphic. The memory of being young is fuzzy, probably because of this. Advertisement. It seems that she is not as simple as resurrection. There are other secrets. And it may be very important to Orphi Enoch. In short, leave the nurse to Xiao Zhang for arrangement. Jiang Bai felt more reliable. After Jiang Shiyu heard the situation, she frowned slightly. Have you been silenced? I know the situation, and I will arrange it. But. Before Xiao Zhang finished speaking, Bai Chugsu suddenly said, Kamen Rider Decade, hello. Oh, so the one sitting next to her is a girl. Jiang Bai's voice suddenly came from the phone. Ah. Be happy. But what are you going to do? The nurse has seen you. Zhang Shui rolled her eyes. Don't worry, it doesn't matter if you're exposed. After all, I'm invincible. Jiang Bai shrugged his shoulders, showing off his self-confidence without caring at all. Yes, yes, you are invincible, so I don't care about you. Xiao Zhang felt speechless. This idiot, doesn't he know his situation? Everyone told him that Zhang Yu's identity was not simple, although everyone knew that Zhang Yu's death was not caused by him. But the other party was indeed wounded by the Imperial Cavalry, and then he was powerless to resist and was killed by an undercover agent hidden in the organization. Not the direct murderer, but in the eyes of some people, Jiang Bai can be regarded as indirectly causing Zhang Yu's death. Now that it is directly exposed, I don't know what kind of chaos it will turn into. Invincible? How dare you say it, Decade? Bai Chugxiu couldn't help but speak at this time. A trace of curiosity flashed in the pupils under the white eyelashes. Kamen Rider Emperor Qi, who has the ability to transform into other knights that has never been seen before. Even the higher UPS are quite coveted about his drive. Because I think so myself. Jiang Bai smiled indifferently. What a confident man, but do you know your situation? Bai Chugxiu leaned slightly on the car seat thoughtfully. The family Zhang Yu belongs to propose to issue a hunting order for you. Only some high-level officials recognize your strength. If you join the organization now, as long as you reach a certain level of contribution, even Zhang Yu's family can't say anything more. How, do you want to seek asylum? Tisk, family. Jiang Bai interrupted her even more dismissively when he heard this. I thought that the Cavaliers' security department was just like a sieve that was infiltrated. No one knows whether it will be hacked by teammates at a certain moment. But now it seems that you have more problems. It's boring to listen to. I'm so sorry, I only like fun and pretty things. And you guys are boring me. Bai Chugxiu showed such an expression as expected, and calmly tasted the coffee. In this case, I can only follow the order from above and take you back to Kyoto. You will be interrogated by high-level officials. Your identity, even if someone is covering it up for you, it is impossible to hide it forever after all. While speaking, her demeanor was slightly cold, and the high-ranking woman glanced at Xiao Zhang. The latter just turned his head and folded his arms around his chest. I am too lazy to say more. Facing this threatening tone, Jiang Bai directly smiled, make no mistake. I don't want to expose my identity, I'm just afraid of trouble. Not afraid of you. Try it if you can. Don't worry, I'm kind-hearted, and I'll leave you a posthumous photo when the time comes. Hearing the posthumous photo, Zhang Shuyu couldn't help but think of her distorted photo. Then he looked at Bai Chugxiu's high and proud face. What will happen to this woman if she is photographed by Jiang Bai? Thinking of this, Xiao Zhang couldn't help laughing. Pfft! Bai Chugxiu. She looked at Yu Ji beside her suspiciously. Is there anything funny about this sentence? It was fine if she didn't say it, but Zhang Shuyu wanted to laugh even more when she said it. Hearing the amused voice, Jiang Bai couldn't help chuckling, and said before hanging up the phone, Ah, yes, Xiao Zhang. Don't forget to pick up the poor victim when the time comes. I know, I know. We will protect the victims very well. Xiao Zhang rolled his eyes with a smile, and then looked at the hung-up phone. Put your phone away. With an unstoppable smile, she faced Bai Chugxiu. While laughing, he said, take me to pick up the victim. Bai Chugxiu looked at her with weird eyes, but she really couldn't get a laugh. When the driving maid turned her head, she nodded, go ahead, I just have a question I want to ask. Yes. Dragon Boat Festival reading big discount. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, June 22nd to June 24th, advertisement. Chapter 43. Night. Back home. Zhang Xiaoyi has already taken a bath and rested. Jiang Bai was lying on the bed, thinking about what to do next. Not Orphe Enoch and the Zerg, but system, is there anything I can accomplish now? Confirming, currently an achievement in progress. Killing monsters reached 500. Current progress, 432. Killing the night, achieving the reputation of destroying the world. Current progress, 2. Great reputation, let the world feel the oppression of the world destroyer. Current progress, 30%. Why is the progress of killing knights 2? Queen Bee, Thunderfly, and Kamen Rider Caesar. It should be 3. There are 2 knights who have not yet confirmed their deaths and are in a special state. The system replied. There are knights who are not completely dead. Jiang Bai was slightly taken aback. But there was a glint in his eyes. Is this so? He thought of the 2 who had been killed. It is said that their transformation equipment was taken away by undercover agents. Sure enough, the Night Security Bureau has been infiltrated into a sieve. There is no way to confirm whether it is Zerg, or Orfino. Sure enough, it's correct not to join the forces, although I don't have that kind of plan. Jiang Bai likes freedom. Bearing influence or something, you have to consider such and such issues. Still so comfortable. As long as he is invincible enough, he can make everyone shut up obediently. Only. The person from the Cavaliers' security department who spoke today made Jiang Bai a little concerned about what he said. Night security. The woman faintly revealed the meaning, which seemed to be, suggesting something to him. That organization. Isn't it as glamorous as it looks on the surface? Jiang Bai rubbed his chin, feeling that the situation in this world is quite messy. But. Again, fun. For a fun guy like him, it's very friendly. Thinking of this, he couldn't help getting up from the bed happily. Hold the camera and stand in front of the window. Take pictures of the brightly lit city where darkness and light are intertwined and cannot be completely separated from each other. Take out the photo and look at the distorted painting style. Light and darkness. It is even more distorted because he does not belong to this world. It seems that the 2 seem to be fused together, but they are opposed to each other, and they are fortunate to collide. Just like the nature of this world. Advertisement. When Jiang Bai raised the photo, faced the moonlight, and was silent. Sudden. The phone rang. Not a personal cell phone, but Arc system. Magic puppet, administrator. Hey. Yahina is back, and brought new members. Are you here? Are you here at all members? Dopant, 1111. Damn, it's finally updated. Yahina, you are so slow. Do you know how boring I am without chat groups? It's better in the group, everyone is talented, and they speak nicely. I like this place so much. Phantom, I think you like to quarrel in groups. Dopant, hey, you caught me. At, how is your situation? No fight. Can we do a live broadcast? Magic machine puppet, administrator. I'm sorry, because the identities of the group members are confidential, so there is no live broadcast function. Dopant, bad review. Orfino, your mother is dead. Zerg. Phantom, at Zerg. Doping body, at Zerg. Demonicist, you, why are you all question marks? Shouldn't this be at Ophinok? How did you say it with your mother in your mouth? Phantom, didn't the administrator say that the Zerg is dead? Who is this? Magical puppet, oh, I almost forgot to mention it. This is a new member, a member I found on the Zerg side. At Zerg, let's say hello to everyone. Zerg, at all members, hello. Orfino, your mother is dead. Phantom, doped body, magic doll. Ophinio has been muted by the administrator for 1 minute. Magical puppet, you can't swear. At Ophinio, if you have something to say it well. Ophinio has been lifted from the ban. Orfino, paralyzed, what happened to the Kamen Rider decade? My brother was killed by him. Damn it, if you Zerg didn't do this, my brother wouldn't have gone out on a mission and died. Zerg, what are you going to do in our territory of Orfino? If you don't explain, your mother will die suddenly. Member Ophinio has been banned by the administrator for an hour. Phantom. It can be seen that Orfino is a man. Doping body, full of mommy content. Beautiful, I just love watching this. Quarrel. Zerg, I don't understand what you're talking about. However, the emergence of Kamen Rider decade is also unexpected. Vampire, speaking of which, who is Kamen Rider decade? Dopant, yo. Who is this? Isn't duck blood expensive? Long time no see. By the way, I am also curious about his question. When did this thing appear in the nights? Tooth Vampire, can you say my name properly, BD? Adulterant, okay, duck blood is expensive. Advertisement. Tooth Vampire, the administrator has shared the information. Magic Puppet, administrator, I just wanted to tell you guys. This is the information of Kamen Rider decade, this guy is super strong. Be careful when you meet, Yahina doesn't want to go out to find new members to join. Dopant, hiss. No, how could this thing turn into a Jiadu? Is he on? Vampire, what are you talking about? Is it off or on? Phantom, do you want to hear what you are talking about? Duck blood is expensive. Tooth Vampire, ITM said, I am duck blood expensive. Member Vampire withdrew a message. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. There was a burst of joy in the group. But don't know. At the moment Jiang Bai is watching the screen. There is something, this administrator. I found so many detailed battle videos. It's really artificial intelligence. At this time, the new Zerg sent a message. Zerg, the Imperial Cavalry is very strong, but we have designed him to be in opposition to the Cavalier Security Department. Dopant, amazing. As expected of you Zerg, you really have a hand in playing tricks. However, why all of you Zergs suddenly came to Linjiang? I heard that Linjiang made pesticides? Zerg, that is a secret, but we will see the results soon. The day after tomorrow, the Linjiang branch will cease to exist. Doping body, if you say that, I have to come to see a play in Lijiang. Phantom, watching a movie +1. Vampire, I'm abroad, come back now, is it too late? Magic Machine Puppet, Administrator I don't know if you will be in time, but Yahina is going to Linjiang soon. Phantom, Administrator, are you going to Linjiang to watch a movie? Magic Puppet, no, I just picked up a child and went home. The following content is basically not nutritious. Orfinuo has been scolding mothers. It seems that his identity should have a lot to do with Caesar who was killed by him today. As for the worms, is there going to be a big move the day after tomorrow? Jiang Bai thinks. The achievement of 500 kills is about to be achieved. Bring it on. For such a grand banquet, there is no shortage of fun people to join in the fun. I come. Destroy everything. Dragon Boat Festival reading big discount. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, June 22nd to June 24th, advertisement. Chapter 44. Next morning. Brother Bai. Damn, what's your situation, you won't take the college entrance examination. Isn't it the rich woman on the list who has reached the pinnacle of her life? Lu Xiaopeng came to his house early in the morning. Brother, I'm a tourist in the South Island. As soon as I heard that you didn't take the college entrance examination, I flew back immediately. You have to tell me what's going on. Jiang Bai was happy, I don't believe it. You boy, there are 10,000 reasons for coming back, but it is absolutely impossible because of this. Ah. Lu Xiaopeng immediately showed embarrassment when he saw that he was exposed. Then grinned hard, hey, why don't I keep telling my dad that Brother Bai is a good buddy? My thoughts were immediately seen through. Ha ha ha. Jiang Bai rolled his eyes, okay, what happened when you ran back suddenly? Actually, it's nothing, it's just that I always feel uncomfortable in my stomach recently. I took a look at Nandao Hospital, and it was recommended to go to Mota Hospital. I'm just going home on the way. Hee hee. The little fat man scratched his head and touched his big belly. But Brother Bai, I'm worried that your college entrance examination is also true. What are you thinking? Have you thought about such a big thing? Otherwise. Jiang Bai shrugged. Brother Bai, what do you plan to do in the future? If you don't take the college entrance examination, maybe you can become a hero of justice. Jiang Bai smiled smugly. Ah? Ah? Fatty Lu was dumbfounded, looking like you were joking. Jiang Bai smiled, looking at his fleshy appearance. Lu Xiaopeng, I have the opportunity to exercise more in the future. Especially running, not to lose weight, but, to survive. The world is not peaceful. Especially in Linjiang, where Afianyo has been hiding. Brother Bai, why haven't I seen you for a while? I feel, you are so strange. Lu Xiaopeng scratched his head in confusion. Jiang Bai just patted his shoulder, but didn't say much. Some things, knowing may not be a good thing. It's no use telling him. Monsters exist all over the world. Escaping from Linjiang is just leaving one circle of monsters and going to another circle. It would be better to stay in Linjiang. At least Afianyo was suppressed by the Linjiang branch to death. Rather than being mediocre, it is better to live happily. Okay then, I still have to go to Shanghai, and I have to leave later. Brother Bai, contact me when you have time to go to Shanghai. I'm going to go to school there. It's time to take you to do what a man should do. The little fat man winked, and with the fat on his face, he looked rather obscene. It's not good to stay at home all the time. A man will only grow up if he experiences something. Jiang Bai just showed a disgusted expression, wanting to laugh at the other party's bragging. Result. Jiang Bai. Look at this. Zhang Xiaoyi, holding her mobile phone, ran out wearing a beautiful floral dress. Even the simplest floral skirt. It just makes the girl look more pure and lovely. Advertisement that well-behaved and beautiful appearance appeared in Lu Xiaopeng's eyes at this moment. He was stunned. Me. I rely. Zhang Xiaoyi. The Bai Fume in the eyes of the students of Linjiang No. 1 Middle School. Rich and beautiful, with very good grades. It can be called the white moonlight of all boys. But now. The other party was actually with Jiang Bai. Look. Even live together. Damn, the clown is actually me. Recalling that just now I asked Jiang Bai to go to Shanghai to do happy things. How can those vulgar fans compare to this rich woman? For a moment, Lu Xiaopeng's back teeth seemed to be crushed. He couldn't help but take a look at Jiang Bai, who was calm and calm. That look seemed to say again, brother, you **ck look at my jokes and treat me like a clown, don't you? Jiang Bai shrugged his shoulders with a noncommittal look. Lu Xiaopeng became stiff. You. How are you? Jiang. Goddess Jiang. She really deserves to be the Bai Yue Guang of all the boys in the school. Fatty, his face is red now. You are. Zhang Xiaoyi showed a puzzled expression. Lu Xiaopeng, my desk mate in high school. Don't worry about him, what's the matter? Jiang Bai gave a brief introduction and asked the business directly. Look at this. Zhang Xiaoyi picked up the phone and handed it to Jiang Bai. Is a news. Recently, more than 3-digit diarrhea hospitalizations have occurred in Linjiang. After investigation, the main body is students, especially senior 3 students who have just finished the college entrance examination and ushered in a long vacation. Experts believe that this may be due to the fact that students after the college entrance examination enjoy too much freedom and lack of hygienic diet. Therefore, experts suggest reducing the vacation time of college entrance examination students, and advocating that students should focus more on studying university courses after the college entrance examination. The specific situation is still being tracked. Damn it, which expert? I'll kill him. Just this one chance to be happy, and the FK wants to shorten our vacation. Damn it. Hearing the sound from the outside, Lu Xiaopeng immediately went crazy. Jiang Bai frowned slightly, and suddenly his eyes fell on the little fat man. I remember, you said that you have a stomachache recently. Ah? That's right. Wait a minute, I'm not alone. There are other people who have symptoms too. The little fat man turned pale immediately. Brother Bai, I'm not infected with some virus, am I? I'm not going to die, am I? No, I have to go to the hospital quickly. Brother Bai, I'm leaving first. The face was pale, and the flustered little fat man hurried to make a phone call. Dad, send me to the magic capital quickly, I might die. Jiang Bai watched the other party go away. Then she looked at Zhang Xiaoyi. Are you experiencing symptoms? No. The girl thought for a while and was sure she didn't. Advertisement. Jiang Bai nodded and became thoughtful. For some reason, he always felt things here are not that simple. But recently, the most important thing is the Zerg side. Zerg, the riots are about to start. As for this matter, Jiang Bai just thought about it for a while and put it aside temporarily. When the Zerg is over, let Xiao Zhang and the others investigate. In terms of investigating things, the Night Security Bureau, as a huge organization, is definitely more suitable than him. Jiang Bai continued to scroll down, and also saw the news of a gas leak and explosion in the community near Linjiang Hospital yesterday. Just a comment section for news. But a bunch of them were deleted. But in case of indecision, is it really just a gas explosion? Otherwise, it's a gas leak, so why can't we find some other reason? The instigator silently complained in his heart. And at this time, suddenly, the ARC system rang. Magic Puppet, Administrator. Wow. Are you Zerg about to move? Why did the Zerg in Guang'an district start to attack indiscriminately? Dopant? Damn, doesn't it mean tomorrow? I haven't arrived yet. Phantom, Unfortunately, I still want to go to the theater. Magic puppet, administrator, it's okay, Yahina can videotape it for you, and I'll show it to you when the time comes. But, at Zerg, why can't I understand your traces of action? If you want to destroy the Linjiang branch, why only part of it is dispatched? Guang'an district, is there anything special about this place? Why only this part? Phantom, let's go to work. Magical puppet, in this case, tell me about your plans, Yahina is super curious. There was silence and no one answered. Magic puppet, damn it, ignore the administrator, don't you? Stop talking. Administrator magic machine, mute all members for 2 hours. Authority dog, once again show his ability. But Guang'an district? Jiang Bai knew this place. An area not too far from his home, an area where Linjiang's economy is relatively developed. If the Zerg cause riots and wanton destruction there, that would be devastating to Linjiang's economy. But why did the action start here first? Guang'an district, is there anything special about this place? Jiang Bai thought for a while, but didn't expect the answer. Simply don't want to. Action is everything. Just let Zhang Xiaoyi stay at home, and she is ready to go. What? Bring Zhang Xiaoyi? Isn't that looking for someone to grab the monster? Dragon Boat Festival reading big discount. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, June 22nd to June 24th, advertisement. Chapter 45. Guang'an District. When the white-collar workers finally arrived by subway, they squeezed out and hurried to work. The students who hadn't finished class hurriedly ran outside towards the campus with their breakfast. When pedestrians come and go, the scene of prosperity gradually appears. Sudden hiss. Hiss. That sharp, hissing sound. Suddenly, it sounded at this moment. Countless monsters appear continuously from all directions. With the posture of a human, his body instantly swelled and turned into the appearance of a Zerg. Suddenly, the whole area. Looking away, it is full of traces of Zerg. The number of Zergs is one of the best among all the monsters. The only ones who can match it are Orfino and Magic Puppet. But other weirdos, they're miscellaneous soldiers, are just miscellaneous soldiers. The weak larva has the ability to shed its skin. Capable of becoming powerful adults. This is the other scariest thing about Zergs. Let the Cavaliers' Security Bureau have a headache. Those knights killed an unknown number of adults. As a result, the overall feeling is that the number of opponents has not even decreased much. And at this time, Zerg, then once again showed their incomparably huge numbers. Let people daunting quantity. Ah! Help! Help me! Strange, monster! On the street, suspicious pedestrians heard sharp and strange sounds. Looking around, he saw a hideous monster. All of a sudden, they all shouted hysterically. Terrified, he lost his mind and ran away. The hideous and terrifying larvae continued to spread out. Start attacking pedestrians passing by. Kill them, then mimic them to take their place. Repeat this behavior over and over again. The number of larvae is huge, and the number of adults is also large. When the people from the Night Security Bureau arrived, looking at the dense, scalp-numbing proficiency, he couldn't help but look gloomy. A preliminary estimate is that there are at least 300 larvae, and the number of adults is around 5. In the car, the staff of the data analysis department quickly made a judgment. Bai Chugzhu, who was wearing a windbreaker from the executive department, nodded. Within the response range. Lin Zhongmai sat opposite, don't worry. Although there are a lot of them, we have fought more than this in Kyoto. He grinned wide, revealing a pure and sunny childish smile. Zhang Shiyu nodded, in this case, we will deal with the larvae and leave the adults to you. The Linjiang branch doesn't just need to deal with Zerg. There is also Ophelia, who appears from time to time. There are not many knights, so this time there are only 3. Zhang Shiyu, Sombra, and Abaddon. Plus Bai Chugzhu, Lin Zhongmai. 5 people get out of the car. Let's deal with the larvae and leave the rest to the professionals. After Zhang Shiyu finished speaking, she took out the Ace memory and pressed it to transform. Sombra and Abaddon's shapeshifters nodded, and then transformed at the same time. After the transformation is completed, it is killed among the larvae. At the same time, Bai Chugzu raised her head and glanced at the adults flying in the sky or hiding in the pile of larvae. There is no strongest scorpion or fiddler crab. Are you still planning to do it? If you don't do anything, that thing will be sent to Kyoto. At that time, there will be many knights from Kyoto. Even the Zerg only got what they were given for nothing. Bai Chugzu thought for a while. Beside him, Lin Zongmai had already stretched out his hand to summon the Gangdu insect instrument to complete its transformation. After transforming, he shook his fists. I'm going up. Looking straight into the pile of larvae, it went directly towards the adult violin beetle inside. A fool who only knows how to be rampant and doesn't use his brain sometimes has a really easy life. Seeing him so direct, Bai Chugzu couldn't help but sigh. Shaking his head slightly, he put all distracting thoughts behind him. She raised her hand. Then, there was a ripple in the sky. Immediately, Jiadu insect instrument appeared from the sky at this moment. Buzz! The fiery red unicorn seems to come from the sun. Flying towards Bai Chugzu. Bai Chugzu stretched out her hand. It's time to grab the insect meter. Buzz! Unicorn, but that's it, flew away. Bai Chugzu was stunned. Just looking at it, the insect instrument flew into the sky. Then drop in above them all, on top of the standing figure. The body with its back to the sun is sitting gracefully, but more like enchantingly. When adapting to the glare of the rising light. Everyone saw the way. Magenta's body appeared at this moment. And the Jiadu insect instrument was falling on Jiang Bai's hands. Bai Chugzu was taken aback for a moment. Gao Leng's face was full of astonishment. Decade? Wait, why does Jiadu insect instrument? Lin Zongmai, who was fighting with him, was also stunned. This is, how could Jiadu insect instrument go to his side? Zhang Shuya was taken aback, and then also became dazed and astonished. And at this time, sitting above the shopping mall, Jiang Bai just looked at the Jiadu insect instrument parked in his hand, which was also very strange. Strange, this thing, why did it fly into my hand, and? He turned his hand around, but the thing seemed to be in the palm of his hand, and he couldn't get it off. It seems to depend on him. Bai Chugzu, Lin Zongmai, Zhang Shuyu. Advertisement Xiao Zhang is fine. Bai Chugzu and Lin Zongmai were immediately stunned. Especially Jiang Bai's puzzled and disgusted eyes. Bai Chugzu's eyes under the white eyelashes sank slightly, and then called out, Jiado. It seemed to hear the voice of the master calling. The Jiadu insect instrument in Jiang Bai's hand buzzed and spread its wings, hesitating. Seeing this, Jiang Bai suddenly realized. I see. I didn't expect someone else to be recognized by Jiado. It just looks like, do you like me more after all, he has power beyond Jiadu. Of course, because of this, he just teased the unicorn fairy, then let it go. Okay, it's time to go back and find your master. I'm looking forward to it. This Jiadu Jiang Bai showed the look of a happy man watching the excitement, and he didn't think it was a big deal. Buzz buzz, the Jiadu insect instrument seems to be nostalgic. After hesitating again and again, I just returned. It fell on Bai Chugzu's hands. This unicorn, that look of reluctance. It fell on the face of the tall and cold woman, and her face turned black immediately. Can't help but frown. Zhang Shuya wanted to laugh. This woman speaks so nicely. As a result, even the ability to transform was almost deprived. Now that she regains her strength, it's as if Jiang Bai is giving her alms. Xiao Zhang is happy. Bai Chugzu, full of resentment, forced herself to calm down. Insert the driver into the waist. Transform. The fiery red insect instrument in the shape of a unicorn fairy is now the driver inserted into the waist. Immediately, thick armor began to be laid on the body. Kamen Rider Kato, here we come. At this moment, it is still in the masked form with bloated armor. The weapon is Kunagun. At this time, the larva ahead came running. Originally engaged in raising the muzzle of the gun, I had to deal with the larvae that got in the way first. Boom! Boom! With continuous shooting, some of the weak larvae were even directly exploded. Bai Chugzu stepped into the battlefield. Start fighting! Of course, larvae were not her main target. The adult bugs in the sky are what she has to deal with. Watching the mayflies and mosquitoes flying around. The kunao gun was raised, aimed at them, and fired continuously. Boom! Boom! Gunshots kept ringing at this moment. But in an instant, Two adults noticed him. Zerg's IQ is not low. And they knew the executioner to the Zerg. Kamen Rider Kato. So in an instant, when the light bullet hits, go straight to the upscaling. Only. Bai Chugsu also knows the Zerg very well. When Kunao shot, his fingers were already on the driver at his waist. The moment the Zerg entered sublimation. Cast off. Change beetle. Exploding armor. The beetle transforms. On the body, the bloated armor loosened with a burst of air. Then suddenly ejected, covering the whole body. And the Zerg that attacked at this moment was hit directly by the attack without any surprise. Boom. Boom. The bodies flew out one after another. Take advantage of this opportunity. Bai Chugsu patted the time-scaling activation device on his waist. Clock up. When it rises, it activates, the body of the sun god. Suddenly disappeared from sight. The two Zergs, at the moment of reacting, also entered the time-scaling. But Bai Chugsu, regarded as the god of killing by the Zerg, has a very high combat effectiveness. The night form after bursting armor, the weapon is the Kunao dagger. Approaching in front of him, the dagger was slashed out in rapid succession. Stab it! Stab it! In an instant, Bai Chugsu's advantage was fully revealed. The battle in Ascension time. No one else can see it. The naked eye cannot capture such a fast speed. Just suddenly saw that there will be cracks on the ground. Or the walls of the neighboring houses were smashed to pieces. After a while. Boom! A heavy voice sounded. The two adult insects that could fly were knocked out of the ascendant. One after the other, fell on the ground. Tread! Bai Chugsu appeared and threw away the Kunao dagger casually. Then her slender fingers pressed on the insect instrument at her waist. Get ready to end the lives of two adults. The powerful power is fully revealed at this moment. Even Xiao Zhang, who has been displeased with her all the time, has to admit it. There is a reason why the opponent can be called the trump card against the Zerg. Just this kind of combat power that can instantly defeat adult insects in just a few seconds. No wonder you can be so confident. But thinking of the picture of Jiang Bai giving alms just now, Zhang Shiyu felt that the other party was nothing more than that. Besides, Xiao Zhang felt that Jiang Bai in that golden fighting posture was even more terrifying. It's just chilling. Advertisement move a little, and you'll be caught in seconds. This is the real exaggeration. And at this moment, sudden attack ride blast. Attack control. Burst. Bai Chugsu has already pressed the insect meter twice. When the night kicks at the ready. As a result, the light bullets that were suddenly released poured on the bodies of the two adults. Sparks shot out immediately, very eye-catchingly. An explosion followed. The flames filled the air. Mayflies and mosquitoes became adults, and they were killed. Bai Chugsu stopped. She raised her head slightly, her eyes turned to a cheerful figure standing on the mall in the distance. The Emperor Qi, who had been watching the show just now, stood up. See two adult bugs. He held out his hand and clapped. Nice show to be selected by Jiadu is indeed something. It's not bad. I just didn't expect that Jiadu turned out to be a girl. An inexplicable feeling that doesn't fit well. After all, the Jiadu of memory is the man who walks the way of heaven and manages everything. But now, obviously it's not a matter of fit or not. Leza finished watching. Next. It's time to get rid of the Zerg. In Jiang Bai's eyes, the Zerg is not a Zerg. But proper night control card. But this time. Suddenly, a cold light flashed before his eyes. I don't know when to pick up the Kunao dagger's armor, and suddenly use the rising time to rush to the front. Then the dagger cut out. Jiang Bai reacted extremely quickly. The instant the compound eyes were reflected in the cold light, he raised the cartridge gun in his hand. Bang! In the form of a gun, blocked the opponent's attack. Decade. It should be the first meeting. My name is Bai Chugsu, Kamen Rider. Koto. The attack was blocked, but Bai Chugsu greeted her as if nothing happened, and took the initiative to introduce her. Hello, I'm Emperor Qi. Jiang Bai shrugged and replied politely. By the way, he glanced at the opponent's dagger and was about to speak. But Bai Chugsu had already raised the Kunao dagger, and slashed out again. While blocking the attack, Jiang Bai turned the card box over. Switch to sword form. When the red dagger collided with the cold long sword. Clang! That ear-piercing roar, accompanied by the burst of sparks, came out in shock. You shouldn't be here. Bai Chugzhu said suddenly. With you here, I won't be able to fight the Zerg. This inexplicable words made Jiang Bai slightly taken aback. Instead, he smiled and said lightly, it's really a joke. I didn't control your hands and feet, and I didn't want to drag you to fight. Comparatively speaking, I want to destroy that group of Zerg now. Could it be because of what happened just now? Bai Chugzhu shook her head, but didn't explain much. Whether there is a reason for that is unknown. She just raised the kunao dagger and kept chasing after his attacks. Seeing this, Zhang Shiyu suddenly had a headache. The most troublesome thing is still coming. Exploding the larva in front of him with one kick, Xiao Zhang shouted quickly, Bai Chugzhu, what are you doing? Isn't the most urgent task now is to deal with the Zerg? She wanted to go directly to stop this meaningless battle. But itself, there are still a bunch of larvae in front of it. Although the strength of the knights is far greater than that of the larvae, it is still very time-consuming to deal with the number of 300. Now it's only cleaned up to about 60. However, the two who can clean up the Zerg best. There is a civil war now. Bai Chugzhu also didn't answer her. Just chasing Jiang Bai to attack. The latter feels distressed now. Looking at the number of larvae, the naked eye is seeing a decrease. Finally turned his head and took a straight look at Jiadu. Then, the long sword slashed out. In terms of strength, he is obviously better than Bai Chugzhu. After the armor is exploded, the various values of the armor have actually declined. It is equivalent to giving up part of strength and defense in exchange for speed and the ability to increase time. A random sword strike forced Bai Chugzhu to retreat. Then Jiang Bai put away the card box sword and clapped his hands. With deep eyes, he lightly looked at the sun god who was steadying his body. Should I say it's inexplicable, or should I be narrow-minded? But since you want to fight, then use this to deal with you. Quick battle. By the way, I'll teach you how to use Jiadu. Kamen Ride Kabuto. Masquerade. Jiadu, next. It's a battle of Jiadu vs Jiadu. Tomorrow, at 12 o'clock noon. Big guys, remember to subscribe. I love you. At least 5 chapters will be published tomorrow, with about 25,000 words. If the subscription is high, the author can continue to explode. Being young is nothing but a healthy liver. There may be many problems in writing, but the author is not demanding, and he can write with a little subscription. After all, looking at such rubbish data, there is nothing to hope for, just be happy. In addition, this book is only after seeing the influence of spells and counterattacks. I wanted to write a book about the corruption of high-level organizations. So when there are too many protagonist cards, the purple light will be turned on, and a night battle will be staged. Give the Decade organization a boost of strength. Dragon Boat Festival reading big discount. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, June 22 to June 24, advertisement. Chapter 46. Kamen Ride Kabto. Kamen Ride. Kabto. When the flaming armor all over the body is accompanied by the sound of an engine roaring. It is called the posture of the sun god Jiadu. Facing the rising sun, it appeared. This moment. 2 armored fighters face each other. Jiang Bai slowly stretched out his hand, holding the kunao dagger that he took out from some dimension pocket. Eyes, vaguely looking at each other's corners. The conspicuous Jiadu is the most obvious sign. It really makes people full of malice. Under Bai Chugzhu's mask, a strange expression appeared. What is this guy staring at his own horn for? Thinking about strange things, he glanced at the situation of the Zerg around him. With the 3 Zergs, Lin Zhongmai was a little stressed, but he was still within the range of coping. So, let's finish the task first. Holding Kuwu's dagger, Bai Chugzhu took a step forward. Close to the front of the body, quickly cut out. Jiang Bai raised his kunao dagger horizontally. The 2 daggers collided instantly, and sparks shot out. Bai Chugzhu took the initiative to attack. The dagger is a weapon because of its short size. The attack speed and frequency are higher, and the killing angle is more vicious. For close combat, it is very beneficial. The dagger swung out quickly. Bang! Bang! Sharp collisions, roars of metal, and bursts of sparks. Now form the art called fighting. Bai Chugzhu's attack was very rhythmic. Although she is a girl, her natural strength is insufficient. But it will be sharp and show just right. It's a different angle. Jiang Bai's words. Because it is too strong, the style is pure opening and closing. Just stand there. The dark blue compound eyes reflect the sharpness of the dagger. It was like a slash of an artistic dagger, blocking the opponent's attack with ease. Bang! Bang! This moment, Bai Chugxiu kept attacking. But it didn't work at all. She frowned slightly, just about to change and adjust her attack. But at this moment, Jiang Bai pushed aside the opponent's dagger with one blow. Immediately afterwards, without any thought of sympathy, the clean and neat daggers crisscrossed and slashed out continuously. Stab! Stab! Two cold lights drew dazzling sparks. Bai Chugxiu staggered and retreated repeatedly. Is the strength not right? She frowned slightly. The Kamen Rider system has a certain increase in the human body. Even if she is a girl, her strength is not too weak. Of course, if you compare it with Zhang Xiu, who is born with supernatural power, there is a clear gap. Xiao Jiang's strength is the same as adding real injuries. It's outrageous. As a knight with rich combat experience, Bai Chugxiu realized the moment when she was completely invincible. Of course, he will not continue to challenge the opponent with his own weakness. Resolutely tap the clock up activation device on the waist. When the time up is activated, the body instantly enters the acceleration state. Seeing this, Jiang Bai also drew out his control card. Attack ride clock up. Attack ride. Clock up. With a push of both hands, the body immediately enters the field of ascending time. Everything around him seemed to come to a standstill at this moment. Certainly. The steel bucket and the three adult insects over there are also entering into an ascending battle. It's just that the battlefields are not together. Thorn. Uptime field. The moment he entered, Bai Chugxiu came over directly. Want to seize the opportunity again. Jiang Bai turned his head casually, dodging the thrusting dagger. Then he suddenly grabbed the wrist of the opponent who hadn't had time to strike horizontally, and yanked it towards him. At the same time, he raised his right leg high and kicked the opponent's chest. World breaker. I won't talk to you about men and women. If you mess with him, you can't miss it. Ah! The heavy blow immediately made Bai Chugxiu groan in pain. The body couldn't stop flying out immediately. Jiang Bai took a step forward and chased after him. Watching the figure that didn't give her the slightest chance to breathe came again. Bai Chugxiu gritted her teeth and kicked her right foot on the ground with an extremely quick reaction. Let the body that was impacted by the force forcefully twist, turn around and swing the dagger obliquely. RB. Thorn. Jiang Bai moved faster, the moment his arm was raised. He raised his arm indifferently, and sent the opponent's weapon flying with a clean blow. Immediately afterwards, he held the dagger upside down, and his backhand was very smooth, full of beauty, and he cut out continuously. Bai Chugxiu's body was defeated again. Looking at Jiadu, who was not his opponent at all. Jiang Bai held the dagger upside down as if playing with it, played with it, and threw it away. Even if you enter the accelerated state, what can you change? The final result is nothing more than entering the melee combat at the beginning. You can't beat me, this is the gap between you and me, but to be honest, you are pretty good, although there is a lot of gap with the Jiadu I imagined, but it is not too bad after all. This is the truth. The opponent is good, whether it is operation or reaction, they are very strong. It's a pity that the opposite is a hexagonal all-around fighter. Operation, reaction, strength, combat IQ, grasping ability, Jiang Bai is all above her. But Bai Chugxiu was unmoved. He just frowned, and his heart was firm. Seeing this, Jiang Bai showed a satisfied smile. Can be selected by Jiado, if you are a weak person, it will be boring. At least this guy is inexplicable, but determined advertisement it can be regarded as a qualified Jiadu transformer. Only picked the wrong opponent. When Bai Chugxiu rushed up persistently, her long legs lifted up. Under the blessing of strength, it was kicked out like a long whip, and a gust of wind agitated it. Jiang Bai stretched out his hand directly. That's it, 01330810 Fila 1500612551 playfully catch her kicks. Bai Chugxiu was still firm, without any hesitation, she twisted her body suddenly. The body is very flexible, allowing oneself to hover in mid-air. The other foot kicked out while taking advantage of it. Jiang Bai stood there calmly. When that kick came over, he suddenly waved his arm. Bai Chugzhu suddenly lost control of her body because of her grabbed leg. It suddenly turned into a bow and flew towards the nearby store. When the body smashed against the glass of the store, the heavy force directly shattered the glass, and Bai Chugzhu subconsciously crossed her arms to protect herself. Boom! A heavy voice sounded. Bai Chugzhu was very embarrassed and got up from the ground. The glass shards on his body fell to the ground, making a harsh sound. She gasped for breath. The beautiful eyes became more and more dignified. Strong. Far stronger than imagined. Although she is proud, she is not stupid. That guy is indeed confident enough to call himself invincible. Especially when paired with Emperor Qi, it is enough to deal with any opponent's drive. However, maybe I should be happy. At this time, swish! The posture of the sun god appeared in Jiang again. The thought just now was replaced in an instant. Happy to be alive. Almost reflexively, she raised her arms. Boom! Another blow, a heavy punch, hit the arm. The burning pain caused Bai Chugzhu's expression to change slightly. And the body burst out at this moment. With the help of being blasted out of the force, she hastened to use the rising time to make a leap forward. Click! Body, stepping on the glass of the building. The eyes quickly looked around the terrain in an instant. Boom! The hunter, who was teasing his prey, caught up at this moment. With one kick, smashed the glass of the building. At the same time, Jiang Bai's clean set of kickboxing. After beating Bai Chugzhu, he retreated steadily. With the help of the ability to increase time, the body keeps running towards the top of the building. And behind it, the building keeps being crushed by Jiang Bai's power. And Bai Chugzhu flew out in a panic, turning around hastily from time to time, and kept dodging with such an appearance. Where is the so-called? As a Jiadu, I am the strongest. Turning around, he was punched in the face again. The body suddenly retreated, but, finally enough, Bai Chugzhu suddenly jumped out. Stepping on the edge of the top of the building, let the body suddenly fall backwards and freely. At the same time, Ku Wuqiang lifted up, aiming at the sky and shooting continuously. She shattered the top of the building, mingling with crumbling stones. Falling from the sky, it became a bunker for a moment. And at this moment, Bai Chugzhu kicked the rock and flew to Jiang Bai's position. At the same time, he has no gun and keeps shooting. Take advantage of the terrain, the current environment. She managed to create favorable conditions. At this moment, hit him hard. Boom! 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 The light bullets continued to pour, and the stones followed. Immediately, where Jiang Bai stood, engulfed by a burst of fire. One end of the entire building was directly blown up. The glass couldn't bear this kind of force, so it shattered and exploded. Suddenly, a huge pothole appeared in place at this moment. The firelight, accompanied by the smoke, gradually dispersed. Step on larger rocks, use the rising time to maintain stability, and land full. Bai Chugzhu stared forward. But at this moment, her pupils suddenly constricted. Where are people? And at this moment, below, on the ground, a body appeared under the building at some unknown time. Jiang Bai raised his head lightly. So that's the case. If you don't have enough strength, do you have to use your brain? It's a completely different style of fighting. But if that's the case, you can't bring me more fun. So, let's deal with you like this. He pulled out a brand new control card, inserted it into his waist, and violently explained. Kamen Ride Kabuto Hyper. Kamen Ride. Kabuto Beyond Form, next second. Jiang Bai's body changed immediately. Chest, suddenly the armor opened. An electric current filled with astonishing power began to surge all over his body. Immediately afterwards, the majestic power sublimated the posture of the sun god. The breastplate, which was originally a simple style, instantly filled with the texture of metal, reflecting the invisible power. Kamen Rider Kato transcends form, now debut. Originally, Bai Chugzhu brought him a little fun. It satisfies his desire to be a fighter in this world as a fun person curious. But the fun is enough. Advertisement then, it's time to give her some strength. Backhand, the weapon named Bai Kongjian appeared. Jiang Bai inserted a card again, pushed it with one hand, and stared at the opponent's unicorn with his eyes full of malice. Final attack ride KKK Kabuto Hyper. Final attack ride. Beyond Jiadu. Suddenly, the 100 insect sword was filled with dangerous power. This is... Bai Chugzhu froze in place, her face full of surprise. A form she had never seen before. Does Jiadu still have this kind of power? Wrong. Now is not the time to think about this. Will die. If you don't block this attack, you will be killed in seconds. At this moment, she seemed to see the picture of her head being taken off. Immediately, with the fastest speed, he suddenly pulled the insect instrument on his waist. Put on. Dress. This is to recall the bloated armor that exploded before, so that you can get the powerful defense of the masked form. Then, Jiang Bai raised his long sword and went out. The astonishingly dangerous rays of light gathered rapidly to form a slashing form. Everything, in the blink of an eye. Boom. Armed with thick armor. The slash in the transcending form also hit Jiadu's body. Immediately, the flames diffused out, and majestic power swept across the body of Kato in masked form. Blast the whole person out. Then, at the same time, time up state cancelled. Everyone. It is Kato who sees a new look. As well as the other armor that flew out. This is... Zhang Shuya was slightly taken aback, but when Mamua subconsciously looked at the belt, he couldn't help but smile in surprise. Jiang Bai really gave himself a sigh of relief. She is really curious about Bai Chugzhu's appearance now. Immediately, he looked sideways at another Jiadu who was swept by the force. He slammed into the wall of house 187 hard, and the chapped marks continued to spread, and his body was almost sunken into the body that had stopped just now. At the waist, the insect instrument cannot maintain the transformed state. Automatically cancel the transformation. The whole body armor is scattered by the wind. Blood overflowed from the corner of Bai Chugzhu's mouth, and her long hair fell down. It made the whole person feel more embarrassed. She fell to the ground. A mouthful of blood couldn't help spurting out. His face was pale. Almost. If he hadn't used the dress, he would have been wiped out by that sword. At that time, I'm afraid there will only be one corner left. Tread. Jiang Bai stepped forward slowly, looking at each other's embarrassed look. Although the style is different, the strength is also weaker. But you still brought me a little fun. If you reacted fast enough, you survived. But... Jiang Bai slightly squeezed Bai Chugzhu's chin, who was powerless to resist. Then, he took out his camera and took a picture of the other party. It counts as a posthumous photo of early withdrawal. Thank you. Take out that painting style distortion. The light, background, and faces are all very abstract photos. Put Jiang Bai on the ground. By the way, hold the opponent's hand. Lay it lightly to prevent it from being blown away by the wind. As expected of him, the most caring Kamen Rider. Jiang Bai couldn't help laughing. And at this moment, the other people in Linjiang were suddenly at a loss. Instinctively speaking, they should help Bai Chugzhu. The other party came to help them face the river, and it was an organization. But at this moment, no one dared to make a move. The existence named Emperor Cavalry is like a great demon king. Those who suppressed them, no one dared to make a move. Leave this to you, and I'll deal with that side. Now, Zhang Shuyu is the only one who dares to touch Daiki's brow. No, Xiao Zhang also knows the seriousness of the situation. Quickly get rid of the entanglement of the Zerg. Then come to Jiang Bai's side. Looking at Bai Chugzhu lying on the ground in embarrassment, struggling to breathe, Zhang Shuyu couldn't help chuckling. I've said it all, you are no match for Jiang Bai. You asked for it. But, I've been looking forward to your expression like this. What a mess. Zhang Shuyu, who was so pd off, picked up the photo and took a look at it. Tisk tisk, this is indeed a great master of abstract art. Such a beautiful girl can also take a twist. Even if you look carefully, the battle-damaged version is also pretty good looking. But really have to look very, very carefully. Just when Xiao Zhang, Tian Xian's mouth couldn't stop rising. Sudden. A phone rings. Hey? The phone number from the headquarters. Zhang Shuyu froze for a moment, then connected. This is Zhang Shuyu, do you have any instructions? And at this time, the other side of the phone. At this moment, there were continuous explosions. The hiss of the Zerg, the roar of the weirdo. People shouting, glass shattering, and paper being rolled up and scattered salsa. These voices are very harsh at this moment. Sister Shu Yu, it's not good. Zerg attack base. Advertisement. Chapter 47. Under the scorching heat. Sister Shu Yu, it's not good. The Zerg have attacked the base. Su's voice came from the phone right now. Noisy, chaotic. And at the same time, the people from the data analysis department got out of the car. Captain Jiang, I received a call for help from the branch. The branch was attacked. As soon as this remark came out, immediately, everyone's expressions changed slightly. Happily at this time. Branch attacked. This news has just caused a riot in the Cavalier Security Bureau. And immediately. Boom. Still in the uptime state. Because seeing Bai Chugzhu defeated by Jiang Bai, Lin Zongmai was subconsciously distracted. Suddenly attacked from behind. He was blasted out from the accelerated state, and his body fell to the ground like a meteor. Retreat. Retreat first. Zhang Shuya yelled immediately. Damn it. It's Tia Hulishan. The Zerg here is the bait to transfer us away. But why? The branch's detection equipment should start sending distress messages when the Zergs approach. Why delay until now? Zhang Shuya couldn't figure it out. But for now, the most important thing is to retreat tight. But at this moment, Lin Zongmai suddenly got up and looked at the person who attacked him just now in disbelief. How can it be? Why, it's you. Brother Zhang Yu. He was attacked by surprise, and Bai Chugzhu was seriously injured and worried about the relationship. But more still. In that split second, a familiar voice rang in my ears. Only then subconsciously let down his vigilance because of surprise. And at this moment, he raised his head in horror, looking at the figure slowly appearing in the distance. Emerge from acceleration. That Kamen rider named Queen Bee. Impossible. Brother Zhang Yu, you are already. And Brother Yuan Ming, how could you? Beside the Queen Bee, it is Kamen rider Thunderfly. The opponent held the gun and shot suddenly. Repel the shadow, and Abaddon at the same time. What happened? It's not Queen Bee and Thunderfly, why would it be? Everyone, this moment is unbelievable. Dead Knight, why at this moment, revived, and helping the Zerg attack them. Now, the two knights who should have died, lifted their transformations. Then show their faces. A gentle big brother smile appeared on Zhang Yu's mature face. He offered to reach out, Xiaomi, come to my side, I will take you, to create our own world. Our world? That, what does it mean? Lin Zongmai was full of doubts. Why are you still alive? And why are you, helping the Zerg? What exactly is going on? Bai Chugzhu was defeated. Zhang Yu and Wang Yuanming were killed, but they were resurrected again and became enemies. All these messy things are not good for Lin Zongmai. Obviously, it was no small test. He covered his head in annoyance, restless. And at this moment, calm down, Lin Zongmai. Cough cough. With a slightly painful voice, the speed was slowly transmitted from behind. Chugzhu, sister. Lin Zongmai turned her head. It was the war-damaged version of the cold woman who stood up with difficulty, wiped away the blood from the corners of her mouth. Calm down, they are Zerg. The real Zhang Yu and Wang Yuanming are dead. Knights, because some of them act alone. Unless you encounter a large-scale enemy, you will call for support. And as the trump card to deal with the Zerg, Bai Chugzhu usually acts alone, mainly hunting and killing adults. This can prevent other people from dragging her down. Ace, when acting alone, the lethality is more terrifying. So she and Zhang Yu and Wang Yuanming just knew each other. But unlike Lin Zongmai, who is a distant relative, he is so familiar. For their death, it has long been accepted. After all, there are not a few knights who die every year. Now she cares more about. Bai Chugzhu raised her head slightly. On the way Zhang Yu came here, did you treat him with respect? You really deserve to be the trump card of the organization. The identity was exposed, and Zhang Yu, who was imitating, did not cover it up. Instead, he nodded directly, Miss Bai is really amazing, but judging by your appearance, have you already guessed it? Bai Chugzhu touched her ribs, her pretty face turned pale from the pain, but she still stood firm on the bright side, and said indifferently, if I don't know how corrupt the high-level people are, it's impossible for me to be sure that I will attack the Emperor's cavalry. Advertisement: you killed Zhang Yu and the others, didn't you just hope that I would do something to the Emperor? The mimetic Zhang Yu couldn't help applauding after hearing the words. It's amazing. Sure enough, the plan was completely seen through. Fortunately, this time it was Yang Mu who prepared it. Even if you see through it, in order to become the top of the organization, you still have to fight against the Imperial Cavalry. Otherwise, it would be really troublesome to deal with you. While speaking, he glanced at the body that surpassed Jiadu. A sense of danger suddenly rushed over. However, he still bit the bullet and said, Mr. Emperor Qi, first time meeting. I have been hiding since I mimicked Zhang Yu not long ago, and I have never met you. But now, I have to thank you. Thanks to your help, Jiadu's strength can be weakened to this extent. It's a pity, we originally hoped that you could fight Jia and fight to the death. Of course, this is enough. We only need to stop you for half an hour, and everything will be settled over there. The Linjiang branch will be destroyed, that thing, and that person will be destroyed by everything. The imitation Zhang Yu had a grim smile on his gloomy face. Jiang Bai understood. From this point of view, it is called Zhang Yu's tomb. In fact, long before coming to Linjiang, the Zerg that was blocked had mimicked him. The Zerg who obtained his memory specially designed a conspiracy for Bai Chug's. Using the undercover agents hidden in the Night Security Bureau, they killed Zhang Yu and Wang Yuanming. But when did Wang Yuanming imitate? Forget it, it doesn't matter. In short, take advantage of the contradiction between Jiang Bai and the Night Security Bureau. This prompted Bai Chug's to be forced to attack him. B. Why are you so sure that the other party will do this? What does it have to do with the corruption at the top of the Night Security Bureau? And the so-called decay, what do you mean? Jiang Bai thinks it's interesting, but... He raised his head slightly, and looked at the Zerg in front of him playfully. You mean, you used me? Then, you want to stop me for half an hour? The voice is very calm, even a little like a smile. The youthful voice makes people feel good. 18. At this moment, Zhang Yu and Wang Yuanming's mimicry could not help but tremble slightly. Noticed. A sense of danger. Jiang Bai held his head up and smiled. I like to crush your pride when you are self-righteous. Your sad expressions satisfy my wicked taste to the greatest extent. So. Let me see how you please me for half an hour. He raised the 100 insects sword. His eyes glowed with a deep cold light. We have so many Zergs, even if we can't beat them, it's enough to hold them back. The imitative Zhang Yu gritted his teeth when he heard the words. I don't believe that no matter how powerful you are, you can kill us all within half an hour. Transform. He grabbed the queen bee insect meter. Wang Yuanming next to him grabbed the thunderfly insect instrument. When the two were about to transform. Sudden. Jiang Bai raised the 100 insect sword. Then. The queen bee, the thunderfly, and the sword scorpion insect instrument that came out of nowhere, were all mounted uncontrollably and fused on the 100 insect sword to form its most complete form. The transformation was interrupted like this, and the two mimetic shapeshifters were taken aback for a moment. Queen bee, why did thunderfly? And isn't that the Lord's sword and scorpion? Mimic Zhang Yu was stunned as he watched the flying insect instrument and the familiar sword scorpion. At this time, Jiang Bai drew out the card. Final attack ride KKK Kato Hyper. Final attack ride. Kato Hyper form. Xiao Zhang, step back a little. Ah. Oh. Zhang Shiyu came back to her senses. He hurriedly took Bai Chug's back. Then he motioned for everyone else to back off. When the surrounding area was cleared, Jiang Bai raised the 100 insect sword and switched to gun mode. Then equipped with the insect instrument, at this moment one after another shines brightly. Queen bee, thunderfly, sword scorpion. And Jiadu's own power. At this moment, red, yellow, blue, purple. The four colors represent different powers of the insect instrument and complement each other. Bright, sacred, just like the brilliance of a rainbow, so dazzling that people can't help but dazzle. At the same time, beyond Jiadu's back, suddenly unfolded, like rainbow-colored wings. The rays of light gushed out, and the super-elevated time was activated. This is to counteract the recoil of the next attack. Then, when the light continues to gather, the Zergs suddenly felt uneasy. The two mimetic Zergs immediately didn't care to take back their drives. Hurriedly, the body swelled rapidly, turning into the posture of that ferocious Zerg. A scarab, a leaf worm. Hiss. Hiss. The sharp voice kept coming out. This is a call to separate. But alas, it's useless. Jiang Bai raised the 100-bug gun, the bright light was like super-timed wings. Dazzling bright, full of mysterious atmosphere. Then, aim the muzzle forward. In your next life, remember to think about how long 30 minutes is. A faint voice fell, Jiang Bai went to the trigger. Boom. In the next second, the impact of the beam-shaped ability with a maximum range of 100 kilometers will bloom brightly. Up front, the Zerg trying to get away. Almost instantly, it was annihilated. Even adult insects cannot escape. Just like that, he was directly engulfed by the terrifying force. Advertisement then disappear completely. This blow, even if Shi Ting Chong was hit, would be instantly annihilated. Not to mention the Zerg. Just suddenly, it all disappeared. Half an hour? Laughed to death, didn't last a minute. When Jiang Bai put down the 100-bug gun in his hand. Suddenly, there was silence all around. The people from the Night Security Bureau fell silent for a moment. Coincidentally, they showed that stunned, jaw-dropping expression. Everyone, with question marks all over their faces, looked as if they had seen a ghost in horror. Lin Zongmai looked at the Bei Kong sword, and then at his own two swords, and suddenly felt that this thing was not good. Bai Chugxiu frowned suddenly. She suddenly felt that she was still alive. It's not because the masked form resists the beating, but because the opponent let go of the sea. Zhang Shiyu's frown, which was also frowned because she was worried about the situation of the branch, couldn't help but ease up at this moment. But looking at Jiang Bai at this moment, only then can I suddenly discover how friendly ordinary boys are. There was silence all around for a few seconds. Suddenly, it seemed to be ignited and detonated. Noisy and whispering. My grass. The Zerg, all of them were instantly killed. Okay, that's amazing. Dude, am I dazzled? Don't ask me, I'm doubting life too. This moment, everyone. He stared at Jiang Bai as if looking at a god. And the latter. In the ear, there is the sound of the system. Kill 190 Zergs and 7 adults, is it superimposed? 5 days have not yet come, in order to obtain the maximum benefit, of course it is superimposed. Superposition. Jiang Bai replied. Then, the system sound continued. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing Kamen Rider Queen Bee and Thunder, and is drawing cards for you. Random draw is successful, you will get the Kamen Rider Kyuga control card. Congratulations to the host, you have completed more than 500 achievements in killing monsters, and you have obtained the Kamen Rider Fui's Burst Form control card. Empty me. Jiang Bai was slightly taken aback. Big brother Heisei. Although Kyuga and Ultimate Kyuga can basically be regarded as two kinds of knights. It's like a character and a special skin in a previous game. The basic empty self and the ultimate are completely in 2 dimensions. But this is also normal, basic, and final form. It's normal to have a difference. But the T0 level combat power displayed by Ultimate Sora, even if you look at the order and various bugs, it is still at the top level. It's a pity that what Jiang Bai got was only the foundation of emptiness. Big Brother's power is still good though. The all-round form is balanced in all aspects, and other forms make up for the shortcomings. And you can get the ultimate form in the future, let the world feel the horror of the ultimate power. In addition to empty my reward accident. There is also a Fui's burst form. Never deflate and burst, it's finally here. Coincidentally, the weirdo at Linjiang's home court is Ophelia Enoch. Wait for the opportunity to increase the strength of Fei Enyo in the future. The harvest is quite, Wang Zhao Zhao, abundant. Jiang Bai. Xiao Su is now surrounded by Zerg, it is very dangerous. At this moment, Zhang Shiyu spoke suddenly. Hearing this, Jiang Bai remembered the group pet. Xiao Chuankong is still in their Linjiang branch, facing the attack of Zerg. Almost forgot, tell me the location, and I'll take you there. Xiao Zhang thought that when Jiang Bai was about to drive up, he would take her there. So I told Jiang Bai the location directly. Location away from downtown. That's right, things like bases should be quiet. And it has to be secretive enough. After confirming the location, Jiang Bai waved his hand and used the dimension wall. When the grey curtain suddenly appeared, Zhang Shiyu was taken aback for a moment. What is this? Come with me and you'll find out. Jiang Bai smiled mysteriously, pulled Xiao Zhang into it. When the picture flashes, they disappear from the spot. Only left in place. Others with messy faces. Black Shadow touched his head, what are we doing? Abaddon came back to his senses, damn it, why did the Imperial Cavalry leave? We're the only ones left. Lin Zhongmai was also dumbfounded, walked over, and touched the position where the dimension wall was just now. Sister Chugzhu. They disappeared. Bai Chugzhu frowned slightly. What ability is this? That curtain is. Sister Chugzhu, we wouldn't want to go back by ourselves, would we? Lin Zhongmai scratched his head with a question mark on his face. What else? Cough cough. Bai Chugzhu rolled her eyes, and at the same time, the chest injury made her almost spit out a mouthful of blood. That guy doesn't like us very much. We didn't kill us, I'm afraid it was because of Zhang Shu's face. Okay, everyone retreats and returns to the base. She looked back at Lin Zhongmai and the other knights. You command the retreat, I'll bandage the wound. It's you. Hearing this, Sua Ying hurriedly took over the command and settled the retreat. Although the executive department is mainly fighting mad. But the people from the data analysis department followed, after all, they put on their own brains. So when we retreated, there was not much panic, and it unfolded in an orderly manner. Advertisement. Chapter 48. When the Cavaliers' Security Bureau began to retreat, Bai Chugzhu dragged her bruised body to let the maid come over. Every time a battle is fought, the maid who must carry a medical kit is now playing a role. Hurry up to treat my young lady's very serious injuries. Miss, are you okay? The ribs are all broken, that Emperor Cavalry is too unsympathetic. The maid looked at her own lady who was covered in injuries, and couldn't help feeling distressed. When Bai Chugzhu heard this, there seemed to be a faint smile on that icy face. The long eyelashes fluttered coldly, and a calm voice sounded slowly, that's good. Kill decisively, and deal with those disgusting old men is the best. I'm really looking forward to seeing if that guy will kill all those old things who are stubborn and do not let go of their power when they go to the capital. The maid was stunned when she heard this. Then he quickly disappeared and healed his wounds. It wasn't something she could listen to. But, recalling how my young lady was restrained everywhere and suffered all kinds of grievances, she couldn't help but look forward to it. This Imperial Knight doesn't look like other hot-blooded youths. So easy to be Pua. Hidden in a building outside the city. The surrounding area is full of various monitoring equipment and thermal imaging equipment. With a radius of 100 meters, even the slightest movement can be pierced instantly. But at this time, it is this kind of heavily guarded place, but it has been attacked. Hiss. Hiss. It was like mountains and plains, standing on the top of the building and looking down. There are endless Zerg, just the number makes people look at it. In an instant, I can't help but despair. The top floor of the building. Zerg broke in, and the knights in the organization were basically performing their own tasks. During this time, the Zerg were all tentative behaviors. Plus the undercover inside the organization. They never imagined, on this day. Without warning, a general attack was launched suddenly. From their point of view, it was indeed sudden. After all, the intelligence department usually looks for the location of the Zerg, the data analysis department makes plans, and the execution department completes the task. It's been like this for nearly half a month. Even if the Zerg appeared in the morning, they treated it as normal work. After the data analysis department made a plan, it asked Bai Chugzhu to lead the people from the execution department to complete it. Result. It turned out to be Tia Hulishan. Too suddenly. In addition, the Ministry of Intelligence is still investigating the undercover matter. So much so that they didn't react at all, and the Zerg had already destroyed the communication equipment. Loss of ability to communicate with headquarters. Fortunately, I can still contact Zhang Shu. Now, we can still wait for support. As a result, all the staff evacuated to the highest level, trying to hold on until support came. The survivors in the building basically gathered 123 here. Someone destroyed the monitoring equipment, causing the Zerg to attack the base silently. The Zerg are plentiful, and there's no doubt they're coming for that thing. In addition, we have lost contact with the logistics department and cannot be contacted for the time being. Minister of Intelligence Xia Yiming and Minister of Data Analysis Fang Xianwen reported the situation. Boom. Yan Daos Hung, how could he care about keeping in good health? Now with a black face, he punched the table. Try to contact the logistics department. Be sure to ensure the safety of personnel and equipment. If it doesn't work, give up. As long as people are alive, they can have fun again. Let Lin Dongguo persevere, the knight who performed the mission is returning. Yes. The two ministers and assistants nodded. To carry out the order. At this time, the central floor of the building. When a dimensional wall flashed past, Jiang Bai walked out with Zhang Shiyu. Here it is. Looking at the scene in front of him, it suddenly became a base. Xiao Jiang's eyes lit up immediately. When did you still have this ability? Jiang Bai shrugged. It's been a long time ago. It's just that you didn't ask. As I said, I like to take pictures of interesting things, interesting people, and interesting scenery. If you use this, it is easy to miss a lot of scenery. Of course, it's too hot and I'm too lazy to walk, so I will use it to save time. Zhang Shiyu rolled her eyes. You really know how to enjoy it. But this ability is really convenient. Is it the Emperor's own? Jiang Bai replied ambiguously, it's sort of. The dimensional wall, to be precise, was directly given to him by the system. As the name suggests, this is the standard configuration of Emperor Kikai. Of course, there is no lack of Jiang Bai as an excellent host, who made Tongzi Lame. Tongzi, give me a drive, no dimensional wall. Dimensional wall and driver are not the same. Are you sure it's different? There's no dimensional wall. Who plays Emperor Kikai? Can you do it, Tongzi? If you are like this, I will be ashamed to say that I have a system in the future, shame on me. In short, it's just such a flicker. If Tongzi is lame, he will give it. This is worthy of his Jiang Bai's system, so cute. While recalling the past, Jiang Bai observed the so-called Night Security Bureau. It was his first time here. Zhang Shiyu looked around and opened the door carefully. Advertisement. He heard the hissing from the corridor. After closing the door, Zhang Shiyu turned around and said, we are lucky, this is the floor where the logistics department is located. Then, Jiang Bai, do you know why the Zerg attacked the Linjiang branch? I told you before that Orfinuo is the most common weirdo in Linjiang, right? Jiang Bai nodded, motioning for her to continue. Although it is known from various channels, what has been developed by the Linjiang branch. But he really didn't know what that thing was. Zerg, it's a weirdo from Kyoto. But in our Linjiang branch, a genius appeared. She has researched an instrument that can invalidate the time up of the Zerg, and an instrument that distinguishes the identity of the Zerg from the human. This is not the most powerful. She combines the genes of the Zerg, and prepares to make a special insecticide against the Zerg. While Zhang Shiyu was speaking, her face was flushed and she was triumphant. It was as if she was the one who made it. Jiang Bai couldn't help thinking, and asked, Xiao Zhang, why are you excited when someone else did it? Of course I'm excited. After all, that's my sister, ahem. Zhang Shiyu subconsciously blurted out. But halfway through, I suddenly realized that this is a confidentiality clause. Keep it a secret. It's such a time, who wants to keep it secret? She is more willing to trust the unscrupulous idiot beside her than knowing who is the undercover agent in the organization. So she pondered for a while. Zhang Shiyu approached quietly, and whispered next to his ear, I'll tell you alone. Actually, it was my sister who made that thing, the sister of the twins. 11. She is different from me. She is a super genius in study and research. Because of her talent, we can be in. Speaking of this, she suddenly stopped again. Then he didn't continue talking, but changed the subject very suspiciously. In short, my sister is very powerful. There is a chance to make you think wrong. Now is the chance. She is a member of the logistics department. She should be at the end of our corridor. Jiang Bai, let's go find her. If the Zerg finds out in advance, things will be troublesome. She is not very good at fighting. Zhang Shiyu's expression changed slightly, and she said hastily. I see. Jiang Bai nodded. But he didn't expect it. It turned out that Zhang Shiyu's younger sister was the one who made all kinds of equipment against Zerg. Speaking of Ace's younger sister, could it be? In addition, Zaijiang's younger sister, compared with this less intelligent older sister. It's really the opposite. A machine that ineffectively increases the time of the Zerg, a machine that distinguishes the identity of the Zerg, and even also make insecticide. This is purely forcing the Zerg to die. No wonder the Zerg is desperate. If you don't work hard, you can only lie down in the future. There is no need to fight if you want to. Really great. Such a person, if killed by Zerg. What a pity. So, Jiang Bai opened the dimension wall. Let's go there. Well. With your ability, just send Xiaoqing away. Jiang Shimu felt much more at ease. Fortunately, back then, I was able to meet her. I have to say, it was her luck. The end of the corridor. Under the leadership of a man. 2 adults come here. It's right here, you guys do it. Remember, be quick and don't make her suffer too much. The leading party hesitated for a moment, then turned his head and left as if he couldn't bear it. Hiss. The 2 Zerg looked at each other. Looking at his expression, it seems to be saying. You've made it this far, so why pretend to be a good person? However, the other party is the leader of his own family. Still no need to argue with him. So he made a few words in the language of the Zerg, after the man left. Slowly open the door. Next second. The 2 adults froze suddenly. That one, the 100 insect sword loaded with 3 insect devices. Now, cut it off. Boom. Instant kill with 1 sword. The 2 insects exploded in an instant. This is beyond Jiadu, using the power of Baikong's sword. The power of standing on the ceiling is no joke. But at this time, at the end of the corridor, there was supposed to be the room where Zhang Shiyu's younger sister was. But it's empty. It's not just people missing. There are also materials, instruments, and all kinds of customers. When the prototype of the container with the invalid Zerg clock-up ability was developed, she was always in the logistics department and engaged in equipment research. Sign a non-disclosure agreement, and then it will be strictly protected here. Until the time-shifting instrument for the null Zerg is completed. Even my own sister, it's hard to see her. But I'm sure, she's here. Why now? Zhang Shiyu's face was full of bewilderment at this moment, and she couldn't help feeling worried. The instrument for ineffective Zerg time up, when its design blueprint is completed. My younger sister, Zhang Shuking, was closely guarded. The last time we met, it was because of her undercover work that she went to ask the genius sister what she thought. Then I got a headset, and through the exchange of information with Jiang Bai, my sister used it to profile his character. Advertisement at that time. Obviously still there. Xiao Zhang couldn't bear it, suddenly get up. What exactly happened? I'm going to ask the minister to find out. Where is your minister? Jiang Bai asked. This. According to common sense, if you encounter this kind of situation where the base is raided, you must evacuate. If you can't evacuate, go to the top of the building. In this way, at least you can keep all the secrets at the last moment. Zhang Shiyu thought for a while, then slowly raised her head and said. Subtext, once it is determined that it will not survive. All high-level executives will commit suicide by jumping off the building to protect the secrets in their brains. Jiang Bai nodded. Although the arrogance of some people in this organization made him feel ridiculous. But the people in the branch are still very staunch. From the perspective of protecting human beings, they have indeed done a lot, so it's on the roof. Jiang Bai took a look. When I was just about to open the dimensional wall. Sudden. Boom. The building shook violently. It's like being hit by something. And at the same time, countless Zergs were attracted by the huge movement. Go down. 1 floor of the building. Looks like any other company, unremarkable. But in fact, this is the organization of Kamen Riders. And at this time, the special car of the executive department smashed the glass and rushed in. At the same time, other members who were performing tasks outside. Immediately afterwards, he smashed open the glass and successfully entered the building through the obstruction of countless Zerg. Then, the knights from the Linjiang branch joined the battle. Fight with the Zerg. At this moment, it was extremely chaotic. Lin Zhongmai changed again, Sister Chugzhu, I'm going to. Here, the only one who can use up time is him. Could it be, that Bai Chugzhu was still expected to be hurt like this? However, at this moment, the woman with a body full of scars shook her head. You go directly to the roof, find Minister Bayan, and tell him. You can take that thing out. Hey? But this. Looking at the knights fighting hard, Lin Zhongmai hesitated. Don't waste time, hurry up. Don't you listen to me. Bai Chugzhu frowned coldly and urged. I see. I'll be right back. Lin Zhongmai panicked, remembering the fear of being dominated by her distant sister, and quickly used acceleration to go to the top of the building. But Bai Chugzhu stood where she was. Ahem. A simple bandage can only alleviate the injury to a certain extent. But now, she needs to stand up and direct. Looking at the countless Zerg, that sharp voice. It's just annoying. Bai Chugzhu still maintained the calmness she should have. Sure enough, the Zerg was waiting for her to fight the Emperor. But, at the beginning, I didn't expect that the opponent would be so strong. The power of the armor, beyond? It turns out that Jiadu still has such power. Just as she was directing the battle while thinking. Sudden. The dimensional wall opens. Jiang Shuyu emerged from it. She glanced around in surprise, then her beautiful eyes fell on Bai Chugzhu. Bai Chugzhu, where's my sister? She stepped forward angrily, just about to grab him and question him. Bai Chugzhu, who came from the headquarters, might know this. Maybe that's what she did. Jiang Shuyu thought so. But she was just getting close. She was blocked by the maid. Miss Jiang, please calm down, my lady, I can't stand your power now. Who doesn't know the Night Security Bureau, Jiang Shuyu of Linjiang is so powerful and unrivaled in the world. That punch is really hurt, I'm afraid it can really be sent away to the weak young lady. Fortunately, Jiang Shuyu can still maintain a little reason. And Bai Chugzhu also said in time, go to the capital. Well. I went to Kyoto. Xiao Zhang showed a surprised expression. When did it happen? Before I came. To be precise, when the Zerg appeared, Kyoto was arranging relevant matters. Bai Chugzhu replied calmly, the headquarters can't let the possibility of her encountering threats be allowed, especially the possibility of Linjiang's undercover agents is extremely high. Thus, after confirming the presence of the Zerg, they began secretly planning a plan to escort Jiang Shuking to the capital. Now, may have arrived in Kyoto. One hearing this, Jiang Bai couldn't help showing such an expression. This group of high-level members of the Cavaliers' Security Bureau really has something in the dark. Luckily it wasn't a silly idiot. Of course, this is estimated to have something to do with the existence of the Intelligence Department and the Data Analysis Department. They didn't think that Jiang Shuking would be safe in Linjiang. But having said that, everything has been done before. The support of Bai Chugzhu, Zhang Yu, and others, as well as the various strict measures to protect Jiang Shuking, are actually blindfolds. Everything they did was to create false information that Jiang Shuking was still in Linjiang from the very beginning. Even the sister Jiang Shuyu didn't tell. It seems that the undercover incident cast a psychological shadow on them. Even the elder sister Jiang Shuyu couldn't believe it. Advertisement. Chapter 49. And at this time, I heard that my sister was sent to Kyoto. Jiang Shuyu had a complicated expression, a little happy, but also a little puzzled. Fortunately, Kyoto is safer. If I were still in Linjiang, my life would be in danger now. And doubt is, why did not you tell me? Bai Chugzhu didn't speak, but just glanced at the Emperor Qi beside him. It goes without saying. This is because she is worried that Jiang Shuyu will fall in love and lose her mind. After all, until today, they hadn't been sure about the identity of Emperor Kikai and whether his purpose would pose a threat to those things. Xiao Zhang was taken aback for a moment, with a sullen face, a little unhappy. But at this time, suddenly, in the sky, a figure flashed by. A steel bucket holding a characteristically mechanical instrument appeared. Sister Chugzhu, I got the things. But by the way, what is this? Lin Zhongmai was very puzzled, looking at this larger and heavier device than he imagined. The maid stepped forward, brought the things over, and placed them in front of Bai Chugzhu. The latter barely squatted down, put his hand on the switch of the instrument, and said, this is what was done not long ago. An instrument that can neutralize Zerg time boost. Then, Bai Chugzhu pressed the switch. Next second. Clock over, acceleration ends. A very sudden mechanical sound suddenly sounded. Then, an invisible electric wave was released immediately. Next second. That's using upscaling, with more than double-digit numbers of adults suddenly being forced out from the accelerated state. As if a burst of lightning had emerged from his body, he froze in place. The knights who were attacked finally got a chance to breathe. The battle situation, this moment, gradually began to change. Every knight in the executive department is very good. There is no doubt about this, after all, the number is so small. Just keep improving the quality. Even as mass-produced knights, they are all elite fighters. Thus, the situation began to reverse. Of course Zhang Shiyu knew about this thing. After all, she was the first to see the design, but she was a little surprised and said, is this thing finished? Well, now that the Zerg has lost the ability to time up, the situation is under our control again. Originally, according to the plan of Minister Yan and I, when the Zerg began to storm the base, we would activate this time-enhancing forced termination device. It was just an accident. I didn't expect the Zerg to attack so suddenly. Bai Chugzhu said while coughing slightly. Then she glanced at Jiang Bai, pondered for a while, and then turned her head, Miss Jiang, it's your turn. In this battle, the Zerg that has lost its ascension time should not be your opponent. Zhang Shiyu squinted her beautiful eyes, I'll settle the score with you after the battle is over. She refers to the fact that the twin sister was sent away quietly without telling her. Turning around unhappily, Xiao Zhang put on a fighting stance. The transformation state has not been lifted, so, at this moment, step forward and punch out. The emotion of anger will trigger the hidden strength of the trump card. With a heavy punch, the larva was blown up on the spot. The power of terror, at this moment. Rather revealing. Lin Zhongmai immediately joined the battle. However, the ultimate instrument of time scaling is only the initial version, and its function is to prohibit the use of time scaling in the area. In the current version, it is still impossible to distinguish between friend and foe. Suddenly, the steel bucket couldn't use the rising time. The battle of the two. Let the bad situation gradually reverse. But it's not completely reversed, either. There are too many Zerg. According to the plan, Bai Chugzhu, Lin Dongguo and Zhang Shiyu were added. The three trump cards together are enough to eliminate thousands of Zerg. B. Now there are three major powers, and only one person remains. But the other knights, facing the adult insects, were still a little stressed. The situation cannot be delayed. The undercover identity has not yet appeared, and the two leaders of the Zerg, maybe one will appear. Before that, it is necessary to free up as much combat power as possible. After Bai Chugzhu thought about it, she made up her mind. Then he raised his hand, and then ripples appeared in the sky. The Jiadu insect apparatus appears. Miss. Seeing this, the maid immediately became worried. If you want to persuade, you can look at Furyui's impassive eyes under the upper white eyelashes. She knew that Miss Yunya had made up her mind. Just like, on that day, she decided to change the distorted organization. Transform. Bai Chugzhu used Jiadu's power again. When the bloated armor is armed on the body, she pulls the horn of Jiadu. Cast off. Change beetle. Cast off. Change beetle. The whole body armor is ejected, and the posture of the sun god appears. In the transformation state, the body is not so painful. But it's like the adrenaline rush of an injury, except that the brain briefly ignores the pain. Once the transformation is lifted, the state will only get worse. But there is no way, the day I become a knight. They are ready. The same is true for Bai Chugzhu. Those who can be selected by Jiadu are definitely not ordinary people. But just when she was about to go to war, suddenly, a voice came from my ear. Advertisement with this tired body, how are you going to fight? Hey! Bai Chugzhu turned her head, her eyes light up slightly, do you want to help? Jiang Bai slowly pulled out a card, with a dark smile on the corner of his mouth, that kind of thing, depends on your performance. My performance? Bai Chugzhu was taken aback for a moment. For some reason, I couldn't see the other person's expression through the mask. But I just feel. At this moment, the man's face was full of bad intentions. And at this time, Jiang Bai pushes the card. Final form ride KKK Kabuto, final form ride. Jiadu. The final form control card is a special card for Emperor Qi. Turn other knights into weapons. The most classic is to turn the Kamen Rider blade, sword, into a sword, and then cut down the group of dragon riders. At this time, Jiang Bai used this card. He stood behind Bai Chugzhu. The girl suddenly felt a chill. What are you doing? She dodged subconsciously. Just being grabbed by the shoulder by Jiang Bai, you don't want to see the situation worsen either. Don't worry, at most, it will be a little itchy. Jiang Bai clapped his hands. To be honest, he was still looking forward to it. I haven't tried it yet, it feels like turning other knights into tools. It should be fun. The fun mode is online. Put your hand on the back of Jiadu and push it gently. Immediately, Ri Chugzu only felt that her body was out of control. It turned up weirdly, under the outrageous deformation. It turned into. Looks like a unicorn. This is me. The high cold girl was a little bit off guard at this moment. This situation, but no one has ever said it. Jiadu, can you still do this? And what's even more shattering? Jiang Bai stepped directly on her body, then raised the 100 insects sword, and wiped it skillfully. Everything can be erased law. Jiado stepped on Jiado, it's really a good experience. Take a picture to remember. Then, with a click, the photo was taken. Bai Chugzio shook violently, it was useless to try to resist. Jiang Bai stepped on her, don't be so excited, I'm taking you to experience a new feeling, don't you think it's very interesting? Bai Chugzio, not interesting at all. Her tone was extremely defensive, as if she was gnashing her teeth. It's just that Jiang Bai didn't hear it, it's just interesting, I think it's interesting too. Then, we're going to go, high cold Miss Jiadu. He was turned into a unicorn and trampled underfoot. This feeling. Inexplicably, Bai Chugzio felt ashamed and angry. But there is no other way, now I can only bite the bullet and go on. Damn decade, I remember you. Gritting her silver teeth, the cold woman still maintained her rationality. After moving his body, he understood how to fight in this form. Then, a sudden burst of power was released from behind. The body moved forward, and the speed of the unicorn immortal's body instantly increased. Jiang Bai stood on it, watching the approaching Zerg. The corners of the mouth rose slightly. Really nice vehicle. Much more useful than his locomotive, which still required a driver's license. Well, Jiang Bai has a car. B. Domestically, motorcycles require a driver's license. And the driver's license, you need to be an adult. Jiang Bai didn't want to be caught and fined on the road one day. So locomotives have been kept in bad warehouses all the time. But after this incident, you can consider the matter of the locomotive. While thinking, Jiang Bai raised his white sword. Looking at the Zerg in front of him, he raised his long sword. Next second. The fiery red light kept flashing at this moment. Go beyond Jiadu and step on the vehicle Jiadu. Strange combinations and collocations appeared again. Where the two of them passed, immediately. Boom. 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 Countless Zergs were annihilated in an instant and exploded. Touch to die, the Zerg exploded one by one instantly. The flames filled the air in an instant, and the entire building seemed to be in motion because of the continuous explosion. The glass was continuously shattered by the force of the explosion, shattered everywhere. And that ear-piercing voice reverberated like a roar at this moment. Chaos, more and more chaos. Pieces of Zerg were instantly killed. The Jiadu in the form of a vehicle is really a weapon of mass destruction. Wherever it passed, the Zerg was instantly destroyed. Not to mention, Jiang Bai, who was stepping on her head, held the 100 insect sword in his hand. Really every minute, kill a group of larvae in seconds. The combination at the moment. Let alone larvae, even adults appeared in front of them. It is also the fate of being destroyed in an instant. No, when the adults noticed the situation was approaching. Instantly split into two by the 100 insects sword. When the firelight, that strange combination is reflected in the sight. Lin Zongmai blinked, I'm so stupid. Sister Chugzia was written by someone. Zhang Xiu. 1. Other worlds. How did UTM see that this is for writing? 0 Ask for flowers. Advertisement Lin Zongmai, you think you've lived too long again, right? Xiao Zhang showed a strange expression. Seeing Bai Chugziu's disgusting woman being stepped on by Jiang Bai was quite refreshing. Aren't you the strongest armored fighter? Why, they are all stepped on by another Jiadu now. But she has another worry. I'm afraid that unscrupulous boss doesn't know the charm she exudes. It's better for this woman to be so annoying all the time. Miss Maid, everyone is stupid. This is my lady? Proud lady, just being ridden, trampled on. Okay, I really want to take a photo to commemorate it. Click. Click. At this time, Lin Zongmai was already taking pictures. This TM was posted on the forum, don't blow it up. So handsome. Imperial Cavalry, Brother Emperor Qi, you understand men too well. All the time, not exuding a pretentious atmosphere. Countless Zergs were destroyed at this moment. Then, Jiang Bai has harvested a lot, and the system is constantly recording the harvest at this moment. Before turning Bai Chugzhu into a vehicle form, he had asked the system. In this state, the Zerg killed by Bai Chugzhu is also counted. Thus, where are these ferocious monsters? They are simply good brothers who come in groups to give away their heads. Have to say, turning other knights into weapons. The efficiency of killing monsters went up instantly. Rough estimate, in just a few minutes. At least 500 Zerg were killed. But this time, suddenly, 2 sharp thorns full of poison suddenly spread out. Jiang Bai raised the 100 insect sword and stepped out. 0 the moment the spikes and the 100 insect sword came into contact. The other party shrank back instantly. Along the direction of the retraction of the spikes, there stood a silver Zerg. Scorpid, Zerg. One of the most powerful Zerg, the leader of the 2 Zerg in Kyoto. Venomous Scorpion. At this time, an illusory human face suddenly appeared on the other party's face. For some reason, Jiang Bai felt that this face looked familiar. At this time, the other party just yelled, "Decade, return my sword Scorpion." As he said that, the other party suddenly jumped up. The sharp, poisonous claws on the arm attacked Jiang Bai. Jiang Bai raised the 100 insect sword and blasted out with a backhand. Boom! Forces collide. But obviously, the power of 100 insect sword is completely crushing. The poisonous scorpion was instantly shot down from the sky. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Bai prepared to go down. The rest of the Zerg will be handed over to you. Anyway, if Bai Chugzhu kills in his current state, it is also his. Bai Chugzhu hesitated for a moment, and before he went down, she couldn't help but say, "This is one of the 2 strongest Zerg in Kyoto, the poisonous scorpion." At the same time, it is also Kamen Rider Sword Scorpion. The 5th Kamen Rider Sword Scorpion from a long time ago fought with him, and after he was killed, Sword Scorpion fell into his hands. He's strong, dangerous. Hearing this, Jiang Bai wiped the Baikong sword lightly. "Your tone, won't you be worried about me?" He had a weird look on his face. "If you die, we will be very troublesome." Bai Chugzhu turned her head away, and after saying this, she immediately accelerated. "Keep cleaning up the hordes of Zerg." Jiang Bai glanced at her. "Go ahead and hit the workers. Then, turn around." Before, the poisonous scorpion got up and was staring at the sword scorpion on his 100 insect sword. "Give me back the sword and scorpion." Decade. Jiang Bai raised the 100 insect sword and looked at the sword scorpion on it. "Go back? Why don't you try shouting, will it agree to you?" Cut. The poisonous scorpion's eyes turned cold. "If that's the case, then I'll kill you and take back the sword and scorpion." The insect instruments of the Jiadu series all select the host. The sword scorpion will naturally choose the poisonous scorpion Zerg with the same scorpion. The compatibility between the two is quite high in a sense. The power exerted is also currently the strongest. But sword scorpion is now in Jiang Bai's hands. He raised the 100 insect sword and gently pulled the calendar area of the sword scorpion. And at this time, the danger was perceived. Adult poisonous scorpions with very keen senses will take the initiative to attack in an instant. Sword and scorpion are my pets. You guys, don't use them indiscriminately. The illusory human face disappeared, and then the adult poisonous scorpion could only run over due to the time-scaling termination device. Although the whole body is silver, it looks like a heavy shell. But the speed was dissatisfied, and the sharp stabbing claws pierced out in an instant. Clang! The 100 insect sword blocked the attack. At the same time, Jiang Bai pressed down the power of the sword and scorpion on the weapon. Sassword power. The power of sword and scorpion. Immediately, the high concentration of venom was transformed into purple power, constantly appearing on the white face of Baikong's sword. Hiss! The astonishing power instantly killed Sword Scorpion's arm. The other party subconsciously reclaimed it. At the same time, raised the other shield-like arm. And at this moment, that purple brilliance is concentrated on the 100 insect sword. Cut it down directly. Advertisement. Chapter 50. Boom. The sword and scorpion, whose light was eye-catching and bloomed, was instantly severely injured. His body suddenly shattered the glass and flew into the corridor behind the lobby on the first floor. It was covered in glass scum. The arm was severely injured by the slash transformed by the highly poisonous power. Even the arms in the form of shields are full of traces of burns and venom erosion. The sound of chi-chi kept ringing. That ferocious appearance makes people shudder just by looking at it. Hiss! The poisonous scorpion became an adult, fell to the ground, and let out the slightest pain. And suddenly, that ferocious face suddenly changed slightly. Because the posture that surpassed Jiadu stood in front of him at some point. Then the 100 insect sword was inserted from top to bottom. The poisonous scorpion adult, almost a sideways reflex, Tian Fen escaped the fate of being penetrated in a thrilling manner. Immediately, he propped up the ground with that painful arm, and turned over flexibly. But this is just the moment of getting up. The 100 insect sword has been raised. Don't you want the sword and scorpion? Don't hide. The purple destructive power transformed from the venom is instantly cut out. Boom! The poisonous scorpion became an adult, and its body burst out again. The chest was almost torn apart. The burning huge slash marks emitted a purple shimmer in a chi-chi. The poisonous scorpion adult fell down, and at this moment, it was extremely embarrassing. Tread. Jiang Bai walked forward slowly. What emotion should he say? It really is a different world, and people are different. A poisonous scorpion who does not aspire to stand at the top of all fields and dance swords on behalf of gods. I always feel, no fun. If you use the sword and scorpion, it will always feel like insulting someone. Jiang Bai decided to kill him. After all, there is still a lot to do. The 100 insect sword was raised, just as it was about to strike the adult poisonous scorpion lying in the ruins for the final time. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Emperor Cavalry. 010 Hey. Jiang Bai tilted his pupils slightly, and the slanted compound eyes reflected Lin Dongyu's panting figure. He has injuries, perhaps from facing too many Zerg. Noticing Jiang Bai's eyes, Lin Dongyu wiped the blood from his shoulder. There are too many Zerg bugs, and one was accidentally penetrated. But it's okay, it won't affect the battle. Besides, you are back, the balance of victory has already fallen to us. By the way, Imperial Cavalry. This guy, can you let me kill him? When saying this, Lin Dongyu's eyes were filled with hatred and anger. Glaring at the adult poisonous scorpion. Jiang Bai glanced at it, and seemed to understand a little bit. At this time, Lin Dongyu also took the initiative to say, I don't know if Zhang Shiyu told you. Why I never grow up with my younger brother. I want to protect the world, protect human beings, and not be harmed by monsters. So I was lucky enough to get this power, and I use this power to fight monsters. In order, to create a world where my younger brother doesn't have to grow up happily. But Lin Dongyu's rough, scarred face suddenly twisted. He has already been admitted to the best study in the country. Obviously, a bright future is about to begin. By this guy, by this Zerg. Anger, hatred, unforgivable emotions. This moment filled the man. He stepped forward slowly. Around the waist, Yajichuo's iconic driver appears. The flashing lights are dazzling at this moment. Then, the body is covered with a posture full of muscular ground. Kamen Rider Ajichuo, because of the form. It's because of this Zerg. My brother, was given by him. The words full of hatred and malice seemed to be squeezed out from between the lips and teeth at this moment. He walked past Jiang Bai and raised his fist slowly. Looking at the adult poisonous scorpion lying on the ground. Clenched fists, at this moment, the sound of kaka kept ringing. Then, boom! Condensed with Yajichuo, the astonishing power of the earth form punches out at this moment. The form of the earth is gold that transcends the flesh. Its power, defense, and other basic data are quite powerful. It is a powerful force for knights who are good at melee combat. For example, if Xiaozhang is Yajichuo, then if an adult insect is punched, it will probably burst open on the spot. Of course, Lin Dongyu's strength is not weak either. Ordinary adults, if there is no chronization, facing him is just a matter of a few tricks. And with the current situation of adult poisonous scorpions, without the power to resist, a punch to the head will kill you. So, when that fist full of anger and hatred blasted out. Clang! A crisp sound sounded, and the 100 insect sword roared slightly. Yajichuo was taken aback for a moment, looking in surprise at the Cheyu Jiadu who raised the 100 insect sword. But at this moment, Jiang Bai also stared at him lightly. I said, why does that face look familiar? Advertisement I see, is he your brother? Imitate your younger brother, so. As an older brother, do you treat the Zerg as your younger brother? That's right. Lin Dongyu's powerful punch passed Jiang Bai at the moment. Turn around and attack him. And the reason? It's obvious. The poisonous scorpion imitated his younger brother, so. Lin Dongyu didn't speak, but his expression was fixed. Drink. The right leg is lifted quickly, close to the body, trying to seize the initiative. In this case, cooperate with your brother. That's right, kill the Imperial Cavalry directly. But right now. The bee power, power of the Queen Bee. The power of the Queen Bee forms tachyons, forming a slash like lightning. Suddenly cut out. Holding the 100-insect sword with one hand, he swung it like this. Yajichuo's body was severely injured immediately, and he shot out uncontrollably. He slammed into the corridor wall with sudden heavy force. The wall was smashed to pieces, and the ruins fell on the body. Brother. Looking at the picture of Yajichuo being blasted out. The poisonous scorpion that was struggling to crawl out had Huan's face appearing again at this moment. He suddenly turned his head to look at Jiang Bai. Decade. Jiang Bai looked at his gritted teeth, and cast a glance at Yajichuo over there. Yep, it turned out to be Brother Hell's script. He threw away the 100-insect sword, and then took out a card. It's really brothers and sisters. I didn't expect you Zerg to have such a relationship with humans. Are you pretending, or do you really regard him as your brother? Forget it, if you really become a big brother, you won't develop like this. Come on, look up and take a posthumous photo of you. Click. When the sound of the camera sounded, Jiang Bai inserted the drawn card into the driver at his waist and pushed it violently. Okay, now. Game over. Final attack ride KKK Kabuto Hyper. Final attack ride. Jiadu Hyper form. The whole body is like a burst armor. The seemingly thick mechanical wind armor of transcendent Jiadu opened. The breastplate reveals the core, and the arms spread out the unique gorgeous wings of light. Then. Jiang Bai's body jumped up high at this moment. Below, the adult poisonous scorpion showed a horrified expression. In the ferocious pupils. In an instant, it reflected, a bright light. The ultra-high-speed particles frantically converged on the right leg with the electric current in an instant. Then. Boom. He paw night kicked with colorful and bright lights in one blow. Run through, the adult poisonous scorpion at this moment. The flames of the explosion diffused in an instant. The Hypa Night Kick will directly cause the opponent's body to collapse at the atomic level, and then destroy it. In the moment of fire. The so-called adult leader couldn't help stretching out his hand from the flames. Big brother. The looming body is in the flames. Annihilation. Just like that, the poisonous scorpion became an adult and was killed. The strength of this adult insect is actually not weak. Look at all the adults, except for the ones that can stop from time to time. No one is his match. Even another fiddler crab is in a situation where he is suppressed. Pity. Now. Going beyond Jiadu with a full level number is itself a situation of unparalleled random killings. The poisonous scorpion, unable to even show its strength, was destroyed like a wreck. The poisonous scorpion adult is the leader of the Zerg this time. He was killed, so now all that's left is crash into the ruins of the corridor's shattered walls. Lin Dongyu was a little embarrassed. However, Yajichuo's body was as hard as a diamond. Although it was injured by the attack, it still did not lose its combat effectiveness. He pushed away the stone that was pressing on him with difficulty. He didn't rush to get up, but sat on the ground. Looking at it, the poisonous scorpion adults were destroyed by tachyons from the atomic level. But he let out a sigh of relief. Then, he smiled wryly. Decade. Do you know what the most tormenting thing in the world is? Jiang Bai thought for a while and replied, maybe it's because you're too invincible and you feel lonely. This sudden answer made Lin Dongyu startled. Then, he burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. As expected of you, you have such a confident, flamboyant, uninhibited look. In our organization, there are already many people who admire you. It's really enviable. You can be free and do what you want. He lay slightly on the ruins, his eyes empty, but for me, the most tormenting, the most painful thing is the depravity of sobriety. My parents died unexpectedly when I was very young. Advertisement, but before they died, they cursed me. Let me no matter what, protect my brother. At that time, I didn't know that this last word, to me, was a twisted curse. Lin Dongyu's wry smile became even more sarcastic. His voice was low, recalling the past. And Jiang Bai is a qualified listener. He likes bloody and interesting stories. 0. So I stood there and listened. And Lin Dongyu's story is still going on. Since then, the meaning of my existence is for my younger brother. I will do various this kind of thing that can make money. I am struggling in the big divat of society. It's just for the tuition fees of several thousand yuan, and for us to survive. But one day by accident, I learned about the existence of knights and monsters, and luckily met Light, and some people became Kamen Rider Agito. I was assigned to the Linjiang branch. At that time, I had mastered the power, and I thought I had mastered my destiny. As long as I keep fighting, and killing all the monsters, my brother can live safely and happily in this world. And I can also get enough money because of my outstanding contributions, money that will never run out. My younger brother is very obedient and sensible. He knows my elder brother's hard work, so he also studies hard and wants to change his destiny. But everything changed that day. Do you know? Lin Dongyu's voice suddenly became radical. How desperate I was when I learned that my brother was killed by the Zerg. When I woke up one night like a dream, and saw my brother beside the bed, it was so dreamy and desperate. He's right next to my bed, from his brother's appearance to a ferocious Zerg. Since then, I've also been distorted, sober, depraved. For me, whether it's the Zerg or my brother, it's all the same. The corner of his mouth suddenly evoked a distorted and morbid smile. I don't want to hurt anyone, but there's no way. Zhang Shiyu's younger sister actually researched a device capable of destroying Zerg. I can't let him die again. So I used a special method to contact the Zerg. I told the Zerg a lot of news, and even according to the Zerg's plan, I personally killed the Queen Bee and Thunderfly, and gave their drives to the Mimic. It's really sad. I know that what I did is wrong, but I can't control it. Sober and depraved, constantly torturing myself. Now, should I say relief? Or, completely twisted? He slowly got up from the ground, his pupils suddenly lost their light at this moment. Own power, completely distorted. Then the attitude changed. From Yajichuo's earthly posture, it is transformed into another kind of Yajichuo's posture. The twisted heart completely changed Yajichuo's power. Form and appearance close to that of a monster. Jiang Bai slowly took out the camera and took a picture of his distorted scene. Then he applauded lightly. It's a very interesting story, I'm very satisfied with it. Sober depravity, twisted mind. It's fun, but so what? I know I'm doing the wrong thing, but I just think I'm sober and depraved? Isn't it weirder? I can't even stick to what I do. In the end, that's all you have to do. Jiang Bai will not be judged by others, he will only do what he wants to do. Things like crimes must be judged by the victim. But I heard interesting news. And some people, becoming agita. In other words, Yajichuo actually has several 4.2? Swish. Jiang Bai drew another card. What a distorted gesture. But if it's against Yajichuo, then use this. Kamen Ride Kiga, Kamen Ride. Kiga. When the humming sound continued to sound, the flame-like body replaced Cheyujiadu. Then, Kamen Rider Kiga, the almighty form appears. Another kind of Yajichuo, looking at this empty self-stance that still has photos and information in the database. Slightly stunned, then said in surprise, this is empty me. I never thought you could become this knight. The legendary knight who disappeared for decades in order to eliminate the eternal darkness. Jiang Bai was stunned for a moment. Eternal darkness? A knight who disappeared for decades? Sora, disappeared? He wanted to ask something else. But at this time, Lin Dongyu has struck. It is said that both Kyuga and Yajichuo are very good at close combat. It's really exciting. When I saw you for the first time, I knew you were strong. Decade, let me experience it for myself. Your desperate power. Or, let me prove that it's not as bad as you said. Between the sounds, the fields are in the fields. An alternative Yajichuo is a distorted Yajichuo. Power, twisted with the mind. But the strength has not diminished. On the contrary, because it was completely distorted, he let go of hesitation and hesitation. Attack more firmly. A punch is blasted at this moment. Seeing this, Jiang Bai also raised his fist. Empty my big brother. And Yajichuo, the style is very similar. Not the mechanical wind knight in the future, but the physical type. Strengthen the body with strength and form the posture of a knight. Therefore, this is the most suitable power to fight Yajichuo. Fist to flesh is the romance of a man. Boom. Advertisement. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a like and subscribe to the channel so you are notified of future uploads. You can find the next parts in the playlist visible on the screen or on my channel. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.